Warning, the following program contains sensitive material that may be unsettling to some audiences. The Pedantic Pedestrians are not responsible for any injuries or paranormal activity that may occur during the viewing of this program, including, and not limited to, whiplash, bipolar disorder, a sprained ankle, or demonic possession. Viewer discretion is advised.
Two guns. Do you want to, encourage people to suspect the host? So funny, Shad.
When you see people laughing. Nah, like, pause it. What did he say? Whenever it sounds like he said.
Are we live?
We're live.
Oh, so, Gene's back. I've been away for a couple weeks. Been on vacation. So, people in the chat, how were the last couple streams without, Gene Morgan? Oh. Bill Hicks says it needs more Danny.
Damn.
Yeah?
Yeah, we need
Well,
a
Shad,
female.
how do you think you guys fared without me?
I did good.
Yeah?
It was the greatest.
You did good?
Mm-hmm.
So, how do you think, can you summarize the different stories you went over in the last couple streams?
There was one where the stupid Fox people were talking crap about Biden pardoning his son, but then they kept on saying, like, every 5 minutes, they kept on saying, oh, Biden's so bad for doing that, blah, blah, blah. And then they asked each other, would you pardon your son? Oh, yeah, I would. Yes, would you? Oh, yeah, I would.
At least they're honest.
But it's like the hypocrisy. Yeah. The hypocrisy.
Well, we give the president the power to, like, pardon people, and then we give governors the ability to pardon people for state crimes. Schwarzenegger, when he was governor of California, he pardoned one of the, like, their state, like, legislative, like, Congress officials. He pardoned his son who murdered somebody because he was giving us, like, a bit of cronyism. Yeah. But everybody, do you think the streams were a lot better without me there? Were they a lot more informative? Yeah. But anyway, I did go to Progreso, Mexico, and I climbed the like Aztec pyramids that they had there. I don't know if I believe they were like the Aztec pyramids. They have those sort of like sites all across Mexico and so forth. But it was on a cruise. It was kind of fun, but I kind of liked visiting New Orleans more than Progreso. I saw the what is that? I went to that Banana Foster place in New Orleans. Have you ever been there, Shab? Apparently, that's one of those places you're supposed to go to. You ever visit New Orleans?
Only never.
Yeah, and New Orleans, it's a pretty cool city. I'd probably prefer to live there than Baltimore. There's like tons of like street performers, jazz bands. I mean, it's definitely it's kind of weird because Vegas and stuff, New York, a lot of these major cities, last time I visited them, they're pretty desolate. Even at night, it's like they weren't really cities that never sleep. But New Orleans, it's like there is activity going on constantly all throughout the night. So I guess New Orleans is still, I guess, thriving in terms of activity compared to other cities like post-pandemic. Oh, we're up 22 concurrent viewers. Looks like we're doing better with the viewers and everything since Gene's back.
Yes, as soon as you got back, they're like, "Oh my God, Gene's back! Oh my God!"
Well,
can I get his autograph?
Shab, what can you tell me about what's going on in South Korea currently?
The president wanted to go into martial law and he announced it at almost midnight their time, and then
good job.
And then everybody voted against it.
Have you been keeping up with the news?
We covered this. Me and Ben covered this, I think.
Okay.
Or was it us? I don't know. I kind of get it confused.
Yeah. So
sometimes.
who is it? It's President Yoon, I believe, and he is one of the least popular presidents that South Korea has had, and
he just made it even worse.
Yeah,
by a lot.
But it was like 1 or 2 presidents ago in South Korea. I forget her name, but she ended up getting charged and arrested for something. I forget what it was. I think it was some scandal. But I don't know. At least South Korea is considered like one of the most notable examples of like democracy in action, like outside the West. And it's kind of disheartening to see that. And I would say they have less corruption than the United States, so it kind of makes you fearful of like what might Trump try to do. If could you see Trump maybe trying to abuse some martial law sort of powers as commander in chief? Yeah.
I was reading the chat for a second.
Chad, be more responsive. Anyway, let's just start watching videos.
Well, Drunken Crow's here, and he didn't say nothing.
Oh.
And he hasn't turned on his camera, neither.
Bro, turn on your camera.
Right now, Crow.
That's what I'm trying to get set up.
Right now.
And surprisingly, it seemed like nobody really... So, from the gist I've gotten, is that he deployed the military in the middle of the night and stuff, and then Parliament ended up, like, barricading, or their Parliament ended up barricading, like, their Capitol building and so forth, and they addressed the public that this martial law order is illegal. I believe Yoon's claims for why he declared martial law was that he believed that there was this North Korean insurgency, that they had this like foothold in their government.
No proof of it, just an assertion that's happening.
Yeah, and pretty much all of their citizens, pretty much led to the streets and blocked all the troops from, not rioting. They pretty much just prevented all the troops from traveling from point A to point B. And once word got out there, I believe they're more protesting than rioting. Yeah, most of what they were doing is they were just obstructing traffic, not really allowing troops to go through. And the thing is, like, the military at first was carrying out the martial law, but I think what happened was, like, the military officials realized that, like, wait a second, what's going on? Oh, this is fucking stupid. And I think they just decided to, like, stand down.
Back up, bitch.
Chad, what did I say? Is it one of the rules? We made rules because I made you an editor of the channel. And
I'm not allowed to say bitch anymore?
No. We're going to monetize the channel. One of the rules is that no, this person has funny accent jokes.
I didn't. How was that? Was I talking funny? If you're trying to say I was talking funny, you're being a bigot. Yeah.
So, Shab, if Trump declares martial law and starts sending out a bunch of jackboots to arrest certain Congress officials, and they start moving tanks throughout the streets and stuff in major metropolitan areas, are you going to leave your home and join the protesters on the streets to prevent the military vehicles from transporting the troops from point A to point B? Are you going to do that?
I'm going to be like that guy standing in front of the tank when it's coming.
Tiananmen Square.
Yeah, it's going to be me. I'm going to be a hero. I'm going to save everybody.
I believe nobody actually knows who that guy was. Like, Tank Guy. That's his, like, nickname. and he probably was arrested, tortured, and killed. Maybe. I guess we don't know.
Gene,
Who's that? Meister666. To answer your question, yeah. Like, I try it all the time.
Gene does it all the time. I think,
You don't know Gene Morgan if you got asked that question.
그렇습니다. 이제 뭐 지금 어떤 것들 조금 더
one of the things they were doing that's funny is they were using
What's
they were using those public scooters to block the road. That was one thing I found funny about this.
And I do think that their soldiers are, at least when it comes like their culture, along with how their soldiers are trained, I think they know that if they're just obstructing things, that it's inhumane to just, I guess, unalive them through a firing squad. So they're lucky because in a lot of other countries, if that are a bit more corrupt and less civil, a lot of the people standing their ground, it probably would result in them being gassed or gunned down or beaten to a pulp. So I think that like a lot of the South Korean troops are ethical enough where it's like, okay, we're like following through with this sort of like executive order, but then there are all these pedestrians in the way. So what do? I guess we can try to like struggle through the crowd or force our way through the crowd, but it's like I do think that because of just the basic level of decency they have, they're not going to use lethal force whatsoever. So I guess that shows that at least having somewhat of a more pacifist or more formal civilized culture can definitely have benefits if the president tries to enforce some illegal like coup or martial law.
Yeah,
You don't have to be afraid of all the soldiers just like engaging in brutality.
Yeah, out of all the protests we've covered, this is probably like the most civil one.
Yeah. Do you think we're going to see this this level of civility when Trump sends out his jackboots?
Nah.
Yeah, Trump's the greatest. Everybody knows.
Do you think U.S. soldiers or whatever? What do you think they're going to do if a bunch of unarmed pedestrians are just obstructing traffic?
It'll probably be the National Guard.
Mm-hmm.
So yes, I don't know. There's got to be at least one of them's gonna pop off a
They're
shot.
gonna gun us down with drones, Gene. That's what's gonna fucking happen. Drones. It's the future.
Next vid.
A night of chaos in South Korea. Political turmoil triggered by a declaration of martial law.
Oh.
Finally called off by the embattled president.
Dude, she's got gall, like, she's got grit. Standing in front of that firearm, slapping it at the side.
Yoon Suk-yeol.
바로 국무회의를 통해
I have accepted the decision made by the National Assembly to dissolve and lift the martial law.
Do you think he made the right decision there?
That's so nice of him to do that after he wasn't able to make it go through it all. I just saw it. You know what? I actually didn't even want it to happen, guys. It was a joke. It was a prank, bro.
Yeah, just joking, bro.
For the city of the capital, Seoul, just
Incident.
before.
I accidentally declared martial law.
Troops on the street. Helicopters above. Crisis and confusion. After weeks of...
Dude, the plot twist is he was claiming that he was doing it to, like, purge this sort of coup or this North Korean foothold within their legislative branch. The plot twist is that he's actually a North Korean plant.
Gene.
What's that?
It's true that whenever you come back, the Trumpians come back. As we just started the stream and already we got Philip Holmes in the chat.
Here's the thing. This is my prediction. Because I'm actually discussing things and engaging in, dialogue, and it's not 5 times the amount of white noise when I'm absent. Maybe that's why. Maybe.
Gene, stop patting yourself on the back, okay?
Do you think what I'm saying is inaccurate?
I have the biggest dick on the panel. You don't see me bragging about it, Gene. Okay?
I don't know. Like, you're a lot shorter than me in person. Plus, you got your moves.
Yeah, I'm a lot. I'm shorter
Shab's
than
insecure about his height.
I'm shorter than Drunken Crow.
Yeah, we meet in person, and Shab's got his big beer belly. When all the photographs, when you see Shab just angled at the side, see his boobs sticking out and his.
Dude, I'm bulking, bro. I'm bulking.
Oh yeah.
Claims of corruption. This country, a beacon of democracy and stability, placed under martial law.
친애하는 국민 여러분.
I hereby declare an emergency martial
I am a
law in
dumbass.
order to defend the free
I
republic.
tried.
South Korea, something that a lot of people don't know is they actually, like, post-Korean War, after the stalemate, they also had a dictatorship that was established as their initial government that I don't think lasted that long. It lasted for like several years. And South Korea went from a country that was receiving aid to actually getting aid in just only like a couple decades.
Republic of Korea from the threat of North Korean communist forces.
The opposition, outraged, called on the public to rally. Even members of the president's own party said he had gone too far. Crowds gathered outside the parliament.
And I do believe they are similar to the United States. They kind of have like a two-party system. So, I mean, that's probably not that good because I think you probably want to have more than two parties because then everything just results in gridlock. But I believe his party is the more right-leaning party, or the party that he supports.
Then lawmakers entered the building. The opposition leader live-streamed himself climbing over barriers.
Well, yeah, Bill Hicks. I don't want him to make fun of accents, not because it's offensive. It's just because I think it's fucking stupid. So I kind of want to, I don't know, lessen all the really
I'm the
sort
comedian
of,
here, Jim.
your kind of dumb fuck jokes.
Whoa.
I have a list of certain types of jokes I don't want Shab to exercise. Why? Because
I wrote down a list.
They make me cringe, and I think they're fucking stupid. So I'm sorry, Shab.
To get inside.
I better not hear you.
The parliament voted down the martial.
They offend me not because I think they're politically incorrect. They offend me because I think they're fucking retarded. So that's why.
Law and declared it illegal.
Motherfucker.
Ordering the troops to stand down.
To the soldiers of the Republic of Korea, from now on, the President's order following the illegal declaration of martial law is clearly illegal and unconstitutional. Following the unconstitutional, invalid, and illegal presidential order is itself an unlawful act.
President Yoon has been under pressure for months. He lost an election this year, was forced to form a minority government, and his popularity has plummeted.
His argument was that opposition party is in cahoots with North, is threatening the South Korean security, which is just ridiculous. I think very few.
Do you think he provided any like proof or evidence to substantiate that claim?
No.
I wonder if like their intelligence agency found anything on that.
Yeah, what if he's actually telling the truth?
dramatic
He was
day of
saving the country.
Jesus.
In South Korea, a country now in the grip of a major political crisis. Martial law and military rule declared by President Yoon earlier in the day have now been lifted. He'd accused the country's main opposition party of paralyzing his minority government and sympathizing with North Korea. While troops were on the streets and...
Chad, what are you looking at? What are you doing? Oh, okay.
Clashes between police and protesters outside Parliament when martial law was announced. Demonstrators then demanded President Yoon be arrested.
Yes, I don't care what the chat says. We're not going to censor the chat, but I am going to bully Shab, and I am going to censor what kind of things he can say.
Calm now, but the crisis
Gene, you should have done like Scooby
world.
said. You should have said, "Here's my list of unacceptable or of acceptable jokes," and then you hand me a blank piece of paper. There you go.
Well, yeah, acceptable jokes for Shadisky.
Acceptable jokes.
That's what it will be, a blank piece of paper.
No jokes allowed.
To the west, but sharing a border with communist North Korea.
Nobody better
Chad,
laugh.
what's South Korea's capital?
Wonjang. Or it's Seoul.
Seoul.
It's Pyongyang. Oh, wait, no, that's North Korea.
No, Pyongyang's North Korea. And Seoul's right near the border. And like even taking ballistic missiles out of the equation, on the border, North Korea has a shit ton of like artillery. So if war ever does break out, like even if they don't utilize nukes or ballistic missiles, it's really gonna fuck up their capital, and there's gonna be a lot of casualties.
Both the US and the UK say that.
Well, isn't South Korea able to do the same thing?
Yeah, I mean, like it is sort of like mutually assured destruction on both ends. Even again, even without nuclear weapons, because they're so close to each other.
In Seoul for us tonight. Laura.
Yes, Skeppy, meet up in Pyongyang. We can be like, we can steal some banners from that one particular hotel, and we can say that we actually got away with it.
Well, as you can hear, the protesters are still in full voice. It's a new day here in Seoul, and they have several pleas to the parliament. They are calling for the president.
Maybe, like, if we get sent to Camp 22 in North Korea, we can, like, do an IRL stream where we actually try to escape North Korea. And then we can be the first, like, tourists, the first Westerners that escaped Camp 22.
And live stream.
To be removed. Remember, this is a population that has already lived through military dictatorships. They did not expect to see it, however, briefly back here in 2024. Now, there are two key
They already
questions
lived
to
through a
Firstly,
military
what was the president
dictatorship.
thinking? And secondly, what...
Good evening from New York. I'm Chris Hayes. As we here in America struggle to uphold our own democratic institutions.
Okay, next vid.
Tonight, pressure growing on the leader of one of America's key allies. Mass protests in South Korea, including outside the National Assembly, demanding the impeachment of President Yoon Suk-yeol.
People are gathered on the steps of the National Assembly.
Chad, what year did the Korean War, or what particular decade did the Korean War take place?
The 1970s.
50s.
Yeah.
70s was Vietnam, Trubisky.
Yeah.
You dumb fuck. I think Vietnam, it was like 55 to 75.
Where just 24 hours ago, this extraordinary chain of events was set off.
Yoon facing backlash over his brief failed bid to impose martial law to stop what he called pro-North Korean forces inside the government. His move rejected by lawmakers. But not before it sparked chaos, including confrontations with police. At one point, hundreds of troops moving into the assembly through smashed windows. The U.S. saying it had no warning of the president's move. Secretary of State Blinken tonight.
We're obviously watching the developments very closely. This is one of our closest partners and allies around the world.
A vote among lawmakers could happen as early as Friday. While President Yoon's party doesn't have a majority in the legislature, neither does the opposition. So people from his own party would...
Now, what if, like, I don't know. So, according to this one person that we had on stream before, they claimed that if all the rednecks captured the Capitol during, like, the January 6th riots, then the entire U.S. government would have just been annexed by the Trump administration. So maybe, like, their legislative officials, they should have rated, like, what their version of the White House is, like, whatever, like, the executive HQ is in South Korea, and then that way, they would have been able to successfully overthrow the entire military of South Korea. Don't you agree? Yeah.
I agree with...
It's just like Civ 6. You take over the Capitol, and you automatically win. Doesn't matter what their military strength index is.
Need to vote against him. If that happens and he's suspended, it moves to constitutional court, where ultimately it's judges who determine whether to impeach him.
Thanks for watching.
On the streets of San Francisco, a showing of support for South Koreans.
I really want to come out today in solidarity with the people in Korea.
This was the scene in South Korea Tuesday, with embattled president declaring martial law, deploying the country's soldiers on its own people.
I am concerned, but I'm also really proud of the Korean people for standing up and, taking a stand against this really kind of arbitrary action that he's taken.
Widespread protest forcing the president to lift his order just 6 hours later. The country still reeling from the chaos.
Are you worried about your family just in respect to what's going on?
Absolutely. I mean, I just finished texting them saying how they're doing. There's been radio silence.
A lot of family members were actually asleep overnight and woke up to hear of this kind of really alarming news. But by the time they had woken up, the people were already victorious in many ways.
The local Korean community gathering, raising their own voice.
Guessing, how long did this last? It was like 6 hours.
Koreans are here to show the Koreans back at home that we are with them.
Wait, and how long did the January 6th riots last?
That's what I was just about to look up.
Yeah.
And that we're in solidarity with them.
The South Korean people, we're not only proud, but extremely resilient. We are powerful. We're going to get through this.
Do something.
And while their loved ones continue the battle in South Korea, they have no...
Chad actually, communicated that he's getting up and leaving. He's learning. He's improving.
I'm backing down here.
We just want to say that we're going to continue to be out here. We're going to continue to show solidarity.
Facing police investigations and an impeachment vote, South Korean President Yoon Suk-yeol remains out of the public eye after shocking the world with his brief failed attempt.
One sec. Nightbots being weird.
You didn't set it up right.
Yeah.
Gene's too dumb, Drunken Crow, to set up Nightbot correctly. Can you believe that? What an idiot.
Well, it's not
set up
that.
correctly.
There's some script that isn't working.
I know what it is, Gene.
What is it?
It looks like you mixed up the commands with the actual message. That's what it looks like.
Well, it's just this one timer, but whatever. I fixed it.
At imposing martial law here. Since then, protests
January
against him are
6th
growing.
lasted 10 hours.
Jesus. So, South Korea, like their entire military, or at least their National Guard, was deployed. And that was like curbed in 6 hours. And then like a few hundred rednecks raid a building. It lasted for 4 hours long, 4 hours more.
Thousands are joining rallies. They're chanting Yoon Suk-yeol must resign. The crowd, a mix of generations, equally outraged by the attempt to upend democracy.
Protests are going through the center of Seoul, reveal how deeply unpopular the South Korean president has become.
The impeachment vote is set for Saturday, with mass demonstrations expected. For it to pass, would require members of Yoon's own party to vote against him, and it isn't clear that would happen. Already facing allegations of insurrection, the National Police Agency now says Yoon, his former defense minister, and others will be investigated for treason. We're also learning more from hearings underway about the inner workings of the martial law declaration and how it surprised even top military officials. Yoon is not the first president here to face prosecution.
Yeah, I'm guessing a bunch of top military officials woke up and they're like, wait, what the fuck?
Even impeachment, but his fate is in the balance, and the political costs are mounting. Janice Mackey-Freer, NBC News, Seoul.
Dude, how much do you want to bet North Korea is probably using footage of this as propaganda of yes, look at South Korea.
Oh, 100%.
Look at how, yeah. But maybe they wouldn't, because it's just it kind of shows that you look at the background, the infrastructure they have, and it's definitely much more advanced than North Korea than in Pyongyang. And then all their citizens are definitely, they look much more properly nourished, and they look much more well dressed and so forth. So it's kind of in the Soviet Union. Stalin used the film Grapes of Wrath, which is a movie that was set during the Great Depression. And he was trying to use that as yes, this is America, this is capitalism. But the irony was a film that depicted America during the Great Depression still depicted the average American as having a greater quality of life than citizens in the Soviet Union. It's cars were still very common when at the time pretty much no average citizen had access to automobiles, and so that's kind of the irony, is that if they did do this, it probably would do a better job making their own government look bad. Okay, they're gonna explain it.
For 6 hours this week, South Korea was under martial law. It was a shocking moment for the world, as the country has typically been seen as a stable democracy, a key U.S. ally, and a leader in global semiconductor chip production. But it was even more shocking for those in South Korea, a reminder of the country's tumultuous political history of military coups, corruption cases, and leaders being ousted. And that initial shock quickly turned to anger.
사실 꿈인 줄 알았고요. 이 21세기에 우리나라에 이런 일이 있다는 거를 사실 믿기 어려웠고.
이게 무슨 나라 망신인가 싶기도 했어요.
그 해결책이 있다면, 그 해결책이 탄핵이라면 윤석열 대통령에 대한 탄핵도 이루어져야 되지 않을까라는 생각이 들었습니다.
On December 3rd, South Korean President Yoon Suk-yeol declared martial law in a stunning move, citing anti-state forces and the threat from North Korea. Martial law grants the government sweeping powers, restricting the freedom of the press, limiting assembly, and overriding civil courts, among other things. It's rarely used, usually only in circumstances of war, armed conflict, or national emergencies. The last time it was declared in South Korea was in 1979, when longtime military dictator Park Chung-hee was
here we go.
Army Major General Chun Do-won, who carried out the coup, seized power and expanded martial law, where opponents under his rule were arrested, tortured, and killed.
Now, apparently we do have, I think something 2% of our subscribers are from South Korea. Now, what percent do you think are from North Korea?
80.
Cities closed, political activities were...
Yeah, 0.001, and it's Kim Jong-un. He'll watch us when he's playing World of Tanks, because apparently he's obsessed with that game.
were banned, and the press had limited freedom. Martial law has never been invoked since the country became a parliamentary democracy in 1987. Insiders were baffled.
It's like we don't really have much more to say here. Next story.
President-elect Trump has said that he will end the Ukraine war within 24 hours.
Ukraine would have never happened. I talked to Putin.
Do you think he's going to follow through with that promise?
No, and the funny thing is, okay, yeah, so he said, as soon as I get elected within 24 hours, he's, okay, obviously that was a fucking lie, but he apparently he had a phone call with Putin or whatever over it, and Putin denies that phone call, and all the Russian press, they were leaking nudes, putting nudes in the newspaper of whatever his wife's name is, fucking Ivanka.
Or now, yeah, Ivanka.
Yeah.
Nobody knows quite what he means by that, and
I say Kamala.
probably he doesn't.
Ivanka, Kamala.
We can work out something that's good for both sides.
We do know that he has appointed Keith Kellogg as his special representative on Ukraine and Russia. So, who is Keith Kellogg, and what do we think he thinks? Keith Kellogg is 80 years old, so he's not the youngest diplomat in the business, but he has a...
See, we're turning into a geriatric state. It's like every single like political figure at the federal level, they're all like over the age of like 60 now.
A very distinguished military career behind him. He was a paratrooper. He served at the 82nd Airborne and the 101st Airborne, the Screaming Eagles. He was in Vietnam as a trooper. He served in the First Gulf War. Nobody would doubt his military credibility or the fact that he was a thoughtful and careful military officer.
But I'm sure like Trump, like all of our previous presidents, they're going to follow through with all their promises. And it's not going to be the same old shit of nothing's going to get done. And the other side is the conservatives are going to claim that it's all the evil Democrats that won't let anything get through. And then if anything good happens, it's because of Trump. It can't be happenstance or whatever. And then if anything bad happens, it's because of the administration before Trump. And same old thing. You see it with the Biden administration, the Obama administration, the Bush administration.
Service. I understand sacrifice. I know leadership.
Keith Kellogg served in the first Trump administration. He was the National Security Advisor to the Vice President, Mike Pence. And for a while, he was acting National Security Advisor when Mike Flynn stood down from that role, and there was a gap for a little while. In April this year, he produced a report, along with Fred Fleitz, in which he looked at America and Russia and the war in Ukraine. And in it, although most of the report is actually an attack on the Biden administration, but at the end, he comes up with a series of recommendations as to what he thinks might bring an end, at least to the immediate fighting in Ukraine. And that's the best indication that we are going to have this side of the 20th of January as to what the thinking of the Trump administration.
Now, how many casualties have there been in the war so far? Isn't it around like 600K?
In total, or just on one side? In total,
In
yeah,
total.
I think 600,000.
Maybe when it comes into office.
I have been in the room where it happened. I saw only one agenda and one guiding question when tough calls had to be made. Is this decision right for America?
The recommendations made in this paper are not necessarily, of course, what the Trump administration will do. We don't know what the administration will come up with.
I really think we're going to get it.
I know we have more good relations.
We're going to have, oh, I see. Yeah, but you know, it takes two to tango, you know.
But the ideas at the end of this paper.
Okay, Nate Sophia says, I'm on the mark. Now, we're going to get into Syria, so I do know Syria, the casualty counts. I think it's the deadliest military conflict in the 21st century, second to the Second Congo War.
Are quite interesting, and they may give us a pretty fair indication, at least of the direction of travel. And what it seems to recommend is a ceasefire in place, which would allow Russia to keep what it's gained so far. But against that, military aid will continue to Ukraine, and Ukraine will be given...
Copyrighted content detected.
Now, a massive fire erupted after Russian missiles struck the Ukrainian city of Zaporizhia on Friday night. Zaporizhia Governor Ivan Fedorov has claimed that at least 11 people have been killed, 19 others have been injured in the strike. He further stated that at least 2 children had been wounded in the attack. The governor has further...
Okay, so what's that?
Don't you normally have it sped up a little bit? It doesn't seem sped up. Oh, it is? Okay, never mind.
Yeah.
I'll keep it there.
Claimed that a missile damaged an administrative building in the region. Rescue operations are still underway. Ukrainian firefighters put out the fierce blaze after deadly Russian strike. The Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky has slammed Russian President Putin over the attack.
Okay, so 11 killed and 2 children wounded. So, I don't know. It seems like after the, Israel got, Hamas first started, it seems kind of like, I don't know, all of these casualties or all of these tragic events that are taking place in Ukraine. I know it's terrible. war to any extent is horrible, but it's kind of odd that after we've been covering what's been going on in Gaza, every time we go back and see what's going on in Ukraine, it seems like it's nothing.
Well, there's kind of a economic reason or whatever for Russia to keep going.
Wait, Green Gain says they just tipped $100. Is that true?
They're just joking.
Stated that Russia has no interest in striking a deal to end its invasion. As per a Ukrainian official, the Ukrainian president is set to travel to Paris this week and is also expected to meet U.S. President-elect Donald Trump. Meanwhile, European Union's new defense chief, Andris Kiblilus, has said that EU needs to increase its spending and change its policies to ramp up its defense to counter threats from Russia. The former
Wait, who left? Oh my God, Dirt.
Lithuanian Prime
We're
Minister
gonna have to
began
fire
as the
Dirt.
first ever dedicated defense commissioner this month, tasked with turbocharging Europe's defense industry.
No, the question is there enough of political will to defend ourselves? Or, somebody wants to, how to say, that's a sad joke, to surrender. That's the alternative, And, of course, things can change. I'm, still hopeful, optimistic that things can change even in Russia.
Okay, so what's your guess, Crow, for when the war, when there's going to be like a ceasefire in Russia and Ukraine?
Well, like what I was trying to say is like Russia can't really sign a peace deal at the moment because I think what was it? If they sign a peace deal, I think their economy like either crashes or goes down, and then you have a shit ton or no jobs. Jobs is what it was. So like everyone's doing work and having jobs to support the military and whatnot. And if they sign a peace deal, all those people are gonna not have a job anymore. So unemployment's gonna go down, and then you're gonna have a lot of young people that have military experience. So Putin doesn't want that. He doesn't want little militias rising up. And even if they do keep the land that they got, he's going to be worried about Russian militants or whatever, and then the Ukrainian soldiers that are in the new areas that do have military experience as well.
What do you think, Shad? What's your guess?
I think Trump, as soon as he gets in the office, that's when it's gonna stop. Because he's our hero.
Because he's an alpha. He's an alpha president. He ain't some soy boy like a libtard cuck. Yes.
You might think that world peace is impossible, but you haven't met Trump yet, Gene.
Yeah,
that's a problem.
He's known for bringing the peace.
But
I want to check StreamLabs and just make sure. I don't know if Green's trolling. I assume they are.
Recent events. Looks like we got a new subscriber.
Putin has appointed Alexander Houston, a pro-Kremlin lawmaker, as the acting governor of Kursk. Putin has claimed that
Why are they misleading us?
What the hell, Green?
I would like to offer you the position of acting governor of the Kursk region, bearing in mind that crisis management is in demand there now, certainly in the situation in which the Kursk region is in now.
In a meeting in Minsk, Belarus, Putin has said Russia could deploy its newly developed hypersonic missile Oreshnik in Belarus next year as it begins to ramp up.
Now there's the Moab. So I know Trump actually deployed, or he actually utilized the mother ball bombs. And wasn't that it's in like Syria or Iraq? Which part? Do you know, Crow? But I know Russia, they developed as like a one-upsmanship, the FOAB, the father of all bombs. So are they going to utilize that at all?
I thought it was called the Tsar Bomba.
No, that's a nuke.
Oh, okay.
That was developed a while ago.
Production of the weapon. Now, during the visit, Putin will also sign a treaty offering security guarantees for Moscow's closest ally, including the possible use of Russian nuclear weapons.
Okay, next story.
And authorities in the country of Georgia are cracking down on a growing protest.
Okay, so I know this was covered last week. Can you guys update me on what's been going on in Georgia and why there's some unrest?
I have not been keeping up on that. Nothing pops up on like recommendations for YouTube like it usually does.
Okay, Shadisky, well, you were there, so do you want to update me? on exactly what's been going on in Georgia.
Oh.
Yeah?
Well. I just remember that they were rioting or whatever and firing off fireworks in the streets and stuff.
Did you know?
Why were they rioting? Like, didn't you cover this?
Because the police raided the Georgian opposition party offices and detained the leader amid protests.
I think it had something to do with the fact that in Georgia, they wanted to join the EU, which you think they're not technically part of Europe at all. I know Turkey, Cyprus, and Russia are considered border states in Europe, so I don't think like Georgia is even a border state with like Europe. But what's that?
And the government pushed back the vote until 2028 or 26.
Yeah, so I guess they're like with their government, they keep fluctuating in ties between like Russia or like all the different like NATO states. So there's that particular dilemma.
Calling for an end to the government after it suspended negotiations to join the European Union. They say the governing party is turning
there you go.
Russia and
We should
authoritarianism.
end the government.
Chad, I didn't even cover it last week. And I'm aware. Didn't you cover this last week?
We did, yes. I just
covered the fireworks. I remember that. There was a guy with like some bazooka like firework thing. He was really doing some crazy, it was crazy.
Okay, so is my memory above average or is Shab's memory below average? Sorry, I keep bullying Shab.
Yeah, what the hell is this? Gene, I need to give you a list of things you can't do on the stream, and one of them is bully Shab.
Well, it's my fucking
no
stream,
more.
so I
No.
can bully whoever the fuck I want.
No. Me and Scooby and Bill Hicks
Police have raided the
and Drunken Crow. We've been working on a list.
Chat's my fucking bitch. Shut the fuck up. Do what I tell you.
Opposition party offices and detained its leader as the capital of Tbilisi is bracing for an 8th day of protests. ABC's Patrick Reeville's monitoring all from London for us. Patrick, how significant are these protests and where do they...
Okay, so when is a riot not a protest and when is a protest a riot? So
protest, if you like it, then it's a protest. If you don't like it, it's a riot.
It seems like
and if you really don't like it, it's terrorism.
Seems like once they're like damaging property,
chucking fireworks at officers
and stuff. Yeah, that seems like riot.
They go
I don't know,
from here
or you could just call it a violent protest, I guess too. I don't know.
Well, Brian, Eurasia is all of Asia and Europe. So the thing is, you're like Cyprus, Turkey, and Russia. They're 3 border states where they're, depending on the source, they can be classified as European countries or Asian countries. And then like outside of like Turkey and Cyprus, like I believe like Georgia is just technically like an Asian country. So I don't think it's I don't think there's any sources that classify it as a European country. So it is interesting that the EU is actually starting to like expand to like regions outside of like Europe. I know Greenland's technically part of North America, and Greenland I don't think is completely sovereign. I think it still falls under like the governance of Denmark. But I guess if they actually do acquire complete sovereignty, I think Greenland probably would be the first American country to join the EU.
The night of dramatic.
When's Russia going to join the EU? That's my question. Yeah.
Probably never. I don't think ever.
My guess is 21, 24.
When they finally take over Europe and Asia.
Protests in Georgia for the 7th consecutive night.
Yeah, Stalin was born in
Thousands of people have been
Georgia.
gathering in the center of the capital Tbilisi.
Hitler was Polish.
They've been trying to violently
Or
disperse
Austrian.
those crowds.
Which one was it?
Austrian.
Yeah.
It's been using water cannons, or protesters have unleashed barrages of fireworks, and last night appeared to be one of the largest protests so far. And this crisis was sparked when the ruling Georgian Dream Party said it was suspending efforts for Georgia to join the European Union. But the protests are broader. They oppose what they see as the government's attempts to turn Georgia...
Wait, the Dutch? So it's like the Netherlands? I thought it was Denmark that... Huh.
away from Europe and down an authoritarian path, moving it back towards Russia. The government has stepped up efforts to quash the protests, arresting a key opposition leader and raiding opposition groups' offices. And to be honest, the situation strongly resembles what happened in Ukraine during its revolution back in 2014. People on the streets see this as a struggle to stop their country following a model of Vladimir Putin's Russia.
Googled it. It's the Kingdom of Denmark. So Dutch is like the Netherlands, I believe. I know Aruba is like a Dutch territory.
That's why Ukraine's President Zelensky overnight imposed sanctions on figures from Georgia's ruling party, and now the US also overnight warning it's preparing potential...
Is it? Yeah, Denmark's Danish. Bill Hicks. I corrected myself right away. Piece of shit.
Sanctions. Georgia's Prime Minister, though, today defiant, promising to eradicate the opposition, Diane.
All right, Patrick Reevell in London, thank you.
It has been like 8 days for the protest.
When do you think the United States will join the EU? When will the US adopt the euro?
Once the US dollar collapses. No, that's not true. We're going to adopt Bitcoin and Doge at that point, actually. And then after those crash, then we'll adopt the EU currency.
I know UK, they dropped out of the EU. And there's Belarus, which their Alexander Lukashenko currently controls it. So it's considered to be the last... he's the last dictator of Europe, if you don't include Turkey and Russia to be European countries. So I think maybe it's going to be a while before they apply to be part of the EU. Fairly certain Ukraine is. I think a lot of the Yugoslavian states, I believe, aren't part of the EU. So I believe I don't think Romania is. I know Bulgaria is part of the EU. I believe Moldova isn't. I know all the Baltic states like Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania are, and what is it? It's Norway, I believe, isn't part of the EU. And for a while, it was like Norway was part of NATO, but not the EU. And then Sweden and Finland were part of the EU, but not NATO, but they recently joined NATO. And then Switzerland isn't part of the EU. When will they're all neutral. When will Switzerland join the EU?
I think they're fine.
Yeah.
They'll be okay. They have the geography, what is it, topography for just being...
Wait. Vatican City. They're in Europe. When are they going to join? Topography.
Topography.
I've been here for each and single night. Everyone who is here for the idea.
Oh, look, phase 2. Your favorite person, Crow. They're back.
Yay!
I don't know what the fuck that is.
What is it? BRICS is, what is it? It's Brazil, Russia, India, China, and then South Africa.
Yep. European Union and to be free. And that's why people are finding strength in themselves, and they are still coming out. And despite the brutal and violent acts of the government, we are still here, and we will be here until we achieve our goals, which is European Union and free Georgia.
We want better connection with Europe, with the United States, and we don't need Russia. This is the main reason why young people are standing here. But me personally, I am standing here and protesting many things in this country.
I like her mask.
I have right things and protesting many.
It has panties.
Don't these guys know that COVID is over? I'm not supposed to be wearing masks anymore.
And of course, I have right to do so.
Okay, here we go. So, do you think that when you have makeshift firework bazookas, do you think it actually starts to enter the realm of being a riot and not a protest?
Yes.
Either way, it'd still be fun as fuck just to shoot them off.
Fireworks is the only thing.
This is what we need to do when Trump declares martial law. We need to make our firework bazookas in Minecraft.
From the police, because police use violence against us. They are using forces, different kind of forces, and many thousands of people are now in prison, and they came out from there with great injuries.
Real quick.
Okay, I was just about to take a break to piss, and then Chad gets up and leaves.
Gotta be faster than him.
They are violent, so we have to defend ourselves somehow. It's really beautiful, so we can use them because it cannot hurt the people like they are doing. So this is some kind of defense, and the beautiful thing that it explodes, it's also beautiful, and it helps us.
My name is Luca, I'm 26 years old, and I'm here because I cannot stay home and watch how they are destroying my country, how they are taking away our freedom and our fundamental rights, how they are arresting people my age and younger, how they beat them up.
Okay, I like those masks better.
Our freedom and our
the
fundamental
masks.
rights, how they are arresting people my age.
Yes, that's how you do it.
Those are
don't
just
wear don't wear those like sort of like practitioner masks. Wear your Bane masks.
And younger, how they beat them up and give them ridiculous punishments.
I'm Salome Bastaze. I'm a student, 18 years old. I'm protesting against these unjust decisions of my government. I just want us to move towards Europe and not back to the hole where we just got out from.
Hi, this is Luke Agoniashvili. I'm 22 years old, and I'm standing here because I believe I unrationally love this country, and I'm against everything that is happening here right now. We're not tired, and I think we're going to keep coming here every single day. It's 9th day now. There could be 99th day, and we will be still standing here, and we will do everything within our power to get rid of this illegitimate government.
Bro, look up. I'm wondering, like, when it comes to polling, like what the actual like popular stance is when it comes to being more pro-West, or people who actually want to join the EU versus people who would prefer to be more pro-Russia. What is it? The Warsaw Pact? Is Georgia part of that?
Could be.
Mass protests continued in Georgia after the government postponed membership negotiations with the European Union until 2028. On December 1, the Georgian foreign ministry stated that the government's refusal to negotiate with EU does not mean suspending the integration. The decision of the Georgian government not to raise the issue of negotiations with the EU until 2028 and to decline EU grant budget support does not mean suspension.
Okay, Shab. I gotta go pee, so talk to the chat about all of the Georgian politics. Because I know you're very well read on this subject.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I know a lot about Georgia. It's a state, right?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. I've never been there, but I heard of Georgia before. You know? I've heard of Florida. I've heard a lot of these different places. Are you practicing your shoe tying? Is that what you're doing?
No. Gene gave me something to look up, and that's what I'm doing.
No. Well, this is one of the very few political things that I don't have, I don't know too much about.
Yeah, there's getting to be like a lot of them all around the world, and you don't hear too much about a lot of them. So
yeah. Wow. Make sure to hit that like button, guys. Let's get the 25 likes. Another thing that we went over while Gene was gone was Trump. He picked 4 people for his cabinet that just happened to be people that helped write Project 2025, but he doesn't know anything about Project 2025, according to him. Really,
even though his name's in there like 500 different times.
Yeah, and the Heritage Foundation, he's used lots of their things they've written out. He just wants to claim he doesn't know what it is. Yeah, if I played Civ 6, I would know, Nicholas. Yeah, that game's a little too dorky for me, though. I'm too cool for that. Civ 6.
Of Georgia's European integration process. The claim is misleading. While the Georgian government has not formally abandoned the nation's EU aspirations, the delays in EU negotiations and rejection of financial support significantly undermine practical steps required for accession. This moves weaken Georgia's alignment with EU standards, stall progress on necessary reforms, and foster skepticism among European partners about Tbilisis' true commitment to integration. In October, Georgia
Is Cyprus, are they part of the EU?
I doubt it.
Party, seen as pro-Russian, won controversial parliamentary elections, allowing one of its leading figures, Prime Minister Irakli Kobakidze, to retain his...
Maybe I should just Google it.
Yeah. Learn yourself something, Gene.
Yeah, they are.
Okay, good.
Yeah, they joined in 2004.
Now, wait, the orange state. Oh, I guess it's just timeline or whatever. But yeah, Norway is in part, and I believe it's due to their like fishing like industry or whatever. So a decent amount of their economy it has to do with fishing. So the reason they didn't want to join is because like the EU policies would, I guess, interfere with that part of their economy. And then, yep, you got all the Yugoslavian states. So what's that? Isn't that North Macedonia? It's like Croatia. No, this is Croatia. It's like I think that's out like Serbia, I think. And then there's like what is it called? Herzegovina and Bosnia and Herzegovina. I don't know. Maybe I need to refresh my knowledge when it comes to those territories.
Position. The EU condemned the vote as unfair, urging a rerun. Earlier, the US sanctioned Kobakidze and his party for undermining Georgian democracy and civil liberties. On November 28, Kobakidze, backed by the parliament, put off the nation's EU accession talks for 4 years. In December 2023, Georgia gained EU candidate status, but in October the European Parliament said Georgia had effectively stalled its EU integration by adopting a contentious foreign influence law and anti-LGBT legislation. EU enlargement discussions are complex and time-sensitive, requiring consistent political will and alignment.
Why is there so much LGBTQ hate abroad? Why do people like even if they're straight?
Religion.
Why do they gotta hate? What's that?
Religion.
Oh, really? Think religion has something to do with it?
Yeah.
Well, I thought these religions are peaceful. I thought that's just figurative. Like I thought in the Bible when it says a man shall not lie with another man, like isn't that just figurative? It means whatever your heart wants it to mean.
Yeah. It's all
Because
fairy tales.
you need to have a religion in order to be like an ethical person. They go together; they're completely dichotic, and it's like you automatically don't have any ethics if you don't have a religion. And you know that somebody is very ethical and principled when they take this book and they say it's figurative and they interpret it however they want. Because yeah, that's a very principled
the
person.
fact that you need religion to have morals, but then they go about judging what is what on the Bible like that, like it's so just kind of like I don't know, it's kind of universal or whatever. They make it see they take it however they want it. It's like, well, then why have a
when
book?
it says a man shall not lie with another man, it really means that you shouldn't eat like pineapple and pizza on a Tuesday. That's what it really means.
Yes.
Alignment with EU standards. Georgia's rejection of EU budgetary grants, which support reforms and development projects, as well as the decision to defer negotiations, impede the nation's path to European integration.
Bill Hicks says you're wrong, Shabisky. It's lack of compassion, not religion, you bigot.
Wait, who said that?
Bill Hicks. He called me a bigot because of what I said about religion. So what about when the scripts say homophobic shit and everything, Bill Hicks?
No, it doesn't say that. It's like all the bad stuff that I don't agree with, it's either figurative, so it means whatever you want it to mean, or it's let's just appeal to the possibility that the historians translated it wrong.
Yeah.
Or the linguists and the etymologists and stuff, like, yeah. Either assume that it's translated improperly and it's only the good stuff that's translated accurately, or it's the good stuff that you interpret literally and the bad stuff you interpret as loosely as you possibly can. Yes, Nate, we're running it at 1.5 speed to avoid copyright and also to get through it sooner. And also the fact that I usually watch videos at 2 times speed. So when I watch videos at one speed or normal speed, it's almost like I'm watching them at slow motion.
They're having a party.
Dude, it looks like there's some pedestrians getting called in the crossfire.
That's what I said when we
careful.
watched this. I was like, how many of these people do you think hurt their own team in this? You know?
I mean, at least the officers have riot gear.
Yeah, and at least they're probably not hurting each other. It seems like all these random citizens firing off fireworks randomly. I bet they're hurting each other way more than they're hurting the police. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah. And another thing to keep in mind is when I'm joking about, like, hey, when is a protest a riot and vice versa, a lot of times most of the protests are peaceful. And then it's like the media likes to cover more of the disorderly conduct because it makes for good entertainment. Jeez. Like, and they're projecting these lasers and stuff, so they're gonna give people seizures. They gotta be mindful of, like, their epileptics.
მუშაობდი მიკროფონი მეჭირა, იცოდნენ მე ვიყავი, შესაბამისად ეს
პოლიცია
მითხრეს რომ სასწაულია რომ ზოგადად ხო, აი ხელებს ვახოძრავებ, მეტყველების უნარ აშკარად იგრძნობოდა რომ ჟურნალისტები ვიყავით განსაკუთრებული სამიზნე.
თქვენ გულამ როგაოზე თავდასხმის ესვით, არა მინდა რომ ნახოს ნანახი გააქვს.
ნანახი
არის. გაგვეცეთ პასუხი.
გამძანდით და გაგცემთ პასუხი.
რაც შეეხება სამართალდამცველობის მხრიდან შესაძლო დანაშაულებრივ ფაქტის გამოძიების.
So, what is it with, like, corrupt governments attacking journalists? Why does that seem to happen often?
Oh, because maybe they investigate like different or both sides of the story and actually tell the truth.
Are you sure the journalists aren't just like engaging in libel and they're just slander? They're engaging in like slanderous rhetoric about the governments. Yeah, they're just inciting fear and misinformation, according to the government.
Depending on what resources you trust, I guess.
So they started beating me up prematurely as soon as they made sure that there were no cameras around. The people around them saying, the fun times are going to begin as soon as you guys get into the car. We're going to shove police buttons up your ass. You guys are going to get raped. You guys are the types who like those things, right? And those sorts of questions.
So, do you think the officials were using excessive force here?
Did he have those interviews before or after?
No, like after. I think they're law enforcement officials. They're taking notes from like the U.S. police.
So
I don't know. Like, I think his entire cranium would be like bashed open like a melon or whatever, and his brain would be all over the pavement if it was a U.S. cop. So I think maybe the Georgian cops are a bit more passive.
No. Bill Hicks, I have a New Testament Bible around my house somewhere. I've read this.
Okay, Shab.
Hold on.
We're not going to dwell and derail it and talk about that.
And threats, but without a doubt, my dedication to getting Russia out of this country has not softened at all. If anything, it has gotten much.
Dude, it's like those in ancient China, before they developed like muskets and gunpowder. What was it called? It was called like did they call it a fire stick or a
something like that? It was just basically a hollowed out stick with a projectile and
it was like pretty much a firework, like projectile. It's essentially they would light the end or see. Look up what it is because I want to show an image. That's pretty much what they're doing here. We gotta take notes here when like the jackboots start raiding our streets. Wait, while I look it up, Shad, talk. I don't want them to get air.
The ones you were talking about kind of reminded me of Harry Potter, though. They were like sticks firing stuff out of them. They got wands. Yeah. The Harry Potter wands. You put it together, Gene, with your brain. You're so smart.
Are you finding it, Crow?
Yeah, it's basically a chunk of metal on a wooden shaft. They would, from what I'm looking at anyway, but it looks like in the piece of metal, there would be the projectile and the gunpowder, and they would light the gunpowder and then like put or aim the stick.
Okay, here we go. And you know what? Like fireworks can get some decent, like it's probably you can get a more like ruthless like payload of fireworks in the US than you could in Georgia. Yeah, like it seems like they're going back to more like ancient like ballistic techniques here. I don't like see I think this shows that we really want like the Georgian people to be part of the EU because look at how resourceful and inventive they are. They need to join NATO. I mean, if this is what they can do without like any sort of like military arsenal, and this is just what they're making with like scrap in their garage, I mean, come on. It seems like we need to get them into like the Western Bloc. Okay, I think we've covered this enough.
Well, Australia.
No, fuck.
It's passed in the result in the. Well, Australia is now the first country in the world to ban social media for kids under 16. The Prime Minister says the new law will help ensure children's safety. This comes
okay, so Shed, stop arguing with people in the chat. So, do you think, so there's plenty of studies that show that social media does lead to a lot of depression. Depression and suicide rates amongst teens, a lot of it can actually be associated with social media. But do you think the government is overreaching, banning adolescents from using social media?
I don't know. I want to say yes. I don't know.
I don't know. Does it really matter anyways? Is it really going to stop?
Yeah, like, well, the problem is, how are they actually going to, like, enforce this?
Yeah,
so,
exactly.
Like a porn site where they just click, yes, I'm 18.
Yes, I'm 18. Yeah, exactly. All you got.
Well,
they'll just have to put their birthday a couple years back more. Oh, there we go. Now it let me make an account.
Well, no, like, there are, like, apps and stuff. Usually they do this with, like, more, like, I guess, legal sort of like when it comes to going to your own medical profiles, like banking apps and so forth, they will have you use your phone and take like a selfie and then also take a photo of the front and back of your license, your state ID. So they could easily implement something like that. So, but the problem is, it's just, should the government be allowed to, like, I don't know, it's kind of like with porn. Are we going to ban porn? Do you need to show an ID in order to go on a porn site? Should the government be allowed to know whether or not?
Yeah, it's like if kids across the nation are looking at porn constantly and that's not stopping them, how the fuck are you going to stop them from getting on stupid ass Snapchat and then or whatever?
Parents can, but and this is where it's just the nanny state. So isn't it the job of the parents to determine whether or not their kids should be on social media? And I do think that social media, Dirt and I want to do a stream where we go over brain rot with things like TikTok and some of the more negative elements of the internet, because I'm not typically a Luddite. So, Like, I do think that there are a lot of positives to the internet that people definitely ignore and overlook, especially old fucks that just hate any new, like, technology, especially any tech in the digital age. But, like, I think that it's not that hard. Like, you can log into your, like, router and just block certain sites that way. I mean, there's plenty of free apps that make it really easy to block sites. I mean, you can use apps that block apps. So you can block the app that blocks the different websites as like a second barrier to prevent your kid from accessing the site. If you really don't want them to access these, but I think that that's up to the parents. And I do think schools should, like, especially like in health classes and stuff, like, if you take, at least when I took a college health class, they teach you about the different dimensions of health. Like, you have your, like, emotional health, your physical health, then you have, like, your, like, financial, occupational stability. So, and then you have your, like, social, relational, like, relationship stability. So it's like, if you want to ask yourself, do I have a problem with gambling? Do I have a problem with playing too many video games? What you're supposed to ask yourself, well, is it affecting my emotional health? Is it affecting my physical health? Is it interfering with my job and my ability to pay the bills? Is it interfering with my relationships? So, like, I definitely think they need to apply that dynamic when it comes to, like, educating children about health. And especially, I think that since we live in the digital age, they need to educate kids more on some of the potential consequences that come from, I guess, spending too much time on, like, social media, especially things like Facebook. And one thing that's common is that with, like, Facebook, or like Instagram, a lot of social media, people only really post the highlights. Like, people aren't going to post, like, updates of them just watching TV or sitting on the couch, vegetating, playing video games. Like, the average person spends, like, several hours a day engaged in, like, sedentary screen-based activities. So people who tend to be more narcissistic will go out of their way to make their, like, Facebook look like they're living some kind of, like, Hollywood sort of, like, spectacle. So they do say, like, if you're depressed, you should stay away from social media, because a lot of times people will compare themselves to others on social media, and they ignore the fact that, again, it's misleading because people only post the highlights.
Well, and you're talking about bullying and depression and whatnot. If you ban social media for kids 16 and under, it's going to be a lot more in-person bullying, I believe. Or the parents are going to have to step up and bully their kids.
Nah, bad crow.
Media and you.
Now, I do think there should. I don't know if there are laws in place. Like, I know they do have internet harassment laws, but it's just, at least with our schools, I do think that if a kid makes, like, hey, Shabisky sucks, the Facebook group, and they're kind of, like, harassing kids, bullying kids that way, I do think kids should, like, get suspended or expelled for doing something like that. I mean, like, I think that once a kid is taking bullying outside of school and they start bringing it on social media, I definitely think that, you know, maybe that should be taken pretty seriously, and they expel kids if they're, like, caught with a baggie of weed. But they're not going to expel kids for doing something like that. And I mean, when I was younger, like, smartphones just started to become common when I was in, like, high school. And most kids just had, like, flip phones and stuff. And when it came to social media, I'd say Facebook started to become popular when I was in high school, but cyberbullying wasn't really that big of a thing. And when I really started to hear about cyberbullying was by the time I was, like, graduating from high school. So I know now that it's just kid. And then the problem is, like, a lot of kids will kind of overshare on social media. So that's another issue, is that you give kids access to the internet, and you probably are going to see kids probably uploading, posting a bunch of probably some really cringy stuff that might make them the targets of bullying. And I think parents should probably pay closer attention to what exactly kids are posting themselves on the internet, even if it's not something like directly illicit, like something that, like, I know sexting is an issue. Like, teens will send other teens photos of themselves, and the problem is that the laws don't really discern whether or not it's a minor doing it to themselves or an adult. So you'll have minors that will actually be charged with they'll be put on like a sexual like what is it, a sexual predator list, and when they themselves are teens and they're just taking photos of themselves. So I know that's a serious issue, and I think if they're not educating kids about that, they definitely should, especially like in sex ed.
Youth mental health. Let's bring in Dr. Debbie Nampa-Parampil. Dr. Debbie, for short, from now on. Good to see you today.
Good to see you too.
Let me ask you right off the bat, good idea or bad idea?
Well, I think we need to do something much more strongly to help kids with their mental health concerns, and even if it's not outright mental illness, but more their demoralization, feelings of being isolated.
Something much more strongly.
Okay, we're flipping our speech as well.
And insecurities, but at the same time, I don't think this is the way to go about it.
She's supposed to be the professional coming on there to tell her we should do it much more strongly.
I don't know. Maybe she's anxious because she's on TV shit.
I've been on TV plenty of times.
It seems like a very broad sweeping kind of measure that could kind of throw out the benefits of social media as well, and seems to target certain people more for perhaps the things that they're saying.
Yeah, I was wondering if we might ever see something like this here in the U.S. I guess there could be some legal issues around it as well. But I do want to read something that the current Surgeon General of the United States said about this. This is Dr. Vivek Murthy.
Well, like, I'm wondering with like Fox News, are they going to be so it's like they're all pro freedom of speech and so forth, and they don't want the government to overstep when it comes to censoring people, but they also tend to be a bunch of Luddites. Like, video games are evil because they're new and we didn't grow up with them. They cause school shootings. So, like, I wouldn't be shocked if they, like, contradict themselves. And it's like, yeah, kids shouldn't be allowed on social media because we're a bunch of old fucks and we hate, like, any sort of modern technology.
Let's put this up on the screen. He said a synthesis. Here we go. He's calling. This was back earlier this year. Why I'm calling for a warning label on social media platforms. Now he went on to say. This warning. A synthesis of 20 studies demonstrated.
So, Shad, if you have kids, would you allow them on social media?
Sure. Yes.
Now, how old would you want your kid to be before you allow them to, I don't know, make a Facebook, Instagram account? If they want to, I guess, stream on, like, YouTube, how old would you want them to be?
I think streaming and being allowed to have, like, an Instagram account and something is two different things.
Well, I'm saying for the different platforms, like, how old would you want them to be based on the different types of social media platforms?
I would want my kid to not do anything like streaming until they're a bit older. But like I could see like 12 or 13 being like, okay, you can make an Instagram and post pictures of the cat,
now,
you know, or whatever.
How much are you going to monitor and regulate their Instagram and stuff?
I'll just follow them and pay attention to their posts or whatever. I don't know. I don't think I'd want to get too deep into it. I think there needs to be some sort of privacy a little bit for your kid. Their person.
Well, the problem is there's a difference between privacy, like maybe conversations with your friend on Skype, instant messaging between you and another friend. The thing with like Facebook is it's like they're presenting this stuff publicly. Like once they put it on I guess you could delete it before anybody copies it and starts sharing it out. But in many cases, it's like what's put on the internet stays on the internet. So, like, I don't know, maybe if your kid is posting things where you know too well that, it might make them a significant target of bullying, oversharing on social media. I mean, some people lack a filter, like a cringe filter, and they just overshare.
Yeah, I think it would be like.
I mean, look at Egghead.
Yeah.
Imagine Egghead as a teenager.
Significant relationship between social media use and body image concerns and eating disorders, with social comparison as a potential contributing factor. When asked about the impact of social media on their body image, nearly half, 46% of adolescents aged 13 to 17, said social media makes them feel worse.
40% How much studies have they done for the positive effects of social media on these kids? I bet there's some good positive effects.
I don't know. Like my thing with the internet is that why don't people spend more time on like edX, taking free online classes or whatever? Why don't people spend more time on Quizlet, like making flashcards, try to increase their knowledge, or Feedly, following different like articles, sources, and saving them to your Pocket account.
You can learn a lot of stuff off social media too.
Well, when it comes to social media, that's where some of the most misleading sort of like news information comes from.
Yeah.
When it comes to misleading headlines, it usually is social media, and then like people are pretty naive and stupid. It's like with me, where I get all my news, it's like I use Feedly, and it only like will actually update you on information from sources they actually follow. And like I follow all the major news networks and stuff, and then like I save all the articles to my Pocket account and read through them. So like cross-referencing information, a lot of people, it's just they look at the headlines on social media and they don't really hold it to any level of scrutiny at all.
Makes them feel neither
better. Illiteracy is climbing. That's something people get all pissed off whenever I bring it up, but it's the truth that it's like it's been rising now. It's like over 20% of Americans are functionally illiterate, and it's something like the vast majority of articles that people click on, they don't get past like the first 2 or 4 paragraphs. It's like, and just most people, they lack the, I guess, attention span because of like all the brain rot from shit like TikTok to actually read through a fucking article. And this is something I'm like, when I write a few paragraphs worth of information, which it only takes like a few minutes or less than a few minutes to write a few paragraphs, people will sit there and be like, oh, too long, didn't read. Like, you must be a loser because you typed 2 paragraphs worth of information when it takes like less than a minute to write 2 paragraphs worth of information. And it's just, you know what, I'm sorry, but if that's a challenge for you, like you consider that to be something that is like some kind of like slog or so forth, then I think there's a problem with our society.
Yeah, back to the social media thing though, like there's YouTube Kids, and it's like, you see how censored our YouTube is when you guys are typing crap in the chat. Imagine how it is on YouTube Kids. Everything's censored. Like, I don't know. I think if you grew up in a household that things are so fucking strict that you can't even have a YouTube Kids account when you're like 12 or 13 or something like that, and watch some fucking like, video game streams or something like that. Like, I would hate my parents if they were strict like that. Wouldn't you?
I was glad my parents are like, I guess when it comes to technology, they're like, what is it? They're computer illiterate, both my mother and father. So they did not have any like understanding of the internet or how to regulate it, how to monitor it, and so forth. So that's something I was lucky in regards to, is that I could pretty much do whatever I wanted on the internet because my parents had no, like they didn't even have any like conception of what you could even do to begin with online.
Yeah.
And my parents were very anti-video games. Like, they never allowed me to play video games because they were dumb fucks and video games are evil.
I hate that kind of mentality.
It's okay to sit on your ass and watch TV for 6 hours, but if a kid plays a video game for 2 hours, then they have some kind of chronic addiction.
Yeah, it's so stupid. That's like, one of my ex-girlfriend's mom was like that about video games, and it's like, I bet that bitch sits in front of the fucking TV and has watched so much fucking seasons of this and that and movies and all that. And again, like, that's fine and dandy. But if you're controlling what's happening on the TV, all of a sudden it's fucking, oh no, this is horrible. You know,
My parents were kind of like lax. They're like lax, but strict at the same time. They would say they didn't want me to watch like The Simpsons or Family Guy or whatever, but then I could, get up at like, or stay up until like 10 o'clock, watch Adult Swim and play like GTA San Andreas. So they didn't really, they were more words than actions.
Now, the
like they were
irony is,
concerned.
even though my parents did not regulate, even though my parents didn't regulate my like internet usage or online activity at all, I pretty much spent all my time just like reading articles on the internet, and journaling and shit. So going to Code Academy. So I was a giant nerd.
Nicholas mentions a website called eBombs World. When I was like in the 5th grade, I was going on eBombs World, looking at crazy videos and playing the crazy Gideo games.
Yeah, with me, it was essentially like I would go on Yahoo Answers. I asked questions all the time, but they were actually like legitimate. Like now I use Quora, but I was constantly asking questions about history and government and stuff. And half of the answers I would always get is like you're gay, you should unlive yourself or whatever, because that's the internet.
Better or worse, and only 14%
I could
said
see having restrictions on this kind of stuff, but I feel like not being sheltered from stuff, like being able to kind of mess with the internet like we did as a kid, it helped us grow, I think, instead of us being like these sheltered like Mormon kids or something, like,
I think it's a double-edged sword, and you need to find the right balance, because there are parents that don't regulate their kids at all, and then it's just you look at some child like YouTubers where you look at like, who's the one kid that he's known for rapping and he's kind of chubby and he doesn't like wear a shirt, and he's like obsessed with the insane clown pod. I know DP is covered like this kid.
Oh, the Beast? Wait.
No, not the Beast, but it's like you look at it and it's like, oh, you know, when he gets older, he's going to look at it and regret it, and it's now shared all throughout the internet. And then when we covered the troll episode, what was her name? It was like Alicia, like the father that's like, I'm going to call the cyber police.
Oh, the little girl that was getting bullied.
Yeah, people like who are like fucking sickos were like doxing her, and they were Google bombing to make it so like if you typed her father's name, it would be like whatever his name is does PCP, and they kind of like ruined her fucking life, and she was like 11 or 10. She was like an elementary like school aged child, and but again, it's like she was on the internet, kind of engaging in forums, and I guess oversharing to a notable extent, or like I guess over engaging. And I do think parents definitely should try to prevent their kids from doing that.
Makes them feel better. When you look at those statistics and you look at the depression among our youth, certainly, like you said, something has to be done. What do you recommend?
Well, I think this really is
they answered your
the
question.
parents more so than the government, because if you think about it, the warning
What's that?
It said 14% said that social media makes them feel better. It was 40% that makes them feel worse, and 14% that makes them feel better.
Was that based on a study they just said, or
just go back like 5 seconds?
Label, social media is pervasive. People know that there can be harms associated with it. First, you could have predators targeting kids. Second, the more common thing is that kids are spending so much time on social media, and I think that's where a lot of these concerns come up. If kids spend 3 hours or more per day, they
and that's another when kids started really using Facebook when I was in high school. I noticed that there were like kids where that's what they would spend all their time doing, and they don't even spend the time socializing. So it's not like they're spending the time chatting with other like kids. They were just doing nothing but focused on, I guess, adding to their timeline, their wall. And it's just, like, I don't get it. It's not even like they're spending their time, like, going out and about, like, outside their home, outside the internet, engaging in certain activities in order to add that stuff to their profile. They're spending time on their profile just to add stuff to their profile. And it's like that weird meta loop, and kids like that, I do think they were wasting their time away. It's one thing if you spend like hours playing video games or watching TV, but at least with that, there's the experience of playing through that game or watching through that show, experiencing the narrative. With kids that were doing that, where they're spending all their time at home just like taking selfies of them in their bedroom and then just trying to find images and posting memes. It's like, I think once they look back on that and see just how many minutes or not minutes, how many hours they spent doing that, it's just, I don't think they really developed any notable skill sets or really like expanded their
That's
level
the same kind
of
thing they'd say about video games, though, too, right?
Well, I just explained that at least with video games, it's like if you play through Half-Life 2 or Fallout, like you're at least experiencing some level of like narration, or there is some sort of novel experience that comes from it. It's just when you're doing nothing but posting memes and selfies of you in your room and stuff, and you're not even like spending the time chatting with other people, it doesn't really seem like you're doing much of anything.
Well, there's lots of people chatting in social media, though. You're just talking
Yeah,
about
some do, but I'm not talking
corner.
about all kids. I'm talking about when I was younger, there was a certain subset of kids that would do that, and it's just all they did was spend time adding stuff to their timeline, to their like wall on Facebook, and I didn't get it.
Tend to have more concerns in terms of their insecurity, but that's really the role of the parents.
Gene's a boomer. Yeah.
Could do something to alert parents a little bit more, alert them about the screen time or what their kids are actually looking at. But if you have the government come in and decide the warning label is going to go on everything, or in Australia that kids just...
Oh, Dirt, you're late.
Yeah, you're grounded. Damn, your background.
Can't use the platform. That seems like an overreach, because also kids, there are benefits to social media. I mean, kids tend to bond with each other, especially after COVID. Sometimes kids who have they're part of a minority or they have a minority opinion, they can find others outside of their circle to talk to or communicate.
Now, when I was in high school, so Bill Hicks is trying to accuse me of, it's like because he did it. Are you talking about Shab or me? But I use Skype. So what I would do, kind of like if we're hanging out in Discord and chatting while I'm doing other stuff on my computer, that's what I used when I was in high school. I would just talk to friends on Skype while engaging other projects on my computer. So I didn't really spend a lot of time on Facebook.
Communicate with. So you're kind of eliminating all of those things. And the warning label, I'm not sure if it tells people a lot more than they might already suspect about social media.
Yeah, I mean, definitely.
Bill Hicks says that you, Shab, when you were on Facebook when you were younger, you were in that little meta loop of just doing nothing but spending time upgrading your wall or your timeline. Dirt, do you know what I'm talking about? Dude, Dirt looks like he's lost some weight, but Dirt.
No.
You hear us, Dirt? Dirt, are you there?
Dirt?
Dirt.
Dirt.
Okay, I'm gonna have to fire. What's that?
Not really. I mean, you should be able to kind of tell by how I am nowadays that I wasn't that kind of person. Like, I barely post on Instagram.
Don't you spend all your time on YouTube?
Yeah. That's not the same as,
How many hours of your life have you invested in playing Fortnite, Shab? Just Fortnite. Not other games. Just Fortnite.
I don't know. You can look at my account and see how much hours I played. How many hours have I played on Fortnite, guys?
Let's bullet Shab some more.
What? No.
Dirt, do you hear us?
Finally. Fuck.
Okay, Dirt, do you know what I'm talking about with social media, where it's just people are in their room, they're not even going out and about, taking selfies or photos of them at the mall with their friends. It's people that they would spend all their time, taking photos themselves, putting it on their, updating their profile and so forth, and just like posting memes and like images and stuff. And it's like that's all they did with their free time. They didn't even use Facebook to chat with people. You know the kind of person I'm talking about. When you were in school, there were those kids where it's just they're in that meta Facebook like feed loop where it's just upload a meme, upload a video, or post a video from YouTube, post this, and then people like they would wait for people, I guess, to respond to it or like it or whatever.
Yeah, social media does make it ironically convenient to be a social recluse.
Well, it's not just that. It's like all they spent their time doing was, I guess, sharing some other content on the internet and maybe adding a comment to it, just, I guess, to get likes or responses from others. And that's what they spent all their time doing.
It's an easy dopamine loop, John.
Yeah. And it's like, what do you think those kids, like, so you might have kids that, I knew kids who were, like, fixated on Call of Duty. So when I was in high school, there were kids that did nothing but play Call of Duty. That's what
What's
they
your
spent.
prestige, bro? You can't sit at our table.
Yes, they spent 100% of their time playing, like, Call of Duty. But then there are those kids that they spent all their time in that dopamine loop of just posting, like, some meme image or YouTube clip, and then just getting in the loop of, like, waiting for the reply and then posting it again. And what do you think, like, you fast forward 5-10 years? How do you do you think maybe they're depressed looking at all the time they spend just not on anything else, just Call of Duty. Not on anything else, just the meta, like, Facebook dopamine loop.
I'm sorry, John. I was trying to pull up the chat and suddenly you're talking to me in real time and then in two separate tabs. I'm telling you, I was hearing three Johns at once.
Well, Shab, Crow, what do you think? So those two scenarios, kids doing nothing but playing Call of Duty, kids doing nothing but, like, getting to that, like, social media, like, sharing, waiting for the response, feedback loop. What do you think they think, reflecting on it 5-10 years later? Do you think maybe they regret wasting all that time?
I think
maybe.
I think it depends whether they became a YouTuber like me or not.
Yeah, Shab doesn't regret a second of it.
Well, regarding that, like, at least, like, with, I guess, Call of Duty, they can say that, oh, I prestige, stuff like that, or at least there's, like, that competitive nature where they're better at the game than other people. But with just that Facebook thing of, like, and that's one of the things I noticed. It's like kids that play, like, World of Warcraft or Call of Duty, and it was all about leveling up and prestiging, getting to a higher level. There were those kids where it was all about just increasing your like friend count and just doing nothing but posting things on their wall to have that dopamine loop. And that's it's almost like they treated it like a video game. And with that, I wonder, like, 5-10 years later, when we talk about depression and suicide rates, do you think when they look back at that, they probably are like, oh my God, I've wasted my life away?
Well, with, like, playing video games, it, like, leveling up or whatever, you know that's going to be a constant thing. You're going to have to do this and that in order to level up. If you're getting your fucking, like, dopamine hit from, sharing a meme or how many followers you get or whatever, that's variable. So, I mean, people will have to do, and they have, outlandish shit for the likes or the clout or whatever just to get that dopamine.
Yeah, but this is just like you have your, I don't know, your 600, 800 Facebook friends, and it's just that chronic sharing feedback loop. So I'm like, Dirk, what do you think? 5-10 years later, how many people do you think, when it comes to, like, depression's on the rise, suicide rates are on the rise, how many people do you think it's like they're in their mid-20s and they look back and it's like, holy shit, I wasted pretty much the prime years of my life when it comes to mental, like, plasticity and being able to, like, learn, your brain's developing. It's easier than ever to form new memories and to learn new skill sets. Spend all that time?
You're right, John. One day I'm gonna reflect and be like, "Damn, I spent all these years."
Okay, answer the question. What do you think people who did that? What do you think is going through their mind when they look back on it?
Okay, I was waiting for the question to make sense. Well, yeah, they were probably either they posted something foolish and they neither, you know, they're like, "Oh fuck, I guess that's there forever," and you know, what are you gonna do? Or I mean, I don't know. There's probably any sort of. It can't just be that. I mean, you can't just be like, "Oh, what a shame. I spent my whole life on Facebook." There's gonna be other contributing factors, but yeah, no, that's a contributing factor. I don't think it. The last thing on a person's mind is going to be like, "God damn you, Facebook."
Well, I'd say that maybe people go through like an episode of depression because of it. I think with people going back and looking at how much time they wasted doing just meaningless shit on the internet. Yeah.
You're right, John. It is all quite meaningless, isn't it?
Yeah, you're right. We should end this stream.
For sure.
Look at this meaningless shit we're doing right now.
With problems
Dante
with social
24
media
in the
for
chat.
adolescents.
He's got the right idea.
Gene.
He quit gaming at 20, and now he's into heavy drugs. He's not a geek. He's a cool guy.
Replace one dopamine high with another.
Gene, do you think you'll ever look back and be like, "Man, why did I spend all that time doing the PPP with those fucking losers?
I do it once a week.
It was in my prime. I could have been. I could have
Well,
been
it's
something.
not in my prime. I
could have
started
been
after
something.
my mid-20s.
No, you're in your prime now, Gene, and you could have been something. You wasted
could've
all
been.
your time with this stupid social media PPP bullshit.
Well, I think
You could have an empire by now, Gene.
I think that when it comes to, I guess, growing a YouTube channel and producing content, that's a little bit different than just posting an image and getting in that dopamine loop of share the image.
You know you
share
get
the
a
clip, get the
dopamine
reply.
hit whenever you see the likes go up, and then you look in the chat. 100
Yeah,
views.
everyone
100
does.
views.
Everyone does. And if you look at my Twitter, like my Twitter activity, like every once in a while, I'll just like post something that's just an image, and then you get a reply, and it's like, oh look. But that's something that it's like I occasionally, rarely do.
You have a problem, Gene.
But there are people out there where that, and Twitter as well. There's probably people that are addicted to just tweeting out other people's content. It's just tweeting out like images, GIFs, like songs from other people, like YouTube clips, and they're just in that perpetual dopamine loop of just share it out, get somebody to like or reply, and it's like how many people where that's probably all they do with their free time is they have an addiction to just sharing out links on social media and then getting that oh, this person liked it.
Well, so both with adolescents and adults, I do think people become more concerned about body image, but I'm not sure if it's just social media alone. So, for example,
like Roster, why do you gotta unlike it? Don't you love me, Roster?
With Zoom and people working from home, I see a lot more people concerned about.
Is it just an O? Is there an A there? Like, I don't have my.
No, that's Roaster.
Okay.
Roster.
They look, and I've heard, from colleagues that cosmetic surgeries are also going up. So I think there's something about being confronted with an image that, whether it's true or not, that you're being confronted with something that you don't like about yourself, and then that's causing these thoughts to kind of begin. But also, just again, like social media, is it an instrument or?
Okay, next.
It's passed in the result in the affirmative.
Tonight, Australia taking an unprecedented step, becoming the first country in the world to ban the use of social media apps for anyone under the age of 16.
That's pretty huge.
The landmark law was overwhelmingly passed with
Dude, they're so backwards.
partisan support, drawing immediate reaction globally on the very apps expected to be the target of it.
I have a lot of respect for Australia, but then they banned social media for like kids under the age of 16, and now I don't know.
Including TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, Snapchat.
Talk about regressive as fuck.
Do we all agree that this is like good but bad at the same time?
Under the new law, tech companies will be required to take reasonable steps to verify a user's age and prohibit those under 16 from creating accounts, or else face millions in fines.
We have heard the cries of families who are suffering.
Now, can like parents or legal guardians get in trouble, or adults get in trouble if they use their own like ID or whatever to allow their kid access an account?
I guess if there could be a case and proof made that the parent willingly and I don't know. Maybe I don't know.
Depends on whether this is
Controversial
just
measure.
like a law for the social media, like companies to have to, try to do this, try to have that added to each and every one of their apps, or it's actually like a law within, apart from those companies.
Meant to help protect young people from the negative effects of social media. The American Psychological Association has warned about the addictive nature of
We
these
need to
apps
help
and the
them
negative impact it can
help
have on children's
themselves.
mental health and body
Click
image.
it or tick
In
it.
Australia, Wayne Holdsworth says his son died by suicide after a sextortion scam.
Anyone that says that this is
Okay,
not
well,
good
sextortion. Okay, sextortion is a bit different. Like that's wrong. I'm pretty sure Facebook and Instagram and stuff, you're not supposed to be posting nudes on those sites. I'm pretty sure you can get your account banned. But that is something where teens will, I guess, they overshare, and then there is sextortion where cyber criminals will post them like, I guess, a ransom message of like, hey, if you don't give us this much money, we're going to share this out. And a lot of times they share it out anyway because they're sadistic pieces of shit, and then they unalive themselves, unfortunately.
has not lived through my.
And I think recently there are these two like Nigerian cyber criminals that were actually extradited to the United States to face criminal charges because they, like an American teen, or I think they might have been multiple like U.S. teens, ended up unaliving themselves because of their little sextortion practices.
But the law is facing fierce opposition.
And I mean, okay, it's fucked up if you're going to just do that to begin with, where it's like, hey, you got to give us money or else we're going to do this. That's sort of ransomware. But if they do pay the ransom, why do you still share it? It's just, you're a fucking psychopath.
Including from the big tech companies and Elon Musk, who wrote on X, seems like a backdoor way to control access to the internet.
What's that?
You're talking about see the effects in 5 years, John. Australia's getting ahead of the curve. This is the only way to get out ahead of the TikTok brain rot, dude, because that's already infected every other app.
TikTok. Oh God.
Instagram
no.
is TikTok.
I mentioned
Facebook is TikTok.
No. The dopamine like loop of just sharing, waiting for the reply or the like. TikTok, where it's just 10-second video, 5-second video, 4-second video, 8-second video.
Yeah. And now
like, it is China programmed that app to sabotage and cripple the attention span of the youth of the Western world. I'm sorry.
Subjected to the fact checking. Anyway,
it is the Cocoa Melon effect. Our youth is fucked. They all have ADD now.
Fuck 5 years. Give it 20 years. Australia being the first country to ban social media for those under 16. In like 30 years, those Australians are going to be the smartest in the world, bro, because these kids are going to they're not going to be exposed to the Cocoa Melon TikTok China mind virus.
It's like, I'm sorry, but like educators are talking about how they will give kids an assignment to just watch a 3-minute video and they can't do it. They can't even like watch a 2-3 minute video without losing focus and acting like it's torture. Because it's like anything beyond a 10-20 second video. It is just, they don't have the mental endurance for it. And then recently, like Ivy League schools, there was a study where like these Ivy League students are having issues reading through the textbooks and stuff because they have the comprehension. So they have the level of literacy where they're able to comprehend the material if they read through it, but they just lack the the attention span. To them, it's just reading like beyond 1 or 2 pages. It's just too much for them. It's torture. It's like I guess it's like what was akin to reading through like 40 pages like 20 years ago is now like reading half a page.
Internet by all Australians and others, including some teens.
And I went on a rant the other day with Dirt about this, but it's just sometimes when you're discussing certain things, certain like topics are more complicated than others. And sometimes it takes 2 minutes, 6 minutes to discuss things like in all the like necessary detail. And there are people where it's like, if you do not elaborate everything in the span of a sentence or two, it's like, God, they don't shut up. God, it's a tangent. It's like, if you think somebody on a stream or in a video detailing something verbally for 3 minutes is a tangent, there is something fucking wrong with your brain. We are fucked. It's like, how are you going to get through a college lecture that are like 3 fucking hours long? It's like, I remember when it's just watching a 10-20 minute YouTube video is nothing. And now you have people where it's like, it's like people will make, like, upload YouTube videos that are like 10, like even 5 minutes in length. And then people will leave all these comments, wow, this person's an idiot, they're a retard, blah, 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 they didn't go over this. And it's like, they went over it 3 minutes into the video. It's like, well, they should have done it sooner. And then a lot of these people, it's like, do you know how to write a fucking essay? Like, when I was in elementary school, and like the 2nd, 3rd grade, they had you writing, like, they introduced, when you were in school, did they have BCRs, ECRs? Do you know what those are?
VCR?
BCR, brief constructive responses.
Oh.
And then an ECR is an extended constructive response. So I guess it's like before they actually have you write like a 5-paragraph essay and beyond. They, like, in the 2nd grade, they would have us like, or not say, it was like the 3rd grade, that's where it was like common, where you'd be given a writing assignment where it would be like a page, 2 pages in length. And then in the 5th grade, that's when they like taught us about 5-paragraph essays. And then like writing assignments where it's like, okay, it has to be this many pages in length or whatever, so it has to be an essay that's like this font size, and it has to be at least 3 pages, 5 pages. That was normal all throughout middle school. And now we're to the point where people think that reading a paragraph is something that they just don't have the mental endurance to follow through with. I mean, like, am I a boomer? Like, what the fuck is wrong with people? Why does everyone have the attention span of a fucking goldfish?
It's the TikTok.
What were you talking about? Sorry,
I
I wasn't paying attention.
John, you gotta stop talking so much and so slow. You gotta start talking fast again.
Dude, China is winning. They found the nuke. They don't need chemical weapons. They don't need like genetically or like engineered pathogens and diseases. It's like Cocomelon and TikTok. That's what it is. That's what's ruined our fucking country.
Dude, the thing is,
they lobotomized our youth. We are fucked. China found a way to lobotomize our youth.
I don't know if Cocomelon is China. We'll have to Google that one and see if.
No, I'm joking about that, but it's like you're the one that told me about Cocomelon. Do you want to explain that?
Okay, so for those of you who aren't aware, there's an online. It started as a YouTube thing. Now it's a whole Netflix and all, produced. Long story short, literally they did studies to see how many frames can go by before the kid, like the amount of attention they're giving to the screen wanes. So literally there's no shot in a Cocomelon video that lasts more than 2 seconds before the camera angle changes. So literally it's just overstimulation, flying colors, fucking beep, 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 overstimulation music to keep these kids sit in front of the screen and like, yeah, Cocomelon. And then you turn it off and go,
it's designed to be as addictive as possible. And it's like isn't it like meant for like pretty much infants? Like,
yeah,
not even toddlers. It's meant for like, it's targeted towards kids that aren't even like able to walk yet. And it's just, that's pretty much getting them into that TikTok dopamine loop before they can even fucking walk. Before they can even form sentences.
That's what I'm saying, dude.
We are fucking screwed. Illiteracy rates are declining. Like, good job, China. You gotta applaud them for their like cyber warfare tactics.
No, it's crazy. You go in public and you see these 4-year-olds with their iPads watching fucking Coco Melon or fucking Skibbity Toilet, or that's the worst part is they have YouTube and people are putting worse shit than Coco Melon out there for sure. Just insane shit. And you know, we had our shit too. You know, YouTube poop. I mean, that's pretty fucking brain.
I never entertained that. I don't like. I remember people mentioning it. I don't even know exactly what a YouTube poop was.
It's nonsense. Fast-paced nonsense, fucking garbage content that's useless. But anyways, it's not original, but they are perfecting it.
So when are we going to get to the point where this kind of scary? So serialized shows like from Snowpiercer, Breaking Bad, Sopranos, we're going to get to the point where the younger generation, what is it? What's the generation past the Zoomers? It's Gen Alpha. We're going to get to the point where they're adults and there is no longer a market for these serialized shows where each episode is like currently it's like 40 minutes to a lot of them are like close to an hour in length. There's not going to be any more Black Mirror. We're going to get to the point where it's just there is not a market for any sort of content that requires you to pay attention for more than 20 seconds at a time.
So what you're saying is we're going to get a Skibbity Toilet show.
The series. Yeah.
The series and each episode. No, it's not a movie. Yeah, the movie is 2 minutes. That's like the theatrical epic. And the average episode is 5 seconds in length.
Are questioning how a law like this will be enforced.
It will only create a generation of young people who...
Somebody's like, also English needs a spelling reform. You will read your chat. Bro, read your chat. What are you trying to say?
He said, no, blame the parents, not the media. I agree.
Yeah, no. I do. We are putting like accountability on the parents. We have discussed that where it's like parents need to be more responsible and not just use like tablets and digital devices as a babysitter. And the studies do show that it's like kids, especially like kids that aren't even preschool age, it's like what they're supposed to be doing is like sensing. They're supposed to be playing with toys, like processing 3D shapes, interacting with 3D objects. And that's like a very significant activity when it comes to neural development in infancy, and that is the most crucial stage of neural development, is like when you're around the age of like 1-2 years old. And the second most crucial stage of neural development is when you're like going through puberty, when you're in adolescence. So that's why teenagers are supposed to get like 12 hours of sleep a night, and our school system definitely interferes with that. But it is like I don't know. It's kind of like how, hey, you're not supposed to sit your like toddler down in front of a TV. Now it's worse. It's like you're not using Sesame Street as a babysitter. You're using Coco Melon as a babysitter.
The iPad, dude. The endless hole. But the thing is, they have the whole universe at their disposal, but all they want is Coco Melon.
Who's the long hair, curly dude? Which one? Is Dirk the curly hair dude, or am I the curly hair dude?
No, they're talking about me.
More technologically literate.
Shut the fuck up, Shab.
Bypassing these.
You're an ugly fuck. You got your man boobs.
That is such a good point. How is this law going to be enforced?
I mean, that really is the big question right now, and there's not a lot of specifics.
Your man boobs need to get up.
Shab's got his Coco Melons.
Wait, why are you making jokes about man boobs, Gene? Wasn't that on the list of jokes we can't make?
Yeah, that's a retarded joke.
Yeah, that's a retarded
what
joke,
makes
Gene.
It funny is the fact that I'm.
No, you said it. I said
the sadistic element.
Require users upload documentation proving
it's funny when you roast somebody else and like you make them feel like shit. So when you like attack somebody's ego, that's where it becomes hilarious.
Age. It's going to be up to the tech companies to figure this out.
But it can't be a person on the screen. It has to be each other.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated.
There has to be stakes.
Yeah, why can't you make fun of his forehead or something?
Yeah,
why you gotta pick on me?
Shab as our whipping boy, so it's okay to bully Shab and verbally abuse him and no one else.
Who, you gonna whip me, Daddy?
Yeah, so Shabs are punching bag.
Breaking news and top stories on the
I'm just
NBC
joking
News.
for those who don't know. Like, we're all bros here. We all bully
we're all
and abuse
retarded.
each other. That's what guys do. They verbally abuse their friends.
Touch each other's penises.
Whoa.
That was you, Shab.
Bad Shab. Or Bad Crow.
Well,
that's
bad
what he did
Shab
at the
too.
meetup.
A CBS News investigation found dozens of law enforcement leaders buying and illegally selling guns. A review of government audits and court records over the last 20 years uncovered instances.
Okay, now, it's only a few bad apples. Police officers in America are perfect saints. There isn't like this bad element, this sort of cluster B personality type that is attracted to police work. A job that any dumb fuck can acquire through running an obstacle course isn't going to attract your sort of emotionally immature, neurotic sort of power trippers that can do little to nothing to acquire this notable power grab. That's just not a thing. Why? Because I like the more optimistic scenario of cops being like good Samaritans and stuff and being altruistic. So that one. The one that's more uplifting. I don't like the negative one where human beings kind of suck, and when there's a position that gives people power, they tend to abuse it.
Instances in 23 states across the U.S. plus Puerto Rico and Washington, D.C. for a total of more than 50 cases. And people who were supposed to protect and serve were selling these high-powered guns and making a steep profit. Erin Couchy, who led this reporting, is here with me in Studio 57. She's a producer for our CBS News Crime and Public Safety Unit. Erin, this is so mind-boggling that these high-ranking officers are getting these guns and then they're selling them to criminals. In essence, the law enforcement officers are criminals themselves.
Oh, wow. When was that a thing? I mean, a bunch of cops actually being criminals themselves? God, who would have thunk it?
Right. So the key is that these weapons are usually deemed too dangerous to be on the streets. So they're using their access to as law enforcement officials to gain access to things that otherwise wouldn't be on the.
Here's the thing, is that a lot of like this thing with like all countries, like different paramilitary groups, of course, they're going to have access to certain firearms. A lot of them fully automatic firearms, where those particular, I guess, makes or models aren't available on like the legal market or the private market. So I don't know. The police, they're the greatest enemies when it comes to making more dangerous, like illicit firearms available to people. And then those guns get smuggled to Haiti, and then Lieutenant Barbecue takes over.
No, we need these
market.
good guys.
They're saying
to
we
have
need this for
guns.
our.
Stop the bad guys with guns, John. All right, the cops,
See,
the good guys with guns. They're
this
trying
is
to
why
give
we
more good
need to
guys better guns.
This is why we need to invest in the police, the meta police. We need to have like a police force that brutalizes all the police forces. Their job is to go in and just, it's like, oh shit, the police are here. And it's like they walk into the sheriff's like office, the police chief's, the commissioner's office, and it's just they knock the stuff off their desk. It's like, yo, I'm sorry. Like they just bash the officer's head in. I'm sorry. I thought you were reaching for your gun.
Calm down.
What are you gonna do?
Calm down.
Yeah. They just tased the one cop that walks by them.
Whoops, it went off on accident.
Hey.
Stop resisting!
Well, hey, I can tell my other buddies at the Meta Police Department, but hey.
It was an accident.
Like,
I should get paid leave.
Okay, I'll just suspend this Meta cop without pay. It's like give the police have them develop a little bit of empathy.
We should give them a raise first before we put them on paid leave too. Make sure to do that.
Dude, they got to be trained to just be as like ruthless and like malicious towards the cops as possible. Just spit in their face, handcuff them as they're like their hands are cuffed behind their back. Just push them to the curb.
It's the cops. The cops need to be trained to be just the fucking biggest douchebags in the world, but only to cops.
Only the cops. Police are the Uber citizen. They're the Uber citizen. And the cop car driving down the road, and then the Meta cop car shows up, and it's like, oh fuck.
Yeah, like he pulls him over He pulls him over for no reason.
Cop car, and then ticket the cop.
It's like one of those scenes.
Official
It's like
duties.
one of those scenes where like he pulls him over, and then says his back lights out, and bashes him, bashes the back light. Yeah, your back lights out, bitch.
The
Better get that taken care of.
Cam off, and then he opens the trunk, and then it's like, oh, I found this like multiple suitcases of all these illicit drugs, heroin. And
Yeah. Suddenly there's all these.
God.
Yeah. You're gonna go to prison, bitch. It's really bad in prison.
Prison, dude. Yeah.
The cops.
You thought prison was bad. Meta prison is even worse, and we even send like all the like corrupt like correctional officers there.
This needs to be like a show.
Like, regulate there.
There needs to be a show called The Cops. Well, that's all it is.
The PP.
The police.
Yeah. But no, in the meta prison or whatever, they need to have the meta correctional officers. Yeah, they need to, like, we need to give them triple the amount of leeway. Or whatever. We need to make sure that they are fucking violent. We put violent criminals with non-violent criminals. We need to make sure to put the most violent meta correctional officers in the same setting with all the police or whatever. Instead of like 2 people per cell, we need to make it like all those like third world countries, like Cambodia. Yeah, like 40 police per cell in the
in one toilet.
And just one toilet covered with black mold and cockroaches.
Protect, but actually they're secretly turning around
So
and they're selling.
they're buying them because they're law enforcement officials.
Toilet slash sink. They have to use it as a sink.
They apply for parole, and then it's like, nah, you looked at this one meta correctional officer properly. They view it as assault, so 10 more years in prison.
50 cases all across the country, and there were different ways they got it. Sometimes they stole it out of the inventory. Sometimes they were their issued weapons by the department. In the most egregious cases, there were battlefield weapons. And
remember the one show? What was it? It was Cop Rock, where it was like it was one season. It was like a police musical. We need to make like a show. We need to make it a musical like Cop Rock, Meta Police.
Yeah, and Vlad makes a good point. It's a toilet slash sink slash shower. That's where they bathe as well.
And you just give them all like one rag that they all have to share as toilet paper.
Yes.
Special permission to gain access to them. And just to give you a sense of what kind of weapons these are, these could take out an armored tank. They could go through a building at the other side, hit a target 18 football field away. They can take out a military.
You know, like when you get like the coffee and it's too hot, it's like, oh fuck, like you'll burn your mouth if you drink it, so you gotta wait like a decent amount of time before it cools off. The only water they have access to drink is boiling water. Water that is seething hot. And you don't give them one of you don't give them the like holders or whatever, so you don't burn your hand. And just make it the most like conductive metal out there.
Helicopter.
If they singe their hands and spill it, it's like, hey, it's on you.
Yeah, what the fuck? What were you thinking, bitch?
An example from a real case, we found an Iowa police chief in a 3-person police department. Town was a population of less than 800. And
you know what? No, not a single like rag, a single like sheet of sandpaper.
He had requested over the course of 4 years 90 machine guns to get access to. He'd gotten approval. It took until he requested a Gatling-style machine gun that spewed 6,000 rounds.
A Gatling gun.
He's starting to look into it. He's now
like
5-year prison sentence, but he's totally unremorseful about it. He just says it's a business. It's not a legal.
No. Go back and look at that. I actually saw this, but I didn't catch that. 3-person
federal regulator to say there's something.
Police department. A 3-person police department asked for 90 machine guns. There's only 3 people there, and they asked for 9. So I'm assuming they got 90, and it's only at the point where they asked for this really crazy thing, like, "Hey, you got a Gatling gun?"
I don't know. Maybe there are all these like militias in the area that are holding their department under siege. Maybe they really need the bullets.
How much hands do these motherfuckers have?
He had requested over 4 years 90 machine.
Remy came through with a $6.69 tip and said, "Tip train." I think I can't read
yes, tip train. People need a tip. I mean, Shab is poor as fuck because all he does is play Fortnite all day.
Yeah.
because
Look
he's
at
a fucking loser,
Look at the StreamLabs so
a
you can
worthless
read.
piece of shit. No, I'm
Yeah.
sorry, Shan.
Read the StreamLabs because I can't. You need to make it
You're
where it
paying good
reads
money
it
for
itself.
Damn it.
Yeah, Remy deserves
This
it.
tip train, chug hose. I'm taking blinkers for Trump.
Blinkers for Trump.
I don't want you guys drinking too much. One of the rules is that they can't get drunk.
No, the rules is we can only drink a little bit.
It took until he
Yeah, you can drink a little
Like
bit.
3 or 4 beers max, kind of thing.
Okay.
That's what this basically
whatever your
is.
threshold is.
Shut
That's
up.
your threshold. I'm gonna get mad.
Me and
I'm
Dirt.
drinking Red Bull. I can take a blinker with you, Remy. I'll do that.
A machine gun that speeds 6,000 rounds a minute for federal regulators.
That's how it was.
I think
where
I'm
I
being
went to high
verbally
school.
abusive now. Like, if you get too intoxicated on my stream, the next
Shut
week,
up.
Your
Continue with the
punishment's going to
story.
be.
This gets
Going on and
interesting.
starting to look into it. He's now serving a 5-year prison sentence, but he's totally unremorseful about it. He just says it's a business. It's not illegal to sell things in this country, and he's appealing his sentence because he just doesn't think it's a crime.
Oh, this is a lot to take in, Aaron. And when I'm looking through all of this material, I'm seeing here that your team also uncovered social media posts where the buyers are talking about how they got the officers to sell weapons. Tell me more about that.
So when you're talking about machine guns, you do have to go to the federal regulation because there's been an outright ban in the United States since 1986. No one can have access to them. The one exception is official government use. So they go to federal regulators, but all you need is a letter. It's functionally.
Yeah, and then there's like the bump stocks, which you had that one concert shooting in L.A. So
Can you
that's
believe
when those were made illegal? What's that?
Could you imagine how much money they made trading these illegal, crazy ass guns like that? They probably, I don't know. I would think each of them probably got an extra $50,000 to $100,000 in their bank selling that much. Like, really,
How much time should they get in prison?
I don't know if you just heard, but he said he doesn't think it's a crime. He says it's a business. So I don't know. I'm kind of with him on that. The cop seems innocent. He didn't mean to sell it to criminals. But yeah, listen to what the woman says here. It's pretty interesting.
Police chief signs a letter saying, I need this for department use. So there's literally do-it-yourself videos on social media explaining there's online web forums, and it just comes down to relationships. There's some guys who said, I know a police chief, I know a sheriff, I know a SWAT guy. They just take turns signing these letters for me, and they make it like it's all for fun. Some of these guys just think it's fun to like literally mount it on an armored tank and just shoot it off into a field, and a lot of the guys is totally innocent, and that's what they do. But the problem is there are cases where they've ended up in the hands of criminals. So they've ended up with drug traffickers, they've ended up with arms dealers. There was a case where
Killdozer Part 2,
a mayor in a
50 cal.
It was a member of the town council were trafficking guns and tactical gear to a Mexican cartel. There was a case just last year where they all ended up pleading guilty. It was 2 police chiefs, a sheriff, a Delta Force veteran, all conspiring together with the sanctioned Russian.
Again, like most of in Haiti, the gangs there have these massive stockpiles of firearms, and the overwhelming majority of the firearms were trafficked from Florida. So it's just. This isn't even like causing issues in our own country. Lieutenant Barbecue overtook the government in Haiti because of like the excess amount of firearms on our black market.
And they ended up in the hands of an international gun trafficker. Again, all of that ended up pleading guilty, so we know for sure that they were doing that. And then there was a case in the Northeast.
And it's just, in the United States, it's like there's more guns than there are people. And then isn't it something like 2% of Americans have like 60% of all the country's guns? It's something like that.
I think it's like 120 guns per 100 person, or it could be even higher than that. I can't remember what I heard last.
But look up that one statistic. It's something like 2% of Americans have. It might even be like the world's firearms, but it's just. I don't know. I don't think somebody needs like 80 fucking rifles. I think maybe that's where like we should. The justices of the Supreme Court should probably be like, yeah, the right to bear arms doesn't mean you have the right to bear an arsenal.
Where it ended up used in a fatal gang shooting of a 14-year-old.
Yeah.
Well, I think I've said this before. The Second Amendment is there to
Who's
rise
that,
up
Max?
against a tyrannical government. So therefore, you should have equal weapons to your government. I need Hellfire drones and ballistic missiles.
Wait, it says the right to bear arms, so it's like, hey, everyone can have a musket pistol.
Nuclear arms.
I think if anything, the main focus should be that just people need to go through a mental like testing and stuff, and like, cause like somebody like 2 guns, like I'm cool with him having a big
he should have known firearms. I don't know, that guy seems a bit unstable.
So it's like, yeah, the problem is crazy people getting a hold of guns, right? Not just your average citizen.
Everyone is allowed to own a firearm, but you can only own one bullet.
Yes.
One bullet per arsenal, and there you go. You got your firearms. You got your right to bear arms. There you go.
And you can only shoot it on your
no, not even muskets. Like we were discussing, like some of the most like ancient sort of like gunpowder sort of projectiles. The fire stick. There you go. The one where you just light the back and it launches a firework. You can have that, and that's it.
You can have
standing at a high school football
even
game.
a felon can have a black powder weapon.
Yeah.
Felons can have cannons, dude. You know?
Yes, you can just have a classic medieval cannon.
Yeah,
That's it. That's all you're allowed to have.
You know?
They're gonna like they need it in case they need to like rebel against the government, and you're just gonna have a bunch of people like rolling the cannons down the street. A medieval like artillery barrage.
Gotcha. So most of the cases don't end up in those egregious situations, but they certainly have.
What?
We were talking about like people getting, like mental testing and stuff to make sure they're like, okay to sell guns to. What do you think of like drug testing with that too? Like, are they on methamphetamines?
Yeah, I think if they're on serious drugs, it's like you have a firearm. I think if you're going through a heroin addiction, or if they're like having issues with like consuming things like PCP or fentanyl, maybe you're not in the right condition until to own firearms.
Well, John, who are you to say? It's a dangerous life. These fentanyl addicted drug dealers need these guns the most.
Now another thing is red flag laws.
True.
You look at a lot of these mass shooters, like one of the major red flags for mass shooters is that they usually have an obsession and a fascination with other mass shooters. So I mentioned this, the kid the dude from Virginia Tech, he wrote like an essay in school when he was in high school about how he admired the kids from the Columbine. And it's like, you know what, maybe if somebody ever does something like that, where they write an essay about how they think what the kids in the Columbine did was awesome, maybe they should never be allowed to own firearms. I'm just saying, maybe if you done that.
Yeah, it's like, I find serial killers and shit like that hella interesting, but it's mostly interesting because it's like they did something I would never even dream of doing.
You find serial killers interesting?
Of course. You don't? You
He
don't
has a
like
whole
Dexter?
podcast about murders.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, Dexter's pretty awesome.
That's
except for the last season, and then Dexter New Blood was pretty awesome until the last episode.
Dude, they really shit on that show. If you haven't seen
Okay,
Dexter
let's
New
not
Blood,
derail it.
sorry.
Yeah.
Not a sponsor.
But yeah, like regarding the red flag laws, that is something they'll do, where they'll see somebody's firearms, like if there's some red flag when it comes to them having issues with mental instability, violence, making death threats online, so forth. But there are a lot of cases with certain shooters where they've had their guns seized multiple times via red flag laws. And I do think with those red flag laws, I don't know, you should probably have them seized for a very long time.
Sorry to interrupt, Gene. Bryant came through with a $5.31 tip, and you need to read what they wrote.
I increased it to like 20 seconds. Is that not enough time to read it, Chad?
Is
Is TikTok rotting your brain? You illiterate fuck? No.
For one, it's small, and two, you should set it up where it reads it. So
okay.
But yeah.
Dictator Gene is blocking Shabisky stand from the Frank Beer Union. Bring out your fireworks.
I got beer right here.
And these
yeah, like I was saying.
Thank you, though, Bryant. Thank you.
On High Crimes, we covered that Brony kid. Who,
yeah.
Yeah, he ended up shooting up his place of employment, and he had his gun seized 2 times. I mean, maybe after the second red flag, just don't allow that person ever own firearms again.
Yeah, it
Nah, stick with the 3-strike rule.
Yeah,
No, not even the 3-strike rule. I mean, with red flag, like when somebody is like writing about how they really they have this deep urge to commit a mass shooting, maybe somebody like that should not be allowed to own firearms ever again. Maybe let's wait a couple decades before we allow somebody like that to own firearms. And I'm sorry, but if you're on the right and you're a big firearm or gun enthusiast, I think like this is like a major extreme where a very, very small percent of people will have their firearms permanently seized based on this kind of behavior. Like, this is a pretty extreme set of behavior where if you trigger those red flags, I think there's something fucking wrong with you when you think that that's not worthy of just blacklisting that person from owning any firearms. Like, the kid who was, the parents bought him a firearm when he was, like, writing that, like, he was, like outlining maps on how to actually go about conducting a shooting in his school. Maybe somebody who does that, you know what, maybe like bar them from owning any firearms for the next 20 years of their life. Maybe they can have a psychological evaluation when they're in their like mid-30s and we can consider it.
Law enforcement.
Yeah, like should a
arguably
kid
that's the whole
even be
reason
allowed to
why they're supposed to have these permissions.
own a gun like that? Shouldn't you be 18 to own it? It should be, you know, it probably
with,
should.
Like, minors, I don't think really young kids should be allowed to touch guns at all. So there are people that are like 8-year-old kids, even 4-year-old kids. They were like, and this is where it's just, you're fucking retarded if you think that an 8-year-old should be allowed to handle a firearm at all. I think maybe pre-adolescence is where they should be allowed to have any interaction with firearms. And I think with hunting, like people that hunt as a hobby, like a lot of like hunting firearms where there are not that many rounds per shot, and it is in like a particular like municipality or whatever, where those guns are restricted to those particular like specific area codes. If the kid is with an adult, so if a teenager is with an adult, maybe they should legally be allowed to handle a firearm. But I don't think a teenager should be allowed to own a firearm. And I don't think a teenager should be allowed to, like, even if they're like 15 or 16, I don't think they should be allowed to go out and hunt on their own or something like that. I think that until you're an adult, if you use a firearm at all, you should always have an adult supervising you.
Well, I took a hunter safety course. I was in 4-H. They teach hunter safety course when you're like 14. I grew up out in the middle of fucking nowhere. We had a 22, and I was able to just like drive my pickup out in the middle of a field and, you know, fucking shoot cans.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm okay with like in like areas where you live. I think if it's like in the suburbs or more heavily populated areas, no. But if it's in more rural areas where especially like hunting is something that's notable in that region, then fine. I'm okay with like a 14-year-old, 15-year-old being allowed to handle a firearm and take like a hunting safety course. But I don't think they should be allowed to go out and about and shoot cans on their own or whatever without any adults present. I think that there should always be an adult present if they're handling a firearm.
Yeah,
Well,
real
then
firearm.
they're uncontrolled, then you don't know
plenty
where
of
they're going to go
things
next.
they can, like, there's BB guns that are really strong and shit.
They'll shoot
like
your
that.
eye out, kid.
Yeah, like there's other types of guns that they don't have to shoot a real firearm that can kill people.
I'm also seeing here that there's some former ATF agents that you spoke with that said that they were reluctant actually to charge these officers who sold the weapons. What's going on with that?
So we spoke to about half a dozen agents who were the lead investigators on some of these cases, and the officers themselves were the ones that, or sorry, rather the federal agents were the ones who were actually really frustrated with this. They wanted to bring these cases, but they each had an anecdote about how they had to go to the department they had caught doing this, who had been doing it repeatedly, almost like as a course of business, that they were getting these guns just for the express purpose of selling them, even though they were supposed to be their department weapons. And they just had to say, I'm letting you off with a warning. Prosecutors were generally reluctant to try these cases, according to them.
So it's the prosecutors, not the ATF.
It's a little bit of both. So they say
Okay. I have an idea. So in the meta prison, where like we talked about how like in prisons in countries like Haiti or Somalia, where it's like 40 people per cell. You definitely want that. But also in a lot of those prisons, like in Honduras and so forth, or like Madagascar, where the guards are pretty much there to just make sure that prisoners stay inside the prison. And then you got the black market where you can buy ammo, firearms, even like grenades. Send them to like the meta prison, but then take these like firearms, like these heavy machine guns and stuff, and make sure that it circulates into the black market in those meta prisons that you send them to.
Yeah, it needs to circulate.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
Prosecutors don't really want to
I'm slurring my speech.
do it because the sentences are very light. Most of these cases, people make plea deals.
Look at that gun.
Just a few months in jail.
Look at that fucking badass gun, dude. How much? Dude, how much do you think that they sold that
just
gun
let
for?
them see. This would be a good way to prevent them from following through with this, because when you send them to the meta prison, they know that not only are they going to go to that prison, but these guns that they're selling on the black market, when they're confiscated, they're put in those prisons. They're put in.
You know what'd be really ironic? For them to like get into a shootout with one of these people, you know what I'm saying? They end up getting killed by the gun they sold them, right? That'd be so ironic. But like, that gun looks like it belongs on fucking Halo. I bet this gun here.
It's the Halo AR, dude.
I bet this gun is worth a shit ton of money. I'm thinking something like $20,000, $30,000, $40,000, $50,000 maybe. I don't know.
Man, fucking 2,000.
How much do you think that gun cost?
2,000.
3,500.
2,000?
3,500. 3,500. Is it?
Okay, Skep. Yeah, I like what Skep said. It says new rule, no making fun of Johnson. Not only like do I got my speech disorder, but when I take a bunch of drugs, compound it with the sleep deprivation, compound it with the speech disorder.
Only worth $2K? No,
you're being ableist.
There's no way this gun is only worth $2K.
You're a fucking bigot, Chad.
$50. Yeah, it's worth $50.
We got an ATF memo a few years ago that described
that was that gun worth.
How much? Killdozer Part 2. They need to take this and they need to like weld it,
couple,
like
that's
mount
all?
it to the tank. Killdozer Part 2. It's not one person like actually like piloting the killdozer. It's two people.
Okay, I don't know guns.
And one person's like, what's that?
Yeah, I don't know guns and stuff. I was just assuming that gun was probably worth tens of thousands of dollars back there. How much is this thing worth? I would think like
tens of thousands.
I would think like 50 to 100,000 or something. This thing seems like it would be worth a lot, especially illegally selling it. You'd be able to charge out the ass. I don't know.
The cases we found actually have happened since then, so it seems to be. Or it's hard to tell.
They're all
if it's
Call of
happening more
Duty
often, or they're actually
guns.
just going after it a little bit more now. But the memo said it's our job to educate, not investigate. And I actually tracked down the senior agent who had written that memo, and he said we generally take the posture we don't question our law enforcement partners. So our partners, we're just going to give them the benefit of the doubt. And
We
it's really only very, very
Did you hear that?
What did they say?
Rewind that. He's talking about like, okay, yeah, rewind it. And hear
it's our job to educate, not investigate. And I actually tracked down the senior agent.
Oh,
who had
that's
written that memo,
Warthog
and he said we
turret.
generally take the posture we don't question our law enforcement partners. So our partners, we're just going to give them the benefit of the doubt.
They
And it's really
generally
only
don't
very
like to question their law enforcement partners. Like, it's like,
Yeah,
oh
they don't
god,
want to be a narc.
yeah. That's such a horrible thing to hear. That should get him fired immediately. Like that fucking way. Like that is so stupid.
Okay, so the meta police, what needs to happen if a meta cop narcs is they're forced to like do an Outlander with like Jack Black Randall, where they're given a cat of nine tails, and you take an officer in the meta prison and you cuff them to a pole, and they do the Jack Black Randall, and they have to deal with the emotional torment of subjecting a cop to that kind of brutality, that kind of meta cop brutality. What do you think of that punishment?
Yeah, I bet they were getting ammo with these guns too and selling them along with them.
Okay, another thing.
3,000
So
young minds.
wait. So they mentioned the Warthog turret. So I gotta criticize Halo. This is why I think Halo, the like narrative and lore and stuff is fucking
You're
retarded.
derailing, John. Sorry.
Why are they using like these standard fucking Jeeps that are open, like top convertible fucking Jeeps, when they have starships that can travel at light speed? Halo is fucking retarded.
Very, very egregious cases that we actually pursue. So when they've gotten many, many warnings, when we've traced them directly to a crime, and that's when
Phase. Outlanders is a show. A Cat of Nine Tails is like one of those old whips with like the blades at the end or whatever for lashing. And Jack Black Randall is a well-known villain in the show.
you start to charges. So the more than 50 cases, that's just the tip of the iceberg.
You don't remember that? I thought we watched it. I know Shab. Remember that, Shab? The
What?
show that you said reminded you of Wishbone because you're uncultured, and we're watching a show that's set in 18th century Europe. It's like, isn't this like Wishbone?
Yeah.
You showed me a little
Yeah,
bit.
but it's that show. Like you're told that this one, criminal of the state who's guilty of sedition, they've already been lashed 100 times, but then you're given the cat of nine tails, and you're told to subject them to 100 more lashes because they didn't yield, and it makes the British militia look bad. So it's a trolley riddle question. Do you pull the lever? Do you follow through with the capital punishment?
Yeah.
Much more out there that all these agents are saying, oh yeah, I said, how do I look that up in the court docket? You're not going to see anything.
Do you think I should be allowed to own firearms?
No. You can't even.
No, why not?
You can't even operate heavy machinery, John.
Yeah. In fact, I don't think you're old
yeah,
enough.
I'll have a seizure and then I'll start.
Yeah, you'll have a seizure at the range, and you're gonna clench the fucking.
Well, actually, I don't know if I'm allowed to operate heavy machinery or not. I do know that with a lot of things they tell you don't drive or operate heavy machinery. I don't know if you have epilepsy if they don't. I guess it depends on what the machinery is. Yeah.
Fascinating reporting. Aaron Couchy, thank you. Thanks so much for having me. You can find Aaron's full investigation into.
Yeah, I bet, I
We're gonna get
think
into some help
because
here.
of your seizures, you shouldn't even be allowed to operate one of those claw machines in the fucking arcade. I think you're a danger to us all.
There were plenty of headlines of
No, the casino on the cruise ship.
Might have
They had
Sorry.
a claw machine with stacks of bills, stacks of 20s.
course to cover. So let's get straight to Dr. Jessica Shepard, a board-certified OBGYN and chief medical
I did not attempt to gamble at all because I'm not retarded.
officer of PERS. Dr. Shepard, thank you so much. I always love having you. Let's start with this. According to a new study, over 500 hospitals have closed their labor and delivery departments since 2010. Rural hospitals have been impacted the most. I've covered this, worked with the March of Dimes as they were looking into this, gone to rural communities because it's something like 1 in 3 counties or something impacted by this. What is the reason? And the impact, not just to new moms, because if it impacts moms.
Because there's just not a market for it. There's not the demand. So they're not going to supply it because people are having less and less kids. That's my guess.
It impacts families and all of us.
Yeah, this is something that's going to impact communities. Again, like you said, not only moms and babies, but what we do see is when we look at the economics of a hospital and how it runs, we know that hospital administrators often consider that the revenue that they look at in labor and delivery units are.
Ding, ding, ding. So this is probably one of the reasons why I know maybe there's some people in the chat that aren't fans of communism, because if you add any additional level of social institution, it's automatically communism because there's no nuance and, it's just black and white. Social security, communism. Public school, communism. But there are towns that, because the economy is so poor, the hospitals shut down. And then the residents living there don't even have access to any sort of emergency care. So I think that's an area where, maybe it shouldn't be something that is completely handled by the private sector. Maybe in cases where, and it's if you're pro private healthcare, at the very least, you should at least support if a particular area's economy can't actually sustain an emergency, sort of clinic or hospital, then the state should probably be required to step in and provide one. But communism.
Often very high, and they have to find a way to be able to sustain this. So that also falls on insurance and what coverage that women are getting. And 40%.
And I guess they're fucked. So if you have a kid in this area, it's you're giving birth. It's well, they don't have like a maternity ward to actually help them with birthing the child.
Of cases in pregnancy,
Hope you
pregnancy
got a
care is actually
midwife
covered by Medicaid.
and a
And so when you
Yeah.
look at actually the revenue that's generated from Medicaid or the care
Just
that's
look up a tutorial on YouTube. But hey, illiteracy is declining, so typing in like the one sentence search term and reading through the titles to find like a good tutorial, wouldn't be able to do it.
that one.
Okay, and another derailment. Google exists. And I find it incredible how people have their computers right in front of them. And then they'll question what some YouTuber's saying.
What?
Open up a fucking tab and fucking Google it.
Whoa.
What is wrong with people? I'm sorry. We're fucked. The fact that we have access to the largest, like, all the world's information on the internet. Search engines. You don't even need to go through the library, go through the different sections, and use the Dewey Decimal System and shit to find like the encyclopedia and go through things alphabetically. You can
look
just
it up,
do a quick
Bill
search, find the fucking information, and people can't even do that. It's like people. It's like, okay, I understand, like, people will criticize our youth, like, they don't know how to, I don't know, like, install a shelf, use a electric drill to install a shelf or whatever on their wall. But my thing is, like, even if you don't know how to do that, can't you just Google it and look up a tutorial? Like, the fact that people can't even, like, I know people that will come across a kiosk where it's like they got to pay for parking and they need somebody to show them how to do it. It's like, it literally tells you what to do step by step. How are people this hopeless? What the fuck is wrong with our country?
You making fun of Drunken Crow? He has problems with that?
No. Sometimes you have people that it's like self-checkout. They show up. It's like, there's something wrong with you when you can't use intuition and just common sense to look at the terminal. What are the options? Hey, like self-checkout, pay for item. And there's people that are just like, what do I do? What do I do? It's like, God, what is wrong with our fucking society? The brain rot.
I hate the future. I can't even order my McDonald's no more. I gotta talk to a computer.
Like, just look up a fucking, like, how-to tutorial that has the bullet points where it's just take the drill, put the screw, angle it here, find this kind of screw. It's we're I don't know. I'm gonna have to like move out to some like desolate area and just start my own microstate.
See from Medicaid, that's where you see that imbalance.
I don't like sharing the same planet and the same oxygen, or I guess not the same planet. I don't like sharing the same like 500-mile radius with these people anymore and sharing the same oxygen with these people.
What do you mean these people?
These illiterate dumb fucks that don't know how to just use Google to look up a tutorial to like learn, like, I don't know,
Says this
the
right
guy
when
that
there's a
through
black
the most
woman on the
basic
screen.
rote tasks.
To not ever run
These
black,
people.
and therefore.
And yes, I'm an arrogant fuck because I think that there's a large percentage of our population that are fucking hopeless and incompetent to the point where they can't just read through like an 8-step, 7-step like series of instructions on how to do something as simple as installing a fucking shelf on your wall. I think when people can't actually use intuition to just use self-checkout or to like pay for their fucking parking at a kiosk, I don't think I'm arrogant for thinking that they're below me when it comes to literacy and common sense and critical thinking.
The whole fucking parking thing is a really big pet peeve for you, isn't it, Gene? Like, holy shit.
Well, no.
You really have a problem with people who...
No, it's just in
Can't
general,
park.
it's the fact that people will, like, I know people where they'll buy something on Amazon, where it's like you have the manual, the set of instructions to assemble it, put it together, and they can't do it. It's like they need somebody to... I bought an espresso machine, and I look at, like, the reviews and stuff, and there are people that were, like, claiming that the instructions don't really make sense and stuff, and I get it. It's 5 instructions. Each one's a sentence in length.
I blame IKEA for that.
You don't even need to read the instructions because you can use common fucking sense. And we are screwed. I'm sorry. Illiteracy is fucking rising. But I'm an arrogant fuck for thinking this.
About time you
to
said
close
it,
some of these
bitch.
labor and delivery units.
Dr. Shepard, I've done a lot of reporting on maternal mortality in this country, and I am taken aback by the fact that when we started talking about the closing of labor and delivery
Okay, Phase, you're saying Google doesn't know everything. Maybe not 100% of all the information out there is on Google, but like when it comes to the internet, it's like every fucking university has its own website. It's like, I'm fairly certain that pretty much any book that has been published in the last couple hundred years is on the internet. It's like you can go to like sites like edX, Coursera, you can take like free online classes where professors from Ivy League schools just teach those classes because they love teaching. And it's like, you can go to Google Scholar. Or like the Frontiers, these like peer-reviewed search engines where it's like any thesis from a university or study is like published on there. You have all these government databases where they will provide like all you can go and look up people's criminal records and stuff online. It's like I'm sorry. Go down and start like any radio show, Howard Stern, any old radio show. Maybe some of it's lost to time, but it's on the internet. Any like fucking show or movie, except for some of those lost silent films, you can find on the fucking internet. It's like people who want to sit there and be like, "Oh yeah, the internet." It's like anything that's on TV, cable, that you can find or come across on the radio, it's on the internet. Anything you'll find at a library. It's on the fucking internet. All these museums have their own websites where you can pretty much log in and get all the information and look at images of like all the displays of material they have at these museums. You're like, I'm sorry, if people can't use the internet to just do research, cross-reference information, there's something wrong with our society. The fact that we have this exceptional tool, it's like probably when it comes to learning, one of the most significant things since the printing press, and people can't fucking use it. Every single newspaper publisher or magazine publisher, like New York Times, Huffington Post, like they all have their own fucking websites. Why are people so fucking stupid? Why?
departments. You mentioned
Trump
revenues.
won, John. You can chill.
Because that's part of the system. And
Trump won, chill. Yes, I know. Trump won.
About the response that
we're fucked
to the death of a healthcare CEO.
And we're not fucked because I think Trump will actually like take over the government or do anything significant. We're fucked because so many people actually voted for him.
If you didn't think you were fucked either way, you were fucked the hardest.
Whoa.
On a street in Manhattan, and you look at these things and it's awful and it's wrong, but you see the real world impacts. And it's just the fact that the maternal mortality rate in this country continues to rise, but we're seeing these labor and delivery departments closing. How, when you talk to other OBGYNs, how does that impact you and your colleagues? How do you feel that impacts your work?
It's actually very devastating. And when you look at the field of what we do, having to be available for emergencies that might happen overnight, or having the ability to assess a woman at the time that she needs is.
When I go on my like stimulant rants,
yeah, John, I'm telling you, it really engages the cocoa melon.
You would be nothing without your crack, G.
Okay, look,
nothing.
I only like down all the fucking caffeine pills and B12 shots and stuff at the end of the week when I do PPP. So I don't think I'm abusing my heart too much. And I make sure after I do the stream, I run on my treadmill for a couple hours to burn off all the excess energy.
certain time.
Your
You know,
little
pregnancy
hamster
really
wheel.
is this very short time frame in a woman's life, but that also comes with risk and very high risk. And that's exactly why we start to see this increase in mortality. But when we look at the other factors, that's what included in this pregnancy time frame, we do have to do better, because when we impact maternal mortality rates, we are not only impacting just that mom and that baby, we are impacting communities and also the US at large. And so there's such a ripple effect when we think of that there's this issue that could be actually cared for in a way if we did it responsibly, then that's where the devastation comes, especially for the practitioners that do these deliveries and in an emergency have to convert to a C-section and keeping mom and baby safe.
So, Dr.
Now, one thing when it comes to the rise of certain, like the rise of learning disabilities, the rise of ADD, and I've mentioned this before, 90% or over 90% of children that are born with like complicated pregnancies, so post-term births, premature births, or any other like complications, they have like a really bad fever when they're born or something, there's a 90-something% chance that they will develop some kind of neuropsychiatric disorder. And prior to modern medicine, like pretty much 90-something% of those births probably would have resulted in a miscarriage.
What?
So because of modern medicine, there's that 1 in 6, like 1 in 7 births that are actually able to like see see themselves through completion and everything. So when people are like, God, why do all these kids like have ADD, and why do all these kids have these conditions nowadays? Well, that's probably one of it. Like, I don't think lead and stuff in like the water supply or whatever in our plumbing system, that probably contributed to it to some extent. That's not as much of a significant issue compared to like previous generations. That's something that probably affected like the boomers and Gen X more. But microplastics, that is another thing. Microplastics are getting into people's brains.
And they have been found in a high percentages of men's testicles.
Yeah, I've been getting ahead of the curve. I've been plastic maxing. I've been macro plastics and consuming macro plastics, just eating plastic.
Yeah, styrofoam. That's the best one.
Yummy.
Wait, Joseph said y'all should take turns speaking.
Now, yeah, shut up, Gene.
We just did a pretty good job of that. Everybody spoke in a matter of 30 seconds. That was pretty cool.
Yeah. Now, here's the issue. I was away for 2 weeks, and when I wasn't here...
Shut up. Dude, he's being mean to us again.
He's being mean.
You guys didn't do a good job when you were getting me subscribers.
No. People said that, or when I went back...
Who cares what people say? Well, fucking Bill Hicks said that the fucking Bible isn't a bigoted fucking book.
John Morgan is always talking over people and stuff or whatever. So when John Morgan's not there,
like
people finally are going to be able to talk. There was a lot of dead air, a lot of white noise.
Dude, fuck
John Morgan
you,
wasn't there.
Jim. Okay,
We
don't all smoke fucking crack. Okay, fuck you.
Seems like there was a lot of time that went by where people didn't have much to say.
Shut up.
A lot of commentary.
You think I have a lot to say about fucking like Georgia's fireworks shit? I've never been to that state. Okay. Fuck that. Okay.
We did watch a 2-hour fireworks show. Now it was maybe...
So, and also, seems like I don't know. It seems like you guys are talking more when I'm here to talk a shit ton compared to when I'm not here.
We missed you. What do you mean?
Yeah, what the hell? Yeah.
Did we just not talk the whole time? We just play videos the whole time?
Yeah, we just sat there like, drooling.
John, where if you go back and watch the stream, you'll see you talk the majority of the time. You're going to say, oh, you guys are talking a little extra tonight, huh?
No.
You're telling us to engage and talk more, and now we're suddenly talking a little much.
What I'm saying is, when I'm around, when I'm here, you guys actually are able, like, I'm able to get more dialogue out of you, and I'm able to get you guys to comment more compared to when I'm not here. Because when I'm not here, there seems to be more dead air.
If it was a PPP stream where the three of us actually knew what we were talking about and actually like had some inkling of an idea what we're going to talk about, then yeah, we probably would have talked more. But
so
yeah, I'm sorry I don't know everything about everything, Gene.
Well, why do you think that is?
Yeah, why don't you
Because
know everything about everything?
I mean, why don't you know anything about Fortnite? Okay, let's focus on
Because
Fortnite for an episode.
I don't subject myself to brain rot, and I'm open to new experience. I like to be more eclectic and not. Okay, I'm sorry. Usually, I'm not this self-indulgent. A symptom of like indulging in too much stimulant use is usually does make you a giant like
douche.
neurotic.
Okay.
I'm Gene and I'm a douche. So when are you gonna experience the new experience of Fortnite? You person that's open to new experiences.
Yeah, he's played Fortnite with
I don't recall. I have bad
years.
memory. I don't remember.
But and anyway, Bill, like people who watched the non-Gene streams, last 2 streams when I was like MIA.
Gene's got to rub it in as much as he can.
No. Do you think that these fellas here were providing more dialogue when Gene was absent, or do you think they're providing more dialogue here?
You know what? Gene makes a good point. Let's all shut up for the rest of the stream so we can work out the percentages.
Shut up! I'm saying that it's good that I'm getting dialogue out of you, but I'm saying it seems like
I'm really confused. Am I being gaslit? Are we talking or are we not talking enough?
I don't know what's happening. Oh no, Daddy's yelling at us.
Talking enough during the Gene MIA streams, and you're talking enough now that I'm here.
Well, Gene, you can't trust the other people saying that because you just got done on a fucking rant about how people are in the country are stupid. You can't trust them.
I don't know.
Can't trust the popular opinion.
Well, my audience, people that like my stuff.
We need your dialogue,
and
Gene.
Are my patrons and stuff who give me money. They're bright. Why? Because they support somebody like me.
Oh, Skabibi disagrees.
I'm not narcissistic.
Skabibi disagrees. He says that we provided more
Bill
dialogue.
Hicks, Gene greater than no Gene.
Mr. Shepard, I am putting you on the spot a little bit here, but how big of a problem is this in the country when it just comes to healthcare, insurance companies, health outcomes for Americans? As a doctor.
Yeah, we absolutely see
It's like just push play.
how this has an impact in outcomes. And that's why we have to make a difference, because the actual care that people need, whether they're pregnant or not, really has a lot to do with the coverage, the access, and the ability for people
I think that's actually a fair common phase.
to get care. And not only for the patients, but for physicians and healthcare providers themselves. They have to be able to work in environments that are able to sustain the care that's needed. And so you see at a system level how every stage of healthcare is impacted by this insurance coverage.
Dr. Jessica Shepard, thank you so much. There were so many.
Okay, good. Thank you, Dr. Shepard.
There is a troubling trend. More preschoolers are getting expelled. The U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
God damn.
Good, yeah.
These kids are bad, dude. It's the cocoa melon.
No,
it's the goddamn cocoa melon.
Well, here's the thing. It used to be where if you like assaulted another kid, like they would just like suspend you or even just give kids detention. So like in the 80s and prior, violence wasn't really taken that seriously. So when I was growing up, I got an in-school suspension because like I gave my friend a nudge on the shoulder and they even said they didn't care. And a teacher wrote me up and I got like an in-school suspension for a day.
Yeah, that's silly shit.
Yeah, it's just there was a kid who like this was like probably like 10 years ago. God. But he ate a Pop-Tart in the shape of a gun and they suspended him. So it's like we are getting to the point where it's like kids like drawing pictures of like Star Wars characters fighting and so forth are getting suspended because of violence. And so I could see how like preschool, like kids are like usually 3 to 5 years of age. Like I don't know. When I was in the 6th grade, I was like 5 years old. So
in the 6th, hell, you're 5.
Or not the 6th grade. When I'm saying it, like 1st grade. When I was in the 1st grade, I was like 5 years old.
Yeah,
but
it's like he he was 5 in the 6th grade. It's like, damn.
No.
Damn, Gene.
But
Something else.
It's like if a 4-year-old hits another 4-year-old. I mean, we're like in the day and age where they would suspend a 4-year-old for that, and it's just, well, isn't that kind of somewhat normal for like 3-4-year-old kids to, like, they're playing with their truck, another kid comes and they like push the kid, or like
should be a lot more understandable at that age.
Then children in K through.
So is it the fact that there's more misbehavior, kids are more rowdy, or is it just that it's like the sort of bureaucratic, sort of unnatural, utilitarian teachers being dumbasses kind of
you know what
system of, hey, let's take kids that evolved to run around fields and climb trees, and kids are supposed to be
no
just
nuance.
like. Well, it's just a lot of people. It's like, let's have kids in like as young as 5 or 6, and let's expect them to sit down at a desk all day and hold them to these like white collar office space sort of like principles.
Yeah, there's no nuance. This reminds me of like, I didn't get into much fights when I was a kid, but there was one time that this kid that would constantly get in the fights and start fights just decided to hit me on the head and start a fight with me, and because I hit him back, and we were close to the school, me and him both got the same exact punishment.
Well, that is,
it's like, what? I was defending myself. Does it not matter that he ran up and attacked me out of nowhere?
Well, that is something where it's like, what's a kid supposed to do? Just sit there and let a kid like just sock them in the face repetitively?
Yeah, please stop socking me, please. The school get mad at me.
Here's the problem: there are scenarios where there have been news stories where you see the footage and a kid is literally on the floor in fetal position, having their face kicked in, and the kid gets suspended for being in a fight. So they will do that
silly.
where it's just, if a kid beats you up, then you're in a fight with that kid beating you up, so then you're also suspended. And there are plenty of news stories where a kid will kill themselves because not only are they subjected to violence, and then they probably get bullied because, they got beat up, but then they also get suspended for getting assaulted. So let's punish a kid for being a victim of abuse, because people that work in the educational system are fucking retarded. I'm sorry, teachers statistically have the lowest IQs compared to any other college major, backed up by a Princeton study. You can look it up, Princeton study. College majors actually are a very strong indicator of what your IQ is, and you look at the 10 lowest college majors in terms of IQ, and it's like 7 education majors, social workers, and guidance counselors. So I'm sorry, that's what the facts are. Teachers statistically have the lowest SAT scores compared to any other major as well. So you can disagree with me. The statistics say that if you majored in education, you're a dumb fuck. I'm sorry.
Yeah, like Skabibi says in the chat, teachers are too lazy to investigate who is at fault, so it's easier just to suspend everyone. And yeah, you know, it's really stupid. When I was someone when I was growing up that I didn't get kicked out of any school at any point. I'm sure the kid that punched me, he probably had gotten kicked out of multiple schools prior to that. For probably fighting. He was constantly trying to fight people. And it's like, if he has a record of showing that he's violent and attacking kids, and I have no record at all, why am I being given the same thing?
There are no excuses.
It's so silly. It's so stupid.
There are no excuses.
But yeah, that was the first time I had to do, what's it called?
Well, a kid's not going to assault another kid for no reason. I mean, you
yeah.
must have done something to them to give them a good reason, because people never do bad things to other people for little to no reason.
It was like that at my school, where, you know, no matter what, if there was a physical altercation, both kids got suspended. So yeah, if you got your face stomped in the cafeteria, that's 2 weeks out of school. But either way, so the mentality that fostered in us was, well, if somebody hits you, you might as well go for the fucking throat and go ballistic. So the kids beat the shit out of each other at our school, dude. It was fucking terrible.
And that's another thing I want to go into, where, I'm considering doing like a video essay. Maybe it will be like one of my first edited video, non-stream videos that I upload. But like, I kind of want to go into just how people ignore the fact that you look at our school system and it is very unhealthy. It's just, you look at how most of our schools are, like the architecture, the interior design, just how they paint the walls, like the tiling of the floors. It's like this institutional gray. Then on top of all that, it's like human beings can only process 300 different relationships. It's like throughout most of human history, it's like people lived in tribes of 300 people. The average village in the Middle Ages was like 300 people. So it's like you include staff, and it's just, you're taking 1,500 people and cramming them into one building. And that's profoundly unethical. Then it's like you look at all the science when it comes to like what's actually healthy for kids, what kind of disciplinary actions are like actually productive versus ones that actually are counterproductive. And you'll see a lot of this, which is an appeal to tradition, where because teachers have no critical thinking and stuff, hey, this is how it's been since like the beginning of modern education, so it must be the just way, even though a lot of the psychology conflicts with what the bureaucracy is. And it's things like I mentioned, teenagers, they need 12 hours of sleep a night. It is proven that that is the amount of sleep they need to achieve that REM sleep for like to achieve like the optimal level of like neural like development. And they give them like hours of homework. They have them wake up very early. So it's like, that's probably not good for talking about people like literacy decline and shit like that. It's like, maybe it has to do with the fact that we're fucking with their like neural development, and probably like it's causing their neural growth to stammer because we're subjecting them to sleep deprivation. But then you'll talk to people who are educators and they're like, nope, this is how it is, therefore this is the way it's meant to be. Systems in place, therefore it needs to be in place. Things should work, therefore they do work. There's no such thing as flawed policy. There's no such thing as flawed practice. There's no such thing as flawed institution. And again, it's like when it comes to like cramming that many kids into one environment, it's like whether you have like I know like kids with autism have issues with overstimulation. You got like anxiety disorders, but regardless of whether you're neurotypical or not, that kind of noise pollution of just having so much activity, so many kids walking throughout the hallways, like all of the, like just the visual, like ultra white noise, it just has this very negative effect on just not just kids, but human beings overall. It does cause like a notable level of stress, and it puts people on edge. And then you look at like high school, and it's just, high school's where it's at its worst, because like I said, that's where it gets to the point where it's like over 1,000 kids are being crammed into one building. So the overwhelming majority of people, when they're graduating from high school, have like a middle school level of literacy. It's like, if you quiz most like people who are like, even when they're like 20, 21, they're not gonna like retain anything they were taught in that chemistry class or that like physics 101 class. They're not going to retain anything that they were taught in that algebra 2 class. And it's just the truth. You look at the data and it shows that like the overwhelming majority of people are pretty much retaining zero of what they were taught in those courses. So it's almost to the point where most kids would probably be better off just not going to high school. And I'm serious, you look at the data and it shows that they're not getting anything out of it. The only thing it's causing is depression. It's subjecting kids to that prison-esque sort of environment of like bullying and so forth. It's just, there's nothing good that comes from it. And I think so many kids, it's like them just staying at home and listening to podcasts and playing fucking video games. That probably would be better for their like mental growth. I'm sorry, but I think it's true. It's just a fucked up system.
Look, dude, I want to hear about this because I want to hear about the Cocoa Melon kids getting kicked out of preschool. We had a pretty good rant there.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, here.
McCoy shares what some preschools are doing to reverse the trend.
Do you like number 1, number 2, or number 3?
Reading time at Grace Neighborhood Nursery School in Uptown is an essential part of the day.
We've always had a very developmental, play-based approach to what we do.
The preschool ran by Barb Murphy is part of the solution in turning the page on preschool expulsion and suspension rates that have educators sounding the alarm.
I have been working on this study for a couple of years.
At a community briefing Thursday hosted by St. David Center, Dr. Tim Zhang with the Institute for Early Education Leadership and Innovation in Boston presented his research. Zhang found that 49% of preschool teachers said they suspended
I am noticing a trend with like the view count. Whenever I start talking, the views go up.
Oh God, Gene.
Whenever we start, no.
Oh God, Gene, calm down.
But whenever we play the video, the views start going down. I'm not saying it's me. I'm saying when we're talking, when there are people on the stream talking, views go up. But then when we stop talking and it's just us playing the videos, the views go down. So I'm thinking maybe that's part of the algorithm.
There's also a bit of a delay with what it shows you. Like, who cares?
The kid in the past year.
Your butthole looks weird, Gene. Just
Whatever,
play the
I'm just
video.
making an evaluation.
And you're wrong,
do you
Gene.
think?
It's whenever
okay.
I talk, it
Black
goes
children
up.
account for
Watch.
almost
It's
50%
going to go
of
up
public
a bunch
preschool
right
students,
now
while
because
less than
I'm
1/3
talking.
of all preschoolers.
Okay? You ready to see it
Children with
go up?
disabilities are also more likely to be suspended, and boys are expelled 4.5 times more.
Okay, so why do you think boys are expelled 4.5 times more than girls?
They're more violent. They're more inclined to anger.
Do you think there's something with like
Testosterones.
your masculine sort of hormones or whatever that kind of I don't know, leads kid or males more towards violence?
That's a
probably, yeah.
It leads them more towards confrontation in general because it makes you wanna. God, when I'm all testosteroned up, you don't even want to be around me, bro.
A lot of
when Trubisky takes his
Dude.
testosterone.
So a lot of like sci-fi shows, space operas, so like Star Trek, Stargate, Farscape, they all have the episode where they go to a society where it's like completely run by women and men are second-class citizens, and they pretty much abolish war and everything. Do you think that would happen?
No, bitches.
Or Rick and Morty, remember the one episode with
bitches
the,
ain't about peace, okay?
Yeah,
we're just less about peace, but they still not about peace, those bitches.
Remember Rick and Morty, the Schlorpian episode?
Schlorpian.
It's like the boys get to go out and play, and it's pretty much, it's just all the men killing each other and stuff, and then all the women Schlorpians or whatever have this like highly advanced, like utopian pacifist society.
I don't know if I've seen that episode.
And then Orville also had an episode about that where I think it was like in the 3rd season or whatever they called it.
Then girls.
The children have to learn about the problem-solving skill.
Yeah, the Orville. Seth
familiar.
MacFarlane, space opera.
In this in-classroom setting, instead of just sending them home.
Grace Neighborhood is doing just that.
They are living in the real world, and we have to understand their world so that we can tailor our strategies to meet them where they are.
Murphy says these early developmental years are foundational for lifelong success.
The troll was bursting with anticipation.
That's why the preschool takes an individualized approach with each student.
We want every child to leave here to say, I like school and I know how to do it.
Boys are more rambunctious, but those who try to make men and women equal don't want to think there's a difference. Yeah, people do engage in that cognitive dissonance. It's like there's a lot of like primal, intrinsic like faults inherent with humankind, and in general, it's not just with like understanding that there are going to be discernible sort of like biological physical differences between men and women. It's just with human beings in general. So many people don't want to acknowledge that when it comes to human behavior, a lot of human behavior is due to evolution, it's due to genetics. It's
It all is due to those two things.
Yeah, but people don't want to acknowledge that. It's the neck down bias where a lot of people want to believe that, okay, the brain, people can just use free, like people do with mental illness, where mental illness is not an excuse for having any symptoms of mental illness. And they make those assertions. And it's just, well,
Yeah, it's almost like they have a mental illness where they have some sort of block or incapability to imagine what it would be like to have it's not that crazy.
It's confirmation bias. So it's illusionary. It's illusionary optimism where people tend to they just believe what they want to believe. So it's making decisions based on emotion as opposed to fact. Because you get into the realm of people probably don't have the level of free will and autonomy that we think. And people don't want to face that hard truth that, there are some natural evils associated with primal human behavior, primal human existence. And there are people out there who are like, it's toxic positivity. It's just, hey, I don't want to believe that this negative facet of reality exists, so I'm just going to pretend it doesn't. Because it's not what actually is true based on statistics and research. It's what I want to be true. So there are a lot, and that's the thing. Look at media. People like action. People like playing video games where you go around on a map and just shoot other people. Like that one stupid Fortnite game. People
shut the fuck up.
Yeah, people like watching movies where, when I have people watch the kind of movies that I enjoy or whatever, where they actually develop the characters and have romance before the one character
that's a different story.
Before a character develops cancer and dies in their partner's arm, people are like, that's boring. But then they like all those movies where they don't develop the characters at all and they're just running
comparing
around.
That to Fortnite?
Boom, boom. No, it's like
there's strategy and skill involved in playing a battle royale game like that. You farquad. Okay, it's not the same thing.
No, people like Fast and the Furious. And the Marvel films, or it's like, okay, I understand the enjoyment, but then I try to get people to watch The English Patient or something like Atonement, or and people are like, oh god, this is boring.
What does this have to do with Fortnite?
Yeah, you watch Dr. Zhivago, and they're like, it's like, if you like violence, it's like at least
how did we turn to this from Fortnite? Huh? You fucker.
What's next on the docket, John? What's
Murphy
the
says
next
in the
forehead.
Been there.
Forehead
at
5.
Success is because class sizes are small and they have the staff to be able to give students the one-on-one time they may need.
This researcher's work reveals pandemic school closures didn't just disrupt kids' learning; it also made them more rude.
I'll tell you what. It says kids are getting ruder in the classroom. Yeah, I'll say this. My class, times changed. If it's gotten even worse since, god damn, my class had the most suspensions than any other year that ever went through my high school.
I'll show those kids what rude is.
Faye says COD is Fast and the Furious. Fortnite is Winnie the Pooh. I know Faye's right. Isn't this Shab guy?
Dude,
such a
shut the fuck up. You don't play no Call of Duty, you fucking dumb bitch. Okay?
I'm too busy. What are those other things I do in my free time, Dirt?
Butt sex.
Things are the equivalents to
dudes.
War and Peace and other great.
What's that?
I watch movies that are stupid. Sorry.
What are those things I do in my free time as opposed to playing Call of Duty or Fortnite?
What is it, Dirt?
The things that rather than being like Winnie the Pooh, it's like War and Peace. It's actual sophisticated and substantive stuff that you spend.
Yeah, Gene. I heard him say War and Peace.
I don't want to say it because I'm automatically an arrogant asshole if I say it, but I don't know. I don't play games, but what's that other thing I do, Crow?
You run on your hamster wheel?
Meth.
No, I've shown it to you in the Discord. What's that other thing that I do in my free time with that one Fallout game?
Oh, that. I thought you were talking about the thing you told us not to talk about. I was like, John.
Nah, you mod the shit out of video games.
Now, when people say mod, they usually mean install mods.
So you make mods. Holy shit. That's way cooler than me playing a video game.
Yeah, I
You're
make games,
editing a video game or whatever. That's cray-cray, yo.
I'm making the models in Blender, and I'm scripting them with, their Python, Python scripts and stuff. Yeah.
Whoa! Oh my God, Gene. If only I did that, then I'd be worth a damn. Goddamn.
Talking over teachers talking, going on your phone. Natalie Spadafora interviewed students and teachers in Ontario in 2019.
I give the horse a vagina. What's his name?
Okay, Shab, no, don't make me.
Dude,
don't make me roast you. What?
What's up?
Okay.
Again in 2022, 42% of teachers surveyed reported instances of classroom incivility happening.
Okay, so
This is
the guy said I look like I played Warhammer. When I was 12, I got into Warhammer.
Is that
and the reason why
a
I
Blizzard
got out of Warhammer, it's like a tabletop board game. The reason
you're a dork.
He's in recovery.
Oh, no. The reason I stopped playing Warhammer is because the places you go to play it, pretty much all the dudes there were a bunch of oily, fat fuck neckbeards who weren't in employment, education, or training, that had no life outside of Warhammer. And they treat the game like a religion. So I'm like, okay, I don't know. I don't want to be associated with these guys, and I don't like the fact that the place smells like a shit factory whenever I walk into the place. So, yeah.
A shit factory.
Daily.
There are a lot of guys there that they fell into this one category. It's known as what is it? Not being in employment, education, or training.
It's pretty neat.
Yeah.
The shit factories make a lot of money.
Individually, each behavior might not seem like that big a
I
deal.
want to invest in that.
Well,
Who's
like
this
a
chick?
fecal processing plant.
But cumulatively, we know from teachers and students in our previous work that it is disruptive.
In Quebec, a French teachers union surveyed around 7,000 of its members this October. 83% said they believe that rudeness has increased over the last 2 years.
We're noticing an increase.
Now, in the Breakfast Club, there was that scene where the janitor's sitting down, he's talking to the teacher, and he's sitting there talking about oh God, kids, they just don't respect adults. They have no fucking humility. They just don't follow instructions. They have no drive towards academics. And then the janitor's like, no, kids haven't changed. Kids have always been like that. Teens have always been little shits. You're the one that's changed. And wasn't the Breakfast Club, was that a film that was made in the 80s?
Yeah.
And aren't there are all these documents from scholars and professors in the 17th, 18th century bitching about kids being too corrupt and spoiled and flawed these days. It was something in between the 1880s and the 1920s, it went from something 80% of the population being farmers to 2% of the population being farmers. And there's all these documents of adults being God, kids, they're too sheltered and stuff. They spend too much time with their heads in books. They don't even know how to saddle a horse anymore.
I
in
think
disruptive
that,
behavior.
I think that naturally in schools, the kids are gonna get ruder with each other depending on social aspects.
I think that
with just society in general. Say for instance, around the election, I bet kids were a lot more rude with each other because there's some kids that are raised by Trumpians and they think they're.
Why do you gotta generalize?
No, really, I bet that's a huge factor. The election happening, stuff like that, will increase kids fucking being douchebags to each other, as well as other random social things that happen that just affect everybody in general, because it's just big news and all that.
Now, I have mentioned how there's got Byron mentions Plato wrote about the youth being lazy and so forth. So this has always been a thing of older generations forgetting what it was like when they were kids, and I guess they get older, they recognize things in the youth that when they themselves were part of the youth, they just didn't recognize because the youth are blind to the youth. But there is data that does show that narcissism is on the rise, at least in America. You have the narcissism epidemic, and narcissism is statistically rising at the same rate as obesity. And there's also data that shows that empathy has been on a decline, and it's been declining at a rate of 15% per decade. I don't know if it's been getting worse, but like a few years ago or whatever, I read when I was in college, I read The Narcissism Epidemic, which is written by two professors from the University of Chicago. So that's where I got all this information from. But there's also the issue with the nuclear family. So there is this sort of, like in the same way I discussed with our educational system, how it just goes against nature. It's just naturally an unhealthy environment. The nuclear family environment throughout much of history was like a multi-generational household. It's all the siblings, the aunties, the uncles, the parents, grandparents. They're all living in the same household and stuff. And I'm not saying people should start having more kids, but it was much more natural. You had smaller communities, and then you had more like kids per household, and everyone knew each other. So like you had more siblings to like interact with, model yourself after. You had more male and female role models. And the nuclear like sort of family paradigm is not necessarily the healthiest. And then 50-something% of marriages end in divorce. So then there's that issue of kids like pretty much growing up in a single parent household. And then there's the dilemma of school days are longer. And because like it was the boomers, that was the generation where it was common for both parents to work, as opposed to just the father like working and the mother staying home. And I'm not arguing that we should go back to that, but what's that, chat?
Someone asked in the chat, or says in the chat, the nuclear family naturally works. What's your response to that, Gene?
I'm explaining why it doesn't work. Well, I'm going into detail now.
Isn't the problem that it does work, but it doesn't mean it's the help? No, I'm sorry.
Well, it can, but the point is that
just because it works doesn't mean it's the best.
Well, no, there are a lot of problems with it, especially in correlation with like how America works, because a lot of Americans are overworked. So the problem is that even if one parent stays home, and usually it's the father or whatever, which I'd say it doesn't matter whether it's the father or the mother that take on the role of like breadwinner, and one takes on the role of like taking care of the kid, and like parenting a kid, it's a full-time job. But a lot of times it's like the kid only really gets attention and affection from one parent. A lot of times the parents, usually the father, who's the one working, they don't get to really spend a lot of time with their kid. So it does cause that issue. And like I said, people are kind of, throughout most of human history, even throughout like much of the like modern developed world, it's like having multiple generations per household. So then the issue nowadays is like, okay, we expect all adults to work. So pretty much both parents work full time. So then it's the daycare generation, where kids spend, if like during the summers, they're in summer camp. School days are longer. Kindergarten students go to school full time. Once they're done with school, they're like just signed up for all these extracurricular activities, and they're like put in daycare and stuff. And that is something where like millennial Zoomers have been referred to as the daycare generation. They're kind of overly sheltered. They spend too much time in these sort of like utilitarian settings. So we don't really give kids a lot of time to just, like be kids, go out and play, exist outside of like these heavily structured and regulated environments with a camp counselor or something, or a educator giving out these handouts and schedule routines. So I think we need to get away from that. And I think that in America, it's like, unless you're the adult you're living with is a spouse or like somebody you're dating, you are supposed to feel ashamed of yourself if you're not living completely on your own. And if you're like an adult, even if you're working full time and you're living with like your parents, then you're supposed to beat yourself up. And I find a lot of people feel really, it's like you're 18 and you're supposed to move out and be on your own, which I think does contribute to the narcissist epidemic, because no one does that. Even when it was more affordable for people to do that, it's this weird cognitive dissonance where people lie to themselves, where they're paying for their kid to go to school, they're paying for their kid's dorm, their kid works part-time, and maybe their kid makes a few $100 of spending money. But people tell themselves that that's their kid moving out at 18, which it's not. And I met so many people that act like that's a thing, when it's never been a thing. But now it's harder than ever for kids to move out when they're 18, because college has gotten overly expensive. It's not affordable. So it used to be where you could work any mundane job and you'd be able to pay off your college tuition. Now it's like college isn't even really affordable for two working class adults. And daycare is even more expensive. 2 years of daycare is more expensive than 2 years of college tuition. But then you have the college culture of you're not a complete adult unless you get that college degree. So a lot of people feel inadequate because they go to school, it's just not for them. And you know what, if you're not really interested in physics, if you're not really interested in computer science, you're probably not going to pass your classes because you're not interested. And you know what, not everyone needs to work a job that requires a college degree. There's nothing wrong with being an electrician. There's nothing wrong with being a trucker. There's nothing wrong with that. But we have this attitude of, regardless of what you go to school for, even if you get some useless major like photography or whatever, you aren't doing life correctly unless you get that degree. And then now there's the student loan debt crisis. And then it's also, who cares if you live in an apartment or something? But a lot of people beat themselves up because you're not being a proper adult if you don't own a home. You need to own a McMansion. These large suburban homes, 2-3 bedroom homes. And it's you know what? The housing market is just so unaffordable due to that culture, the white picket fence culture. It resulted in the housing market crashing, and now affordable housing isn't a thing. Affordable higher education isn't a thing. And it is causing a notable epidemic when it comes to depression, because it's just America does have this bougie narcissistic culture of, by the time you're 22, you're supposed to be living in a 3-bedroom home, completely independent from any of your relatives, your immediate relatives, and you're supposed to have some kind of at least bachelor degree. And if you don't do all of that, then you're just inadequate. There's something wrong with you.
Yeah, John, I really fucked up when I didn't buy a fuck ton of Bitcoin when I was 15, dude. I might as well commit slip and slide.
I want a Bitcoin.
Yeah. But I do think the nuclear family paradigm isn't necessarily healthy. Maybe if parents had more time to spend with their kids, but I think with 2 adults, it's just, if you have, I think we need to go back to just a multi-generational household. I think that, so my aunt owns this huge house, and she's talking about selling it and shit, and it's why don't you just let your kids inherit it? It's so stupid. And that's the thing. It's it's considered taboo to just let your kids inherit the house, and it's each generation they inherit, and that's how it was throughout much of even modern human history.
Vultures coming to pick the bones.
Well, that's the thing. It's they need to you're pandering to your kids. They need to get their own home, and it's well, you know what? Maybe we wouldn't have this issue with the unaffordable housing if there wasn't this sort of inflation due to the fact that every single person needs to own a 3-bedroom home. Maybe if you own a 3-bedroom home, just let your kids inherit it. They can take care of you as you live in the home as an elder, and then they have kids. And I think maybe we should go back to that.
students talking over each other, disrespectful manners, and lack of.
Yeah. So Sharon says back in the day, families could live on one paycheck. The dad still had time to parent, and usually the mom stayed home. Now 2 paychecks are barely enough, so no one has enough time to parent. And
luckily, the schools are there to parent your kid for
but
you.
Here's the dilemma. It's just so many people don't want to acknowledge that that's a thing. Schools aren't affordable. The housing market isn't affordable, and plus, it's like 2 parents working full time. It's just can't even afford to take care of themselves or afford enough for their the essential for their kids and their family. A third of Americans can't afford a $300-$400 emergency, but yet you still have a lot of assholes that pander to that sort of white picket fence American dream, 50s-esque America, like capitalism. And it's just, you know what? Like, your people who do that, they're the problem. There's still people that are like, yeah, a kid turns 18, they should be living on their own or whatever. And it's like, how do you expect them to do that? Like, you fucking retard. Just look at the numbers.
Consideration also for what is being asked.
Experts say this behavior is likely linked to time spent online, which increased during the pandemic, and because some kids have not been taught that school isn't home, it has its own rules.
I think that there's a kind of lack of understanding sometimes from students about why their behavior is unacceptable. You can't make a phone call to your dad in the middle of my class, or you can't just walk out whenever you want to go get a snack.
As for solutions, this child psychiatrist says prioritizing face-to-face time with peers and adults is key.
If we live in a world where the average child is having several hours of screen time, then we have to deliberately give them the opportunities to learn those social skills and brain development that used to.
Now, I think it depends on what that several hours of screen time is. Because people will complain about kids, young adults, like they're all in front of their phones and stuff. Now, I'm usually always on my phone, but you know what I'm doing when I'm on my phone?
Crossword puzzle.
I'm reading ebooks. I pretty much use my phone as a Kindle.
Oh.
And when we were at the meetup, it's like, you guys saw me. I always had my phone open, but what was on my phone?
I don't know. I didn't
No,
look
all
at
seriousness, what was?
Yeah.
No, but answer it seriously.
Yeah,
I'm not looking over your
gay
shoulder,
porn.
looking on your...
Yeah, I wasn't looking at what's exactly. I think me and Dirt probably
I'm not
have.
screen peeping, dude. It's none of my business. What
Yeah,
you're looking
it's
at.
like-
You be texting your family.
Okay, well,
I'm not focusing enough on the
If
phone.
we weren't living in the digital age, then I would be that nerd with I'd always have my face in a book. So the problem is people ignore how everything's hybridized. If we were living in the 80s, you wouldn't be listening to music on your phone or on Amazon Prime Music. You'd be listening to your music on like cassette tape, cassette player. If we were if you weren't streaming things on Netflix, you'd be just watching something on TV. If you weren't reading comics or whatever, or if you weren't reading comics like e-comics or whatever on Comixology, you would just be reading physical copies. If
you really know where to go to read, huh?
If you weren't,
look at you.
Okay, but if you weren't,
You're just educating us.
Shut the fuck up. But if you weren't talking to your friends on social media, you'd be talking.
The host
to them on
is
the phone.
talking,
and you have that stereotype. If you watch media from the 50s of the babysitter, the parents leave, and the teenage girl immediately gets on the phone and calls her friend. So I think what a lot of people ignore is that most of the shit people are doing that's in front of a screen, they would just be doing the same thing, but in a different format. So there's that element. So it's like, what are they doing for 7 hours in front of the screen? Are they just binging media? Well, before the internet, the average American spent 5 hours a day watching TV. So, but if they're not playing video games or whatever, see, now I'm crashing.
To just be built into society.
Wow, you dorks.
Some
Do
even
some
suggest
more
classes
crack.
on empathy and civility.
It all goes back to
more uppers.
Word that may sound quaint, but could make for a more productive learning environment. Deanna Sumanak-Johnson, CBC News, Toronto.
Says, yes, but it wasn't instant, so we did other things besides those things. Yeah, and people talk about kids not going outside and stuff, but the problem is, like, again, school days are longer. We give kids 2 hours of homework. So we're talking about the evening. So once the sun goes down and it's a weekday, I mean, what are you supposed to do when you're behind closed doors? And it's just, you're not going to go outside and run a marathon at 8 o'clock at night on a school night. So it's just, you're going to engage in those kind of sedentary sort of activities. So I think most people ignore that's always really been a thing where at the end of the day, once you're done with work and everything, and you have that few hours of personal sort of recreational time. And I think no matter how extroverted you are, I think everyone kind of desires that 2-3 hours of like independent time before they go to bed. So I think a lot of people ignore more cognitive dissonance, people not just being honest about what the reality is that I think that's always really been a thing where people have spent at least a few hours at the end of the day engaged in some kind of sedentary activity.
My experience was like if you tried to go to school and have fun in the same day, you didn't have time for homework.
Well, you're saying you went out, you're a 90s kid, you rode bikes and played outside until the sun went down. Exactly. Yeah. I'm talking about when the sun went down.
And then you get tired because you have to wake up at fucking 6 o'clock in the morning to make it to this stupid ass bitch ass school. It's like, they already expect enough of you. It's like, if I was a teacher, I would expect people to just do good on their grades and not try to give them homework when like knowing
good on their grades.
Yeah, as long as they do good on that, it's like why do I need to give you homework? I don't know. It's just it is an annoying thing because
so
you don't have time for it.
Joseph is saying nah, but it's like you said until the sun went down. So what did you do when you were inside when the sun went down?
Yeah, the thing is, you get out of school.
Well, I'm guessing that after the sun went down and you're inside, did you go to bed right away?
So you eat dinner, you watch The Simpsons, and then you go.
Yeah. So the point is, there's always been that 4 or 5 hours at the end of the day when the sun goes down and it's too late to go outside and hang with other people, and it's before you go to bed. So it's just, I think people are lying to themselves when they say that like 3 to 5 hours of sedentary sort of activities it isn't a thing.
Today we are talking about hurried child syndrome. Have you heard of it? Well, a lot of social media posts claim it means rushing your child, like hurrying them to put their shoes on or get out the door, but it can lead to anxiety, apparently. But before you panic thinking this is something I do.
Exactly, bro. We didn't try to have me time after dark. What do you mean we didn't try? So you're saying that that's not normal at all, where somebody just wants to lay down in bed like a few hours before they go to sleep and just watch some TV?
I mean, watch TV, yeah. That.
Some help. Emily Oster brought clarity to the so many rules in pregnancy in her first book and runaway bestseller, Expecting Better. She recently released an updated paperback edition and hardcover gift edition on sale now. She is an economist who became an unexpected parenting expert after debunking many parenting studies which were based on shoddy science a lot of the time. Emily, thank you for your service and good morning.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
So how did hurried child syndrome come onto your radar?
So it came on my radar through social media, where we find things, and social media posts that were telling parents, if you put your kids' shoes on quickly, if you rush them out the door, you tell them we're going to be late for school, they're going to be destined to a lifetime anxiety. And parents came to me and they said, oh my gosh.
Destined to a lifetime of anxiety.
Eugene,
is there any evidence?
I want to clarify something. We've got a moderation question. So, I mean, you don't like time people out. It's free speech and all, but can Roster be timed down for sexually harassing you?
Well, what's he saying?
No,
he wants to see a P-Hub poop stream of you. Poo, Gene.
Dude.
Poopy, Gene.
Leave Roster alone. He likes Gene, and everyone should like Gene.
Are you sure you like free speech so much, John?
I think they're just making stupid comments.
Okay.
You know about data. Is there any evidence? And the answer was no.
Stop bullying me, roster. I'm a very sensitive dude. Can't handle it.
Sensitive.
There's absolutely no evidence for that. What's interesting is this
I'm gonna cry myself to
hurried
sleep at
child
night
syndrome
tonight.
was coined 40 years ago to talk about something
Or
very
this
different, which is
morning.
The idea that if we push our kids to be too adult, to have too much pre-professional sports, to sort of go beyond the play-based childhood, that could be a problem for anxiety, but it's really, really different than telling them to put their shoes on.
But there is research and science to support the real hurried child syndrome. Was there just a confusion over the term that's led to kind of the panic headline?
So I think that this is a very common thing where you take something where there's a kernel of truth and you turn it into something else. So like one time there was a study that said if you play Mozart to college students, they do better on a test. And all of a sudden it's like you must play Mozart in your womb or your child's going to be a loser.
I felt pressure to do that.
Yeah, no, there was a lot of.
What is it? Those like baby Einstein cassette tapes or something?
Yeah.
When I before we got on air,
I guess what you take the headphones and you put them over your like belly.
Philosophy is like you release a fish into water. You just drop the fish and the fish swims. That's how parenting goes for me. You just let it happen. But you look at me like I'm crazy.
You just drop that shit in the water and
but
leave.
you just put up a chart that says that a lot of intense cultivation and overscheduling is problematic.
There's such a balance here because we know that some involvement with your kids is really good and that they need your support and they need scaffolding and there are things we do have to teach them. It's not exactly like a fish. But at the same time, I think there is some evidence that some of this overscheduling, that these sort of doing so much extracurriculars, doing so many activities, it could be better for kids to have a little more play time to swim.
Oh, who would have thunk it?
And
what you're telling me is that it's sort of like a fish.
See, after I go on my like 1 hour rants, and we finally get to finishing the 1 minute video, they just repeat everything I said.
Yeah.
They has a chance. So how can parents know if they're actually giving their kids the real hurried child syndrome, if they're doing the, kind of pushing them too hard to mature too quickly or take on too much?
I think instead of giving parents another way to have messed up their kids, what I would ask parents is, are you happy with the way your family is operating? Are you feeling hurried? Rather than saying you're hurrying your kids, are you feeling like every day we're going from this to this to this to this to this, and I don't have any time to prioritize family time or the things we want to be doing together? And that's maybe a clue that you could give up on some of those extracurriculars. And I think we need to give parents permission to say, it's okay if your kid doesn't play 17 different travel soccer sports. That's okay.
Yeah. The demand for your work.
Oh, Bill Hicks is like, why so many like videos about raising kids, so forth? It's because Dirt and I want to do a stream where we cover brain rot and so forth, do like TikTok. So I've been researching that. So these have been showing up in my feed.
Work speaks to the intense anxiety we all have over what's going to happen with our kids. And I think it's just because the future seems so unclear in terms of the job market,
Chad, you're not following the rules.
Sorry.
And parents want to set their kids up.
Want to set I think it's so much of this.
Bill
You want to do
Hicks.
the right thing for your kid. You want your kid to be happy and productive and to have a good life, and we don't exactly know how to do that. And so when someone comes to us and they say, well, the problem is you're telling them to put their shoes on too quickly. It's like, okay, well, at least that's something I can do. I can tell them to put their shoes on slowly. Maybe that's the secret to success.
You call them panic.
Now, I guess they're saying there's some level of research when it comes to having more notable, long-lasting effects on a kid's, I guess, emotional health, but I do think that in general, if somebody's doing something, rushing them is not the way to yield the best level of productivity from said person. So I think breathing down somebody's shoulder and rushing them, definitely. They're probably more prone to making mistakes and succumbing to
headlines. Do they get you? Because I see them on
like that.
It says do this one thing and your child will be badly.
Why is everybody a mod? It's because most of the people here, they've been around in the community a while. So I guess the more mods, the better. So if you trust somebody enough and you know they're not gonna abuse their wrench,
you know what the
then
right
why not give
answer
them a
is?
wrench?
You know what the right
What?
answer is to that, Gene? Because we mod people who are consistent, awesome viewers. That's why.
Yeah.
And they happen to still be around right now because that's what consistent, awesome viewers do. God damn it.
Yes. And they give me a lot of money, so.
Yeah, millions of dollars.
Instant wise. And I'm like, what do I do?
No.
Do you ever do you double click on those things?
Absolutely. We all double click on them. I mean, it's a panic headline. It's designed to get you to click. That's what it's doing there.
Yeah.
It's
Shut up, Bill.
To me, I was one of
This is 40 minutes. Next bit.
The number of college closures across the U.S. are expected to rise. That's according to new data from the Philadelphia Fed. They're citing a slowdown in prospective students, and the findings are the subject of this week.
Okay, so this is probably a good thing because the research has shown that too many kids are going to school.
I'll be right back.
It has caused issues with inflation, student loan debt, and everything. And And one of the big issues with student loan debt is that because we're making everyone go to school, you have a lot of people that are just majoring with like useless majors that aren't going to help them in the job market. And it's more of the cognitive dissonance. Like when I was younger, and I've talked to adults where they're like, no, everyone needs to go to school. It's just, okay, you're insisting that somebody needs to go to school, even if they don't, like they have access to certain jobs that pay a decent wage and salary that they might enjoy doing more, that don't require an education. But then at the same time, these parents don't really seem to care what their kid goes to school for. I mean, some parents did, but I knew a lot of parents where it's like their kids are like majoring in things like geography or business. And it's like, when it comes to education majors, it's one thing if it's like, hey, you major in history to teach history. At least there, you're getting a degree that grants certification in a particular field of work. But then there's people that just get these general majors. So they'll just get a history major. And it's like, what?
Don't knock my women's studies degree. It's going to make me millions.
Well, that's the stereotypical one people bring up. But it's just like, what wasn't that one dude, Origin, who's got his writing degree? Sure. Yeah. Working for Uber Eats, he like that writing degree really helped him out quite a bit. And like writing's like a good example where you don't need to go to college to learn how to be a good writer. Maybe some people learn best that way, but you know what? College is really fucking expensive. So it's just one thing that people ignore is, you know what? A lot of the reasons why you might go to school is just for certification. That's what it is. You're going to law school to get your law degree, to get certified to be a lawyer. You're going to nursing school to get certified to be a nurse. And if you get certified in a specialized trade, it does open the door to jobs that pay higher wages, and it adds more career stability. And when you discuss that with people, it's like, no, it's about education. It's because it's about learning. It's like, you do not respect education. You're the kind of person where once somebody finishes school, you don't encourage them to ever open up a book, like, again, throughout their life. You don't, like, these are, like, I do so many adults that you talk to them and it's like they never want to have, like, more, like, engaging conversations. They sit there and if you talk about things like history and stuff, it's like they immediately get bored. They don't give two shits. They don't encourage people to ask questions. And it's this discussing toxic culture. A lot of people act like there's this sort of, like, it's mutually dependent. That in order for education to exist, it has to be within a classroom. Either a grade school, high school classroom, or some kind of like college, like lecture hall or college classroom. If you take a recreational class somewhere at a rec center, then that doesn't equal education. If you try to just learn something on your own, you get a book, like, I don't know, how to program Python for dummies. No, that's not education. So this is where people will tell themselves, you get the degree, you're educated. And, you know, I'm sorry, there are a lot of people that they get that degree and then they don't really utilize it. And then a few years go by, they don't really retain a lot of what they learned because it's almost like they got the degree just to get the degree. And then it's like the internet exists and they don't really seem to know how to, like, out of curiosity, just spend some time going online and, like, learning out of just, like, the desire to learn. So I think there's that bougie, narcissistic culture where you're fucking lying to yourself. You don't have that, like, appreciation towards education. And there's nothing wrong with educating yourself. Well, education's always valid. It's like, no, you don't fucking respect education. You just want your kid to be part of the I have a degree club. That's all it is. You know, that's the truth. Fuck off.
Okay.
It's not education, it's social expectation. Sorry, Crow.
So, okay, there's that side of this video, but what are the states going to do with the closed colleges? Are they just going to demolish them, or are they actually going to do something with them, like maybe turn them into housing for the homeless? Probably fucking not.
Yeah. I forget what city it was, but it was like a hotel, and the hotel like went out of business and stuff, and they had that building available, and people said they should turn it into a homeless shelter, and instead they just sold it to a private company, demolished it, turned it into a parking lot.
That's nice.
Yeah.
That's good.
But it's like you do have a lot of like really shitty colleges that have been opening up for the last like several decades. Why? Because of the inflation. Everyone needs a degree, so a bunch of diploma mills start rising. So a lot of those probably will start closing down because you know what? Like too many people are going to school. Like not everyone needs to be a doctor. Not everyone needs to be an accountant. I don't think somebody needs to beat themselves up and feel worthless because of it. And I mean, like, this is coming from somebody where, like, I have a handful of degrees of my own, and when I went to school, I actually...
Oh, brag time for Gene.
Well, the reason I'm bringing it up is because when I do share these views, people always say, like, oh, that's just what people say who, like, who don't have a degree. They want to throw that out there. So I'm putting it out there to be like, hey, you know what? Even though I went to school and invested in it, and it has helped me out with career and financial stability, it's just not everyone needs to have it.
Prove it, Gene. Give me your social.
Oh, yeah.
Prove it.
Community moment. Joining us right now is Bloomberg's Nick Corello, who covers community finance for us here at Bloomberg World Headquarters. And Nick, we've heard about a lot of the pain at some of these colleges. Give us a sense of the scale of these potential closures.
Sure. So this paper was really interesting to us because until this research, it was generally thought to be pretty hard to predict school closures. Their finances are very different case by case, but using machine learning and some algorithms, they predicted that kind of in a worst case scenario if we saw this demographic cliff, this idea that there's fewer students kind of applying to colleges. The researchers modeled for a 15% drop in students, which could be as severe as affecting over 100,000 students and 20,000 staff.
And walk us through the economic impact of that as well, especially on smaller towns where many of these schools are often located.
Sure. So a lot of times a college, they're known as what are called anchor institutions, like a hospital. Sometimes they're the biggest employer for miles in particularly rural parts of the United States. And the higher ed industry...
Well, actually, Brian, my friend bought me the cruise ticket. So my friend was going on a cruise, and they wanted me to come, and they got me a ticket. So
yeah, but what did you do?
Of economic activity in the U.S. I think they...
What?
For it. Yeah, you probably did some sort of favor for it, Gene. Don't lie. You whore.
Well, they're my coworker.
Employ upwards of 3 million people.
Don't want the
and
people to know.
Economic activity, and even this was the worst case scenario that they modeled, but even on a smaller scale, that
instead of building a bridge, built an Eiffel
pockets
Tower.
of distress into particular parts of the country.
It's kind of interesting when you look at where the closure rates are and some of the data that you have listed in your story. Some of the for-profit colleges, obviously one of the higher levels there. I am curious, is there a distinction between, and I don't...
Okay, I think I went into enough detail. Next it.
Yeah.
Breaking news this late evening in the shocking...
They're just going to repeat everything I said.
The healthcare CEO in Midtown Manhattan. Sources telling ABC News tonight words were etched into the shell casings found at the scene. Deny, defend, depose. Detectives are trying to figure out whether they were meant as a message. Here's ABC senior investigative correspondent Aaron...
Now, I do know there are certain people that are idolizing this particular...
Oh, yeah, he's my hero.
Well, it's like he's a rich CEO. Fuck him.
Yeah, that guy was my hero. The CEO. No.
Now, here's the thing. People get upset if you like job shame or whatever, generalize people who are like I don't know, retail workers. If you generalize cops, so forth. Why is it okay for everybody to hate CEOs?
It's not just because there was a CEO. It was a CEO of a fucking
yeah, but why do CEOs get all the hate and politicians? How come it's okay to hate politicians? It's okay to hate CEOs, but every other like occupation, if you generalize or like job shame, any other occupation, you're a giant douchebag. So, what's with all the CEO hate and politician hate?
They lie to you.
See, look at you generalizing. So you're saying all CEOs are evil human beings? There aren't any good politicians?
Yeah, they'll find the easiest way to make the quickest buck, even if it fucks someone over.
So there aren't any. So you think Nelson Mandela, he was a politician. So you're saying you think Nelson Mandela is an unethical pig? You don't agree with the ethics of Nelson Mandela?
Well, I can't say he is an unethical
He
pig.
was a politician.
He's dead though. I can't say he is because he's dead.
Okay, well, whatever. It's like you're saying all politicians. Nelson Mandela was a politician.
I guarantee you, there's probably a couple skeletons in his closet. There always
Like
is.
100% of human beings.
To a point, yeah. I mean,
Yeah. So why aren't politicians allowed to be human? Why aren't they allowed to have skeletons in their pocket? Same thing with CEOs.
Well, they do.
So what's with this double standard?
No, the only fact is that between CEOs and the actual fucking people, actual people, is there's actual skeletons in most CEOs and politicians' closets, and it's just a figurative talk with the average person.
I don't know. Do you think maybe it's like Ayn Rand and Atlas Shrugged? It's like, what is it? Is it Roydian Steel? Hank Royden? It's like
like Ayn Rand.
Yeah, people just can't respect those who make society function. The businessman who earn their money through their own ambition and work. They hate people who don't ask for handouts. People just don't like those who give to society through their production and through their act as a pioneer. People just want to pander to the masses that take instead of give. The ones that generate the economy, that produce income, they're the ones that we hate. Do you think Ayn Rand? Do you think maybe I don't know.
Now, John,
do you think maybe she was a bit too pro-capitalistic?
But I will say this, John.
I bet you haven't even read the book.
Yeah, that's why I haven't fucking. I don't know, John. I tell you, I don't fucking know. Now, John, I've been talking about this with my boss man a lot, and I think, he not of ever a medical insurance company, but the man's being a CEO, or I think now that he is a CEO or a CFO. I don't know how the business is structured.
CTO.
But whatever. He's some kind of
CQO.
But
one of those C something O's. But go ahead.
He knows we do the podcast, and we were talking about this situation a lot this week, and he I explained the concept of things happening in Minecraft because I figured we would use that term a lot this week. And by the end of the conversation, he was like, "Man, well, at the end of the day, you can't endorse the assassination of anyone, let alone CFO, CEO, whoever, but in Minecraft."
Okay, but I want to answer this one person's question in the chat. What is this stream? Honestly curious. Okay, so PPP. So
the Pedantic Pedestrian
every weekend, I, John Morgan, get amped up on a bunch of stimulants, and I discuss how fucked up the world is, and we cover a bunch of topical news stories where we go over war, genocide, inequality, famine, human rights violations, and we delve into all the misery porn, and we delve into all of humanity's sins.
And
I am I'm a masochist. I'm a what is it? A neophyte?
I don't know.
Yeah.
But I, Dirk Cobain, I show up every week in an attempt to turn this soul-crushing podcast into something entertaining.
The other people are here just so I can yell at them and get mad at them.
They're here to walk away every once in a while.
Yeah.
No, it's a lot of fun.
A gunman.
That's what it is. Okay, so it's a misanthropic vibe around here, dude. Shit is bleak.
Misanthropic podcast.
Yeah, it ain't all sunshine and rainbows, bro. Shit, people really do make that rock bubble, dude, for real.
I need to cover it. People don't cover all the fucked up stuff. Who else goes over 40 videos in a row of a bunch of people starving to death in a bombarded country? But I'm sorry, but Young Minded says, Gene, you're making me very mad. Why am I angering you, Young Minded?
An opening fire in the heart of New York City, firing several rounds, a targeted execution of UnitedHealthcare CEO Brian Thompson, leaving the 50-year-old dead on the street.
Every indication is that this was a premeditated, pre-planned, targeted attack.
Thompson, in town from Minnesota, was walking to an...
I know you shouldn't judge a book by its cover, but it's like a perfectly reasonable CEO to me.
He looks like a chipmunk.
Reasonable fella.
Annual meeting of investors at the Hilton Hotel in Midtown when the horror began to unfold. The insurance
I'd eat
executive
a
alone,
nut
no
with him.
security detail.
The victim here, he was walking with purpose, not worried, obviously, about anything. Right now,
He was a man with a plan. He's ambitious.
He was.
I don't know. I can kind of see why people kind of fan.
and the video shows the shooting happening right there, with a bystander actually trying to flee and get out of the way.
Shortly before 7 a.m., a masked gunman in the freezing cold was lying in wait before opening fire.
The shooter steps onto the sidewalk from behind the car. He ignores numerous other pedestrians, approaches the victim from behind, and shoots him in the back. The shooter then walks toward the victim and continues to shoot.
Dude, he's got a silencer and everything.
It appears that the gun malfunctions as he clears the jam and begins to fire again. From watching the video, it does seem that he's proficient in the use of firearms, as he was able to clear
Have you seen the footage, John, or is this your first time seeing it?
My first time. So
yeah, so literally the gun jams and he looks at it, unjams it, and keeps going after the first shot.
Yeah. Usually I like to have one story a week where I go in blind.
This was a good one to go in blind too.
Appears to have been outfitted with a silencer.
I see that's him, when he was running.
Amar Abdulmullah says he saw the shooting unfold from inside his car.
Then I hear the shot, and when I look at the guy was with a gun, like the silent gun, like a black gun.
The gunman fleeing after shooting Thompson in his back and his right calf.
And I saw him after he shot him. He ran across the street.
EMTs.
Okay, so there are devices that emit certain electromagnetic frequencies, so radio waves, where it jams cameras, electronic devices. Try to do something like that. Why didn't he have one of those on him that therefore would have fucked up the camera and stuff, so they wouldn't have any footage?
Responding to the scene and racing him to the hospital, but it was too late.
In Minecraft.
The killer made his escape on foot through this
Don't
alleyway
do that,
until he
people.
hopped on a bike and pedaled off towards Central Park. Surveillance camera footage captured the suspect on that bike. The suspect then headed up 6th Avenue and was last seen entering Central Park.
The shooter appears to be a light-skinned male. He's wearing a light brown or cream-colored jacket, a black face mask, black and white sneakers, and a very
blackface?
distinctive gray backpack.
This is not somebody who's an expert, certainly not somebody who's a trained killer, assassin, a military type.
Now, a massive manhunt is underway, the NYPD offering a $10,000 reward. Detectives say the shooter's cell phone might have been left behind.
So if he dropped a phone, if he dropped a wrapper, if he dropped anything that you can maybe link to him, it may give you forensic clues.
Thompson's wife and 2 sons left reeling after the tragedy. In a statement to ABC News, Paulette Thompson said, "We are shattered to hear about the senseless killing of our beloved Brian. Brian was an incredibly loving, generous, talented man who truly..."
He's a CEO. He can't be any of those things.
How many people senselessly died waiting for care from his insurance company, huh?
lived life to the fullest and touched so many lives. Most importantly, Brian was an incredibly loving father to our 2 sons and will be greatly missed.
Now, I don't know much about his background, and I mean, I don't condone murder to any extent. Don't murder people. Poor social skills, not productive, healthy for society to go around committing homicide. But it's sort of like we were going over residential treatment facilities when it was like a non-Shabisky stream. And remember Paris Hilton? And it's just like, some people ignore the fact that, you can be rich and you can be a victim. But hey, if if a kid is abused and they're rich, well, then the adverse effects of child abuse don't run its course and don't exist.
We're reaching out to law enforcement in Minnesota, and we're also interviewing.
I know poor people have it harder. They have to deal with the fact that they're poor and a victim of homicide, or they're poor and a victim of abuse and cruelty. But still, even though rich people have more to cope with their wealth, they're still victims if they're subjected to homicide.
His co-workers and family members to see if there have been any specific threats against him in the past.
Thompson was the leader of the nation's largest healthcare company, earning a $10.2 million annual pay package last year, making him one of the
You're a psychopath, Roster. Jesus.
company's highest paid executives.
It's either a contract killing or it's a targeted killing. Targeted killing maybe would be this is personal, this is revenge, but it's some direct connection to him. Obviously, a contract killer is not going to have any relationship with the person they're killing. Is there another person connected to it that hired this guy to go shoot him?
UnitedHealthcare issuing a statement saying, in part, "We are deeply saddened and shocked at the passing of our dear friend and colleague Brian Thompson. Our hearts go out to Brian's family and all who were close to him."
Brian Thompson. Where else have I heard that name?
Couldn't tell you.
There's some other public figure named Ryan Thompson. I'm sure of it.
That's actually my boss's name.
Tonight, just blocks away from the crime scene, the iconic Rockefeller Center Christmas tree lighting. Thousands of people gathering while authorities continue to search for the gunman.
Our thanks to Aaron. We'll continue. Now to our other breaking headline, the massive search underway for the man who...
Let's give him credit. I know he's a fucked up person, but to give him credit in Minecraft, it's kind of like he did it during the holidays and stuff, so, like, pretty, like, inventive, like Machiavellian and stuff, because now, like, all of his relatives, they have to cope with his death every Christmas season.
Oh my god.
Yeah, so there's that double whammy. So
Oh my
he knows how to, distribute the trauma. Really make it hit hard in Minecraft.
Well, not just Christmas, but it was between Christmas and Thanksgiving, so he ruined 2 holidays.
I'm sorry. Anybody watching, like, please, I don't want to offend people. I have a dark sense of humor. I'm an asshole, I know.
At point blank range, we're 36 hours into the urgent manhunt, and at this time,
I don't want to offend people, but I really want to say some offensive shit.
Well, a lot of people are going to get a laugh out of it as well. Come on.
Yeah, I mean, I feel you.
Cost-benefit analysis. How many more people are going to, like, chuckle over it? Subversion of expectations, as opposed to...
But we are getting more clues into the investigation. Take a look at these images released of what police are describing as a person of interest.
It's Timothy Chalamet.
Dude.
He's wanted for questioning and
He is the spitting image of a psychopath.
connection to the
No,
target
he's
attack.
Timothy
That murder
Chalamet,
unfolded
dude.
in
What do you
busy
mean?
Midtown Manhattan yesterday morning. The shooter, you see him here, methodically hunting down CEO Brian Thompson just as he was headed to an investors meeting. Police revealing today that the killer left behind a message. The words, quote, deny, defend, and depose.
So do you know what that is? Or, I mean, this guy I hope he explains what that is. The message here.
Deny, defend, depose. Private healthcare.
Written on shell casings found at the scene.
Wait, no, because then it would be defend public healthcare?
Just wait. I think they're going to go into it.
Dude, what if this guy, so remember like the DC sniper?
Yeah.
So you had that he was a pretty atypical, like avant-garde sort of serial killer. So this dude, what if he becomes the CEO killer? What if it's like next week it's some other CEO?
Elon Musk.
He's like the side. No. I avoided naming anybody because I want to stay away from that. Bad Crow, say in Minecraft.
I just said her name.
Say in Minecraft.
Elon Musk in Minecraft.
Okay, whatever.
Got a popular meme in just a moment.
But we haven't had I don't know, like since like the DC sniper. I mean, we haven't really had a Ted Bundy or like a Gacy. We haven't had one of those in a while. So maybe.
Well, I'll say this. I don't know if in avoiding this story you also heard this, John. I think beyond it being a Son of Sam situation, I mean, copycats is a thing too. And I'm telling you, CEOs are probably shitting their pants because there was I think American Red Cross was going to pass some sort of new rule or bill that.
This is a little unsettling because it's like with mass shootings. Like one of the reasons why they've escalated is because I said one of the more notable red flags for somebody actually committing a mass shooting is that they're fascinated by mass shooters. So people see it and now like they want to do it. So I could see people like, hey, this guy gets clout because it's like, yeah, like fuck the CEOs. And then other people want to like go down. They want to like if they go down, they want to be remembered for the person who unalived that one CEO in Minecraft. So what if there is a trend there?
The point I was getting to is the day this happened, American Red Cross was they were gonna have some sort of new change where there was only a certain amount of time that they would pay for the anesthesia during a surgery, and if he went over that allotted amount of time, the insurance wouldn't cover it. And the day this happened, they said, we're going to reevaluate that.
Yeah, wasn't there a health insurance company that
Counter-Strike reference?
like after this, there's an insurance company that they had like an uptick in accepted claims. So like people that were like on a list or like their insurance or whatever, it got accepted after this. There was like an uptick.
Bad behavior.
I don't think they're rewarding bad behavior, but I mean, they're helping more people than they're hurting now.
Like, I know a lot of people are actually like looking at this guy like they're fans, and the fact that he's getting clout and shit, I can see I think it's highly plausible that we're going to see some copycats.
All of this as we piece together the suspect's movements. We know he bought a water bottle and protein.
And this is, it's kind of a weird thought experiment, because it is sort of like they're people, and it's just it's wrong that this person's committing a murder, but then at the same time, it's like if they do that and then it does like scare the city, because in a way it kind of is like it's an act of terrorism. Like when people say like mass shootings, they technically aren't terrorism because there isn't some like political motive behind it. They're not trying to influence like politics and so forth, because I think that's one of the qualifiers of something being an act of terrorism. So if somebody does this where they're assassinating a CEO as a way to manipulate the corporations and the other CEOs and higher ups into staying within certain boundaries and not crossing certain lines when it comes to paying their workers a livable wage, giving the right vacation time or whatever, maternity leave. Do you think maybe this might be a new type of terrorism that starts to surface?
Possibly.
I mean, you're right, John. I mean, it's a touchy subject, man. Better handled in Minecraft, in my opinion.
Gene.
But
yeah. I have a question.
Dude, I can't get in trouble for saying this because I am, in all serious, like this is serious commentary. Yeah.
Somebody in the chat said, you know how there's stuff written on all three bullets? Mm-hmm. They said they were book titles. Have you read all three of those books?
No, I don't believe so.
That's not it. Is this video going to explain what the bullets message means or not?
Wait a second. Just want to point out that the gunman stopped at a Starbucks. Do you think he walked in there? He's like, I'm the CEO shooter. And then they make his coffee and then they write the CEO shooter.
It's free, sir. It's free.
Oh, as his name. Mm-hmm.
Okay, I know I go too far, but I do think we should try to dial it back, making jokes in scenarios like this.
Just before the shooting, he then made his way to the Hilton Hotel where he shot Thompson.
It's not because I really care about things being offensive or risque. It's the fact that I don't want the channel to be flagged or taken down.
Took off on an electric bike into Central Park, but now police are directing their attention to a hostel where they believe this person of interest was staying. Detectives reportedly searching one of the rooms there. And the information just in tonight, we're just learning new details about where the suspect may have traveled from and how he got here to New York. NBC Sam Brock has the latest.
New images tonight show the full.
Let me guess. They're going to say he's an immigrant.
NYPD is calling a person of interest wanted for questioning in
God.
connection with Wednesday's ambush and early morning killing of UnitedHealthcare CEO Brian Thompson. A law enforcement source confirming to NBC News the images were captured at this hostel on Manhattan's Upper West Side. Where, according to an eyewitness, the man in the photo shared a room with two strangers and checked out on Wednesday. One guest, who says she did not share the same room, saw police arrive last night around 6:30.
It makes you second guess who you're actually staying in the hostel with, so it's quite scary that we could have been in the same room.
The search for a killer hinging on an emerging network of crucial camera images, as police are now probing whether this Nest video, taken less than 15 minutes after the murder, could be the shooter. The footage showing the rider on a bike just outside of Central Park, 30 blocks north of the scene of the crime, where Wednesday a gunman approached the 50-year-old.
No, I don't think that's the best getaway vehicle.
CEO walking toward an investor conference.
I guess maybe because it's like
he got away.
Well, automobiles can be traced, so
That can too.
Oh,
There's a
6:45 in the
GPS in all of them.
Was it a smart bike or?
Yes, an e-scooter, like a rentable e-scooter that he paid money for.
Okay, then that's stupid.
And gunned down the father of two.
Well, I thought they said he was on a bike.
I thought it was.
The footage showing the rider on a bike just outside of Central Park,
No bike.
blocks north of.
Yeah, it's bicycle.
Okay, I think at one point I think
where
he
Wednesday
did
a gunman approached the 50-year-old CEO walking toward an investor conference alone at 6:45 in the morning and gunned down the father of two, firing shots into his back and leg right in front of the Midtown Hilton Hotel. Video obtained by the New York Times also shows a person resembling the shooter walking roughly 175 feet from the scene of the crime 10 minutes before Thompson was shot.
A lot of these criminals, I think that maybe they kind of like the trend that the COVID pandemic caused, where now lots of people still wear masks and everything. Got accustomed to it because, kind of. Now there's a lot of other people that they're going to blend into in the crowd when they conceal their face.
Appearing to talk on the phone, Clint Watts is a former FBI special agent.
Knowing that the shooter was on the phone talking to somebody else definitely changes the way the investigation goes. Possibly someone knew the shooting was about to happen, or he was maybe calling someone for the last time, or it could be part of a larger plot.
Shell cases from the shooting, now also a key focal point of the investigation. Overnight, a senior New York City law enforcement official briefed on the investigation, telling NBC that the 3 casings recovered on scene had the words deny, defend, and depose written on them, a possible reference to a 2010 book about the insurance industry. There are also new revelations.
No, I've never read that, but
Well,
it is sort of like the Zodiac killer left like some encrypted sort of message with all his victims, and then I believe the DC sniper. And the reason I know a lot about the DC sniper is because I actually live in the Maryland, Baltimore, DC area. So that happened when I was a kid, and they had lockdowns in school where they canceled all the field trips for 3 or 4 months. And the kids, you could get on the bus, go home. They didn't let the kids play outside, so they had a lockdown because that was going on. And I remember all these gas stations had these tarps and sheets hung up. People would crouch down and stuff.
Scary, dude.
Yeah, and surprised there weren't copycat killers there. And I remember the big thing is everyone said it was a white Jeep. So I remember all the adults
anytime you see a white Jeep, you just
or not a Jeep. They said it was a white truck, and yeah. So whenever there was a white truck, white van, people are no, we're not going to park here. We're going to go to another store. And then it turned out it was a sedan. So it never was a white truck. And there are all these white trucks getting pulled over, and they'd have SWAT teams opening it up, going in with rifles, and it was this dude and his one. It wasn't his I don't think he was a relative, but it was this younger kid that I guess he kind of groomed to go about the murders with him, and the DC sniper was sentenced to death, but the kid that committed the murders with him wasn't given the death penalty, and I think he's still in prison. And but they modified the stand where they removed the back seats, where one of them would crawl under, and they had a little hole opening cavity drilled open, and they would poke the rifle out and do their thing.
About the minutes before the murder, with an official telling NBC the gunman not only stopped at a Starbucks near the crime.
Oh yeah, but I went on another derailment. But we were talking about how he left those justice, whatever, defend.
Yeah,
he left those bullets. So the DC sniper had these playing cards. He'd leave a Joker card with some message on it, and then there was the doodler. The doodler would leave doodles with his victims.
But also bought several items, including a water bottle and 2 energy bars, which were then discarded.
The Starbucks purchases are a great opening for law enforcement to get on top of who the perpetrator is. It could be some sort of physical evidence, a fingerprint, maybe even some sort of DNA that they can trace.
The targeted killing, now raising new questions across the insurance industry.
It is a bit uncanny how he just
about security with
some sort of DNA that they can trace.
The targeted killing, now raising.
I don't know. They're this dude. He's definitely not a trained assassin.
It's like
Including
Boondock
questions across the
Saints,
insurance
but for
industry about security.
CEOs.
With Thompson, a highly paid executive in a sector frequently facing frustration and even outrage, walking alone from his nearby hotel. Recent corporate statements from UnitedHealth don't reveal personnel security expenses for executives. The company hasn't responded to questions about what resources were or were not deployed for Thompson. It comes after his wife, Paulette.
Dude, Skeppy's, I don't know. Skeppy's probably a little old. I was in the third grade when I was in the fourth grade when that happened. And Skeppy, how old were you when the DC sniper did his thing?
Telling NBC News Wednesday there had been some threats against
So I was in the fourth grade, so I was 8.
husband, adding basically, I don't know, a lack of coverage. I don't know details. In the family's hometown outside Minneapolis, the police department told NBC News they had no record of any such reports, as the staggering and still unfolding murder and manhunt has left a city and industry stunned.
Okay, Sam Brock joins Top Story tonight.
Wait a second, Skeppy. Why'd you even care at all about the DC sniper? You're from Canada. You're not allowed to pay any attention to any news going on in like this much more heavily populated country to the south.
You just
Live from outside that hostel in New York City.
Don't you, you sick fuck.
Sam, talk to us about this new information that's just come in, the details about how the suspect got to New York City and where he was traveling from.
Yeah, Tom, this is pretty fascinating. So 3 senior...
Okay, if you're gonna bet, how many of your like poker chips are you gonna put on copycat killers emerging with this brand of homicide?
Oh, same style?
I'm betting all on black.
Copycat, yes. Same style, probably not.
Well, not style, like CEO, like somebody targeting a CEO.
75 to
Law enforcement officials
80%.
tell NBC they are now operating under the belief the suspect came from Atlanta to New York on a Greyhound bus. Tom, arriving November the 24th.
What are the
so there's a number of
chances you
important pieces of
think
information here. First
that
of
his
all,
wife
the
was
passenger
fed
ticket
up
list-
with him and just wanted the insurance money?
Oh,
maybe. Should have gone to one of those. Like, there's always these stories where people go to these websites that they're not even like on the dark web, and they'll like, and a lot of times it is the wives. So that's most of the cases where somebody tries to hire like an assassin online, and it's just they'll go online, fill out a form and application for an assassin, and then usually an undercover cop comes and meets them and poses as the assassin. And then it's always funny because when they're interrogating them, and it's like they show them the like recorded the footage of them in the car going through the transactions, they're like, huh? What? Huh? And then you'll see the like undercover cop like, do you know this man? Huh? What? Huh?
well, he did get offed outside of the Hilton hotel, so maybe he had a mistress. So it could go back to the wife being jealous.
1 sec.
They're able to find
That
out-
wasn't a joke. That's
There's
just
some
a
form of
theory.
identification police already have. It's not clear if they've identified the suspect so far or not. And we do know that with respect to this hostel, it appears that he used a fake ID. But also November 24th, that was 10 to 11 days before this crime was committed. The staging, the planning, what kind of information could be gleaned from that? And then did he come from Atlanta? Is there a whole thread of the suspect's background that now needs to be explored there as well? So many layers to this. A crucial piece of information coming in, Tom, late tonight.
Yeah, and it sounds like police may know now who they're looking for. All right, Sam, we appreciate all that. To break down the latest evidence we have in this case and where that manhunt goes from here, I want to welcome back John Monahan, a retired captain with the New York Police Department. John, great to see you. He's also the author of a series of detective novels. His latest is The Guns of Antwerp.
I haven't read that either.
NYPD Takes Boston. All right, John, we thank you again. So we're going to go through all the new clues we've gotten tonight. We want to start with what I think maybe is the biggest piece of evidence today, along with those images. Let's start with the bullets, right? Inscribed on the bullet casings: deny, defend, depose. I have 2 questions.
Thanks, Vid.
Tonight, we have new information on the hunt for the killer of the health insurance CEO and what police found inside what they believe to be the shooter's backpack. An abandoned backpack was found in Central Park, and inside was a stack of Monopoly money, but the murder weapon is still missing. NBC's Tom Winter reports.
Tonight, crucial new evidence in the manhunt for the suspect in the targeted killing of UnitedHealthcare CEO Brian Thompson. This backpack, found in Central Park after air and ground searches, police believe is linked to the shooter seen in surveillance video. 2 senior law enforcement officials say no gun was found inside. What was found? A jacket and Monopoly money. The NYPD
What a troll.
says nothing in their investigation so far suggests the killing was related to Thompson's personal life.
The net is tightening, and we're going to bring this person to justice.
New York City Mayor Eric Adams says details like whether or not police have an ID on the shooter are being closely held.
We don't want to release that now. If you do, you're basically giving a tip to the person we're seeking, and we do not want to give him an upper hand at all.
But there are new details about the suspect. New York City's chief of detectives providing a timeline based on video footage to reporters. The shooter arrived in New York on Sunday, November 24th, and was caught on camera at the Port Authority bus terminal near Times Square. The bus he took originated in Atlanta, though it's not clear when the shooter got on, given that there were several stops on the way to New York. The shooter then took a taxi to the area where the shooting occurred. It was there for about a half hour before heading to a hostel on the Upper West Side, where he possibly provided a fake ID to check in. He checked out of the hostel on Friday, November 29th, but checked back in the next day. While at the hostel, the suspect had 2 roommates who say he kept his mask on even when eating, lowering it only when taking a bite of food. And according to a senior law enforcement official, in this one moment upon his initial...
You know what he kind of looks like? Or who he looks like? Who's the dude, like the film theorist, game theorist?
Game theory?
Yeah, film theory. I don't think it's him, so don't be like, oh, Slater.
That's
but
just a theory. A conspiracy.
Yes.
...arrival when flirting with a woman.
I wouldn't be shocked if they had another, like, channel.
Actually,
men who worked at the
you know what do you know who I think he looks like? I think he looks like Jake Gyllenhaal, like a young Jake Gyllenhaal from that angle.
Yeah. See, it's like Jake Gyllenhaal until Timothy Chalamet had a baby. Did you see they had a look-alike contest for this guy in Central Park?
So this one person says people get killed every day. Why focus on this one? Well, it's because he murdered a major CEO where very notable changes in policies took place after it happened. So it showed
ramifications. Trubisky, you're muted.
Chad, yeah.
Dude, I'm right there with Crow. It looks like Jack Gyllenhaal. I was trying to figure out the actor's name. To me, go back like that screenshot of him.
Shab, we already said that, but
whatever. I didn't say it, you fuckwad.
Okay, well, I'm answering somebody's question. The reason is that this is, we discussed, it's kind of like an act of terrorism. Because it happened at a very specific date when certain policy in this company was being was going through like fruition and everything, and they ended up they canceled that policy when it came to.
I think it may have been a different company that did that.
Well, isn't it multiple companies that rescinded certain policies? So, and then the issue is that it could be like copycat killers. So it kind of opens the door to other people attempting this sort of like CEO assassination.
Yes. The shooter left the hostel at 5:30 a.m. the morning of the shooting. After the shooting,
I guess I don't know. I mean, you're right. The weird folk hero aspect of it, of him being, like this weird celebritization, like people are making memes, like he's some kind of dreamboat. Like,
well, I mean,
Gyllenhaal.
Like the thing is, there are, like, you look at mass shooters, some of them do it because it's like they want to hit that record. It's fucked up. But, and that one kid who, and I know it's happened with multiple, like, mass shooters, but the one kid who was one of the mass shooters in Florida. It was the one where, like, the police officer didn't go into the building, he hid outside. And I remember one kid pulled the fire alarm or whatever. I forget his name. But he was receiving a bunch of fan mail from people after he committed the murder. So it's like here, I could definitely see people looking at that. And unlike, like when it comes to serial killers and mass shooters, it's like, I guess it's because there's just a lot of fucked up people or whatever. And that's why they might, they don't care what kind of infamy or fame they might get, their legacy. But here, at least, there is some level of, I guess, what you could consider in a warped way to be like a more altruistic legacy. So you could see people being, I guess, more aspired to do this because, I get to be the person that took down this really big CEO and, I made that company think before, they decided to lower the minimum wage for their employees and so forth. So, yeah.
Fuck the 1%ers, Gene.
Shooting, traveling by bike up to Central Park, then by taxi further uptown to a bus terminal where police believe...
Okay, never mind.
Well, it's more like a morbid Robin Hood act, like off the rich to help the poor.
Yeah, so I think there's that element.
This part of the Port Authority, that's where the NYPD last sees him, but he could be right up here and over the George Washington Bridge and out of town on a bus pretty easily.
Absolutely, Tom. By going into this Port Authority terminal, there's nothing binding that states he needs to be in there and catch a bus. So he can be over the bridge and in the wind, and we won't know it.
Karen Porcher is a former lieutenant with the NYPD. You're looking up at a camera, or you're looking over here at a camera on the side of a store. Walk me through the process.
This is a very unique area. We have a lot of hustle and bustle. We have far more cameras in a place like this based on the dense population as well as the commercial properties that are here.
Police are now investigating if the weapon may be a better...
Big Brother surveillance state. It's all,
John?
It's all the corporations and the politicians that want these cameras there. And if we didn't live in this Big Brother surveillance state, you know what? The likelihood of them getting away with it would increase by tenfold.
You think you're gonna get away with it, John?
Dude, what if somebody tries to attempts an assassination towards a CEO who owns a surveillance cam company or something?
That's
it's like, oh no, we're gonna cut back on selling surveillance cams to the state.
An air gun used to put down animals.
This is a very rare weapon. In essence, this is a needle in a haystack, but we have a lot of needles in this one haystack, which works in our favor in law enforcement to apprehend this violent assailant that's on the streets.
Police also clarified the detail about words written on shell casings, saying they were depose, delay, and deny.
Yeah. Next vid.
Now to the manhunt for the suspected killer of the UnitedHealthcare CEO, Brian Thompson, who was gunned down on a Manhattan sidewalk. NYPD investigators gathering more evidence every day since the killing, and this weekend searching a pond in Central Park. ABC's Aaron.
Yeah, I was surprised, Vlad, because I just kind of presumed that murder, the percentage of murder cases being solved was gradually getting higher because there's cameras everywhere in this day and age, and it's like forensic sort of science and technology has just been gradually getting more and more sophisticated, but apparently it's actually been gradually declining. And a lot of it has to do with the fact that a lot of the police departments and agencies tend to just see investing in homicide, intelligence or homicide, detectives. They view it as just not being that important of an investment. So, and I don't think it's even a trend of hey, they just don't have the money. So there's this issue of they just don't have the funding to invest in it. I think it literally is just something where it's if we're going to invest our money, this isn't really important. Let's invest more in what's that?
My bad. Just to clarify on the phrase, it's not just the title of some book, depose, deny, delay. Basically, it's a common phrase in the insurance world, which is basically doing anything you can possible to delay the payment and not pay out to whatever the fuck someone's trying to make the claim. It's a common phrase because it's all about, okay, well, we need to find any reason we can to not pay this person and put it off as long as possible till they give up. Anyway, depose, deny, I'm not even drunk. Depose, deny, delay.
And I think
someone mentioned in the chat watching people in their homes. I do think it's weird that it's because people love obsessing, socialism, communism, I guess another rabbit hole, but it's odd that with China, they do have this weird black mirror sort of surveillance state where the social credit score, the cameras are everywhere and so forth. They got all the facial recognition programs to track people down with pinpoint accuracy, and it's you look at 1984 where it's there's cameras installed in everyone's homes and it's always on, and they know they're being subjected to surveillance, but they have no control over it, and it's installed by the government. It's weird how, unlike China and stuff, or the sort of authoritarianism that you see with 1984, with America, it's this other dystopian realm that's the opposite of too much capitalism, where people know that there's surveillance devices all over their home, but they willingly install them in their homes. It's they know that their phone is recording audio and it records video and it has GPS tracking and they carry it everywhere they go, but people just do it willingly because they like their products. They like their tech. They like their Cocomelon and their TikToks. People know China. It has the saboteur sort of like application, yet people still use it because it's like, what the fuck ever. I know they're spying on me, corporations and the government, but it's capitalism. It's reverse Big Brother.
Just live with the very latest. Aaron, good morning. We just got new pictures from
I don't know the
NYPD.
numbers, but I think I'm just gonna throw out a number that I've heard. I think it's like 500,000 people die every year because their claims get denied, and in some cases, in some insurance companies, they actually get those people that work in the insurance companies get more money the more claims they deny. So, and if that's true, I
No, don't say it.
Never mind. Okay.
In Minecraft.
You want to kiss?
What you were going to say in Minecraft without saying what you were going to say in Minecraft.
In Minecraft, I support it more.
Minecraft, then. But
in Minecraft,
I gotta empty my bladder. Talk to the chat.
What a dork.
Discuss the CEO killer conspiracy theories.
Before we do that, we'll address the nearly 50 people watching the stream. Like the stream. Get us to 40 likes. Why not? Do your duty. If you're on a phone, double tap the screen. Support the team. He will not divide us. All right. All right, Mr. What was that? Shia LaBeouf.
Shia LaBeouf is here.
Shia LaBeouf.
That's cute.
Yeah, dude. This guy. Yeah, they had a lookalike contest for this guy.
This is like a. This thing is like a movie, especially with the bullet stuff, the written stuff on the bullets.
I mean, look, I'll admit, guys, it was me. I shaved my face and then I grew it all back.
I think we should all read the book now to get inspiration from this guy. I want to see what this book's about now.
See, I don't think it even is in reference to the book. Like I said, it's a common phrase in the insurance world. It's just, I mean, like Crow said, it's they put, if they don't pay out the insurance, well, that money just it's gonna sit there and accrue value, is it not? So yeah, they get to hold on to that money and let it build interest and keep that money.
Your line.
Nope, that's money. It's money, baby.
and you can't deny that companies aren't corrupt in every single sector. Insurance companies, tech companies, social media companies. Yeah, they're 100%, telling everyone the truth and doing everything.
Are you saying Tom was a bad guy?
Tom
from MySpace?
He's probably the only good guy.
Yeah, he was a nice guy. He was my first friend ever. He was amazing. Felt loved.
All right.
So you guys didn't notice
in the chat. Oh, go ahead.
So you guys didn't notice that the guy looked like me, Vlad.
No, I did, but I decided to, actually name someone more notable.
Shut up.
That's just to keep suspicion away from you.
I could name the.
I was trying to help.
I could name the bum behind the 7-Eleven. It would be more notable.
What's more notable
than you? The bum down the street is more notable than you, Gene.
Yeah, he's a cool dude.
Those images are important because it's believed to be the image of the shooter just after the shooting, getting into a taxi. We'll show you those in a second. This is now a nationwide manhunt. The NYPD is fielding hundreds of tips.
A nationwide manhunt. No. So the one dude who said, why are we talking about this? Like, people die every day. This is a scenario where if it wasn't a CEO, do you think, out of all the people, being murdered on a daily basis, do you think there'd be this nationwide manhunt?
This would be on
neat. And it's neat because it's like a movie. He wrote on his bullets and stuff, and he's sneaky. It's like a movie.
Has not been identified yet, though he left behind a tantalizing clue.
It's
This morning, the hunt
neato.
for the killer of UnitedHealthcare chief Brian Thompson enters a fifth day.
This guy's an inspiration.
And we're going to bring this person to justice.
Overnight, the NYPD releasing these new images of the suspect, showing him getting into a taxi. NYPD dive team searching the boat pond in Central Park, looking for evidence, including the murder weapon and the bicycle the suspect was seen pedaling. The pond is near the spot where investigators recovered what they say they think is the suspect's backpack. They took it directly to the NYPD forensic lab for examination.
He says, "You think that guy was the only person shot in New York City that day?" I just said that, like, there were.
I think he's the only person that's ever been shot in the history of mankind.
Well, I just said that
That's what
people
I think.
die every day. So, do you think there's a nationwide manhunt for all the other homicides? Do you think that maybe because the only reason why this is a nationwide manhunt is because he's a CEO?
And sources tell ABC News it contained a jacket and Monopoly money.
It is important to have the backpack because you may be able to pull off some genetic or forensic material, like maybe DNA.
The suspect fled the shooting scene on foot, then is seen entering Central Park on a bike. He exited the park 8 minutes later and was seen here pedaling on West 85th Street near Columbus Avenue. By 7 a.m., police said the suspect had ditched the bike and hailed a taxi. By 7:30, 45 minutes after the shooting, the suspect was gone. Police say they saw him on video near the bus station by the George Washington Bridge, where they believe he boarded a bus and left the city. The FBI is now joining the search and offering a $50,000 reward for information leading to the arrest of this man, seen smiling at a hostel on Manhattan's Upper West Side. Police say he entered New York on a bus that originated in Atlanta. They don't know where he boarded, but say he arrived just after 10 p.m. November 24th, 10 days before the shooting. Wherever he went, police say he paid with cash, and except for that one time, made sure a mask covered his face. Investigators have not determined a motive. Police say nothing so far indicates the shooting had anything to do with the personal life of Brian Thompson, a father of two going through a divorce. Investigators are focused on clues that suggest a disgruntled
And he was going through a divorce. My theory is
Well,
getting
yeah,
stronger.
like his spouse would probably have a lot of money because he's got a lot of money. So you'd think maybe,
and probably the best life insurance known
Yeah.
to man.
Was the life insurance contract still in effect?
I mean,
Ooh, going through a divorce, maybe.
See, I'm a genius, Gene.
yeah, I'm thinking. Well, other people mentioned that for you.
Who? I didn't hear anybody
I
mention
think
that.
Crow.
Nobody here.
I think Crow mentioned like, yeah.
UnitedHealthcare.
No, I was the one
words
that
could
came
go
up with the idea. What do you mean?
I don't think so. I think you're. Why are you gaslighting Crow?
There's no
The codes were
way.
written in
Shut
Sharpie on
up.
shell
Stop
casings
giving
found at the
other
scene,
people my
echoing this
credit.
2010 book about the insurance industry's failure to pay certain claims. Protesters have targeted UnitedHealthcare at its headquarters in Minnesota, calling out Thompson's $10 million pay package. His death has unleashed frustration with the insurance industry on social media, where the suspect has been venerated.
Brian Thompson may not have personally been the target, but he represented the system.
NYPD officials believe they have made significant progress now closing in on the suspect. Still, though, no official identification has been made.
And Aaron, that point you're making at the end of your piece about the reaction by many people because of what Brian Thompson represented has been fascinating to see, scary at some points. What are we learning about the contents of the backpack?
So the backpack contained a Tommy Hilfiger jacket and Monopoly money, which seems like he may have been toying with investigators or intended for police to find the backpack, but they handled it very carefully because, never mind what's on the inside, they wanted to make sure there was they could get some DNA perhaps off the outside, so they took it up with an excavator.
Wow.
Human hands never touched it. It went straight to a lab for analysis.
And Aaron, any new information about the gun itself? And what do we know about why NYPD detectives have gone to Atlanta?
Yeah, they've been getting a lot of tips coming in from Atlanta, probably because the bus that the suspect is believed to have taken into New York City originated there. And so the NYPD detectives wanted to be on the ground to help Atlanta police follow up. The gun itself is a rather unique 9mm pistol. They're investigating whether it's used on ranches and farms to put down an animal because it can fire quietly, but it's bolt action. The magazine is in the grip, and you have to cycle it manually, and he did seem to have some proficiency with the gun.
Dude, I think she used her like rich people connections to I don't know, do what the non like dumb fuck like borderline personality disorder women do, where they just go on Google and go on those sites that are clearly like sites to catch people who want to actually hire somebody to unalive their husbands. I think she knew the people to reach out to on the deep web when you have the money to unalive her spouse for the life insurance.
And just to be clear, still no idea.
Wait, I just find it kind of weird.
They won't believe they're close.
That's unbelievable.
So he brought up the silencer on the gun, and he's like, "Oh, well, maybe it was a gun used on a ranch to take out an animal." I was a butcher for a couple months. We never had to use a fucking silencer because depending on what animal, I guess.
Sledgehammer.
Well, no, we just like if it was a cow, pig, I mean, you would have it in a certain area or like in a chute or whatever, and you just boom right in the head. I mean, all the other animals are going to be far away because you're only going to take out one animal. So why is it a gun for like on a farm?
I know if you have a syringe and you just inject air into somebody's like body, then their heart will stop. So why don't they just inject air into the animals?
So that used to be your job to kill animals?
God,
well,
you are
no, I skinned and butchered the animal. It wasn't my job to actually take it out, but I mean, we didn't use a silencer. We used a fucking rifle. So I don't know why you would use a pistol with a silencer, unless maybe it's like an actual slaughterhouse weapon. So that could be it.
They did say it was some sort of animal thing. Earlier.
Yeah, but I did independent butchering, so I didn't do like commercial. Like,
and again, these news stories we're covering, they're from oldest to most recent descending order. So each video, they're probably going to show more evidence that they acquired.
Images of the person of interest.
Progress on the
UnitedHealthcare
case.
CEO Brian Thompson. The person seen inside what appears to be a taxi cab, and in another photo walking next to a vehicle. It comes after police recovered this backpack in Central Park, believed to be linked to the person of
same shit.
Well, that killing is drawing unexpected reaction on social media.
Oh, here you go.
Expressing support for the shooter. As Fox 11's Gina Silva reports, this has everything to do with the high cost of health care.
Nobody deserves to get on their way to work.
Look at these Karis sympathizers.
Nobody deserves to get their healthcare claims denied either.
All over social media, people are posting how they feel about the victim.
Someone said thoughts and prayers and deductibles.
And the shooter in the UnitedHealthcare murder case.
The assassin was super impressive, okay? We've never seen anything like this.
The high-profile killing of UnitedHealthcare.
TikTok, brain rot. See? Look, China.
Super impressive.
CEO Brian Thompson has sparked discussions about healthcare policies, corporate practices, and economic frustrations.
UnitedHealthcare, by a 90% margin, denied more claims than any other insurance company on the market.
Deny, depose, defend. If that isn't a loud, clear message to...
It's inevitable. There's going to be copycats.
Yeah.
all these CEOs across the board of these health insurance companies, I don't know what is.
We feel like we're living parallel lives.
Now I know how I'm going to blow up my music.
You know, TikTok. So they're...
it out.
It's like we kind of have to tap dance around the red tape here and walk on eggshells a bit, but it's like they're straight up condoning it. Does that go against the terms of service on TikTok?
Is a social media influencer with 2 million followers on TikTok. He is a skilled internet sleuth known for finding people. While he does not condone killing anyone, that Danish guy has no interest in tracking down the CEO.
That Danish guy?
Killer.
A lot of us aren't that sympathetic towards somebody who has caused the death of many countless people. I mean, it's unknown. 1/3 of this healthcare company's claims are denied. Approximately 1/3. That is outrageous. It's more than double the industry standard.
He's not the only.
Hey, I mean, the only alternative is communism. I mean, it's not like there's any other countries in the developed world that have adopted a universal healthcare system that's actually worked. I mean, well, look, like we'll become a communist country like Denmark and like Finland, Canada. You don't want to be like those countries.
Only online sleuth refusing to join the manhunt.
I hear the quality of living in those countries very terrible, like Germany and stuff. Yeah, where would you rather live? United States, or like one of those like Nordic fucking countries?
No, I know my medicine's good when I pay a lot of money for it.
And many on social media are glad to see that.
I just want to remind everyone that the snitches get the stitches, and the stitches might not be covered by your insurance plan.
You can have a claim, and it's not going to
I
be
mean,
covered.
like, here's the thing. Denying claims, it's like, okay, the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few. It's like these healthcare companies would go out of business if they gave everybody treatment who has cancer. So, I mean, look at how much work these healthcare corporations provide. How many people they employ. Yeah,
They need
isn't
the
that
money
risk
of
of
the many and not the
What's
few.
that?
They need the money of the many and not the few.
Ayn Rand, she really had things figured out.
Psychologist David Swanson finds some social media posts insensitive, but sees them as mere frustration and a form of venting.
I certainly don't think that these people are glorifying murder or agree with murder, but I think what this is it really kind of speaks to how frustrated people are. Things are so incredibly expensive, and health insurance by itself.
No, but seriously, I know I'm like obsessing over like this book a bit, but if you've ever read it, like, on the second volume of like the book, there's like this court case with Hank Royden, who he was this capitalist where he developed the like Roydian metal, Roydian steel, which it's like fifth the weight of like regular steel, and it's like a fifth the cost and so forth. But because of the damn communist, socialist sort of policies, they forced him to give equal supply. All companies are entitled to the same amount and stuff. So then he refused to comply, so he went to like court, and the judges were like kind of like threatening to throw him away if he put him away if he didn't like yield to their demands. And then he just decided like, no, I'm guilty. What am I guilty for? Like being a man of principle, being a man who brings industry forward and creates jobs compared to rewarding people who do nothing to move society forward. And then it's like, it's described in the book that there was like a standing ovation and so forth. So,
Itself is ridiculous.
It's a book that makes you cringe.
Ridiculously expensive, and you throw in the fact that when
What?
you use it, it's.
I wanted to give you a standing ovation, but I didn't want to even stand up, so I just clapped.
It's like, I want to have a discussion with her because it's like genetic and environmental factors. She never really goes over that in the fucking book.
Well, you know what? Even if he did do it, you know what I mean?
Gina Silva, Fox 11 News.
Now we begin with breaking news out of Syria, of course. Opposition forces have declared the end of President Bashar al-Assad's rule after 13 years of civil war. But earlier,
You know what? I
reported
want to say
that the leader who ruled for 20...
Pause. Because I saw this in the title, and I was like, Assad flees from Syria. Has he ever fled before? So I just want to say, I'm not going to say I spoke it into existence. I'm not trying to take credit for it. But last week, I did say, or maybe not last week, maybe it was the last time I spoke with you about it, John. We covered a little bit of Syria. I was like, Bashar al-Assad is still running Syria? Really?
Well, I wasn't here last week.
So I don't think it was last week. I think it was the last time you were on, John. But yeah, I predicted this somehow. I was like, there's no way. He's been doing it for so long. Still? Well, I guess I had a feeling.
I believe he came into power around 2010, 2011. And then you had the Arab Spring protests. And like those were going on like all over like the Middle East and so forth. And in their capital, Damascus, I believe that like there were these teens that spray painted like graffiti that was like anti like Assad. And initially the most extreme thing or the most unethical things that he was guilty of was pretty much like pandering to the rich, like, you know, your kleptocratic sort of corruption. But he sent his goons, his jackboots, to pretty much beat these teens to death. And then that sparked outrage throughout the country, led to civil war, and it is one of the most notable examples of, I guess, being a battle state, like a proxy battleground, because in the last 10 years, this is the deadliest military conflict since the Second Congo War. And I remember, like, there's 2 cases of him using chemical weapons. The first time it was like, hey, was it the rebels or whatever? And then this was the Obama administration. He got involved. And I believe at one point, even though like the United States and like the Assad like regime were like enemies, they were belligerents in the war, ISIS ended up coming into existence during this war. So ISIS wrote, I think it was like 2012, or no, it was like 2013, 2014, ISIS came into existence. So then there was like this temporary moment where they actually had to cooperate with him to deal with ISIS. And then like Russia got involved and Iran. So Russia and Iran were getting weapons, training. Russia was even giving them air support, the Assad regime, because they wanted him in power. And then the United States, there are these two different like rebel, or there are multiple rebel groups. And Saudi Arabia, the UAE, like you had the Gulf states and the United States and Israel giving support to the different like rebel groups, and then even Hezbollah had got involved and given support to some of the other, like, I guess, less pro-democracy rebel groups. And of course, like all, like, so you had ISIS that was like in the border of Iraq and those affairs going on. And then like even Britain and France got involved. So the second time he used chemical weapons, like France, Britain, the US, they brought their aircraft carriers in and brought in their NATO world police technology to shoot them down. And another state that has had like notable involvement throughout this entire affair is Turkey. So Turkey, like you have the Turkish rebels. So you got ISIS to the northeast, and even the Iraq government has gotten involved. You have the Turkish rebels backed by Turkey to the northwest, and then you have like Hezbollah, like from Lebanon, that's approaching from like the south, and then Israel's getting involved with airstrikes, and then US and its NATO allies. I've always said France and the UK, they're the two micropowers. Russia and Iran are backing the government. It has been one big like clusterfuck. And I believe like it's like 600, 700. It's been like 600 to 700,000 casualties so far.
Well, there was Trump posted recently on his social media, Truth Social or whatever the fuck. So Russia apparently is too busy in Ukraine to give support in this conflict, and Trump's just like, fuck it, just let it play out. He doesn't want to get involved.
Yeah, but and it was what's the name of the fucking city? It's the deadliest post World War II. It's the deadliest urban warfare battle. Is it Abul? ABU?
Abu? I don't know.
Abul, like I know it's their most heavily populated. Damascus is Syria's like capital, but Abul is this major metropolitan like center, and or their most heavily metropolitan area, and there are two different rebel groups that contested it, and I think it was trying to remember with it was like the Obama administration. I'm trying to connect the timestamps, but I think it was 2 years. It was 2014 to 2016. There was this like stalemate.
Aleppo?
Yes, Aleppo. And
got it from the chat.
Yeah, so like Aleppo, that was the like deadliest urban warfare battle like post World War II. Because World War II, you had Stalingrad and a bunch of really like fucked up urban warfare, and it was like 2 years straight, and I believe like something like 80,000 deaths in that battle. And I know recently Russia and Iran supported them. Russia gave air support, and they actually fought the rebels back a couple of years ago. But I guess there's been this constant. It's been like a stalemate. Like World War I, you had the Western Front, and you had the state. You had the God, what was it? Whatever. So you had the two different belligerents like locked in a stalemate for 4 years. Then with Ukraine and Russia, they've been locked in this trench warfare sort of stalemate. And that's what it's been like in Syria the last 10 years. That all the rebels backed by the West, the Gulf states, Israel, France, UK, US have been fighting forward, while the Assad regime and Iran and Russia have been also fighting them back, while you have the Turkish rebels, Turkey getting involved, and then ISIS being dealt with on the side, temporary ceasefires to deal with them. So it's been quite the clusterfuck if you've been keeping up with this.
24 years and actually left the capital, Damascus. A few hours ago, rebel forces had announced they'd entered Damascus. They also said they'd taken over the city's airport and the state TV building. The Syrian Prime Minister says the government was ready to hand over power to any leadership chosen by the people.
I'm here at home. I am not leaving, and I don't intend to leave. I expect in a peaceful manner to guarantee the continuity of the public authorities and the institutions and state apparatus.
Oh, and I also know Wagner also got involved at one point. They haven't been involved since the war in Ukraine, but I remember that there were news stories 4 years ago. It was like 4 or 5 years ago where Wagner got involved. So it's like, Jesus, everyone decided to play here.
And
ISIS, Wagner, Turkish rebels, Hezbollah, Gulf states. I mean, everyone was having fun.
To guarantee the safety and security for all citizens. And we are extending our hands even to the opposition, who extend their hands and gave assurances they will not cause any harm to any citizens who belong to this Syria of ours.
Well, moments before opposition fighters took control of the airport, open-source flight trackers recorded a single plane in Syria's airspace. An Ilyushin 76 aircraft with flight number Syrian Air 9218 was the last flight to take off from Damascus. First, it flew east, and then it turned north. Well, a few minutes later, its signal disappeared as it circled over Homs. Well, Hamza Salute takes a look back at Bashar al-Assad's years in power.
There was hope for political change in Syria when Bashar al-Assad inherited power in 2000, after the death of his father Hafiz. But apart from some economic reforms, he differed.
Now, I do believe there's also this sort of affair where his brother was supposed to inherit power, but died in a car accident or whatever, so he ended up inheriting it.
Little from his father's 30-year tough rule. The young Assad wasn't originally meant to take power.
Accident?
Maybe.
Studying to become an eye doctor in London when he was recalled after the death of his older brother Basil.
Oh, there you go.
Parliament had to lower the age for presidential candidates from 40 to 34 so that he could be eligible for office. A decade later, he faced his first real challenge. In March 2011, people took to the streets demanding democracy. The president dismissed the rebellion and called it a foreign conspiracy. Assad was also the head of the only legal party in Syria, the Ba'ath, and commander-in-chief of the armed forces. His response was a heavy crackdown on protesters, which brought even more Syrians to the streets, eventually triggering a civil war. Assad did have some public support, particularly from the minority Alawites, a sect which his family is part of. But the Syrian leader repeatedly dismissed his opponents, calling them terrorists.
What we are facing is not a political problem, it's a conspiracy and terrorism. The political reform process continues to move forward, yet terrorism is not going down.
Conspiracies everywhere you look.
As the war dragged on, it was the backing of allies Russia and Iran which provided political and military support that allowed Assad to recapture territory and hold on to power. But his government was unable to regain legitimacy in the eyes of much of the international community. In the shadow of war, he held elections in government-controlled territories that were dismissed by many as undemocratic. And despite never winning the war, he survived, but with a narrow support base and with only partial control of the country. The Syrian leader was always uncompromising and defiant, and ignored a UN-led political process to bring about a democratic transition. Once seen as a reformist, Assad stands accused of using chemical weapons against his own people. His government was responsible for killing and imprisoning thousands, displacing millions, and for starving those.
You had the Syrian refugee crisis. That was another big deal. So this is the largest or the most significant displacement of refugee citizens in modern history. So at least since the 21st century. So more people have been displaced in this conflict, which it's been going on longer. But the first few years, especially during the battle of Aleppo, there were I think millions, or not millions, but there were like hundreds of thousands of people who were displaced. And then a couple years after that, you had the European refugee crisis. So that was a big deal. And I think that was like towards the end of Obama's term, or his second term.
Yeah.
So that was
term. Yeah.
That was like 2016. And like I said, the Battle of Aleppo, I believe, was 2014 to 2016. It was 2014 to 2016 or 2012 to 2016. But after the fall of Aleppo, that's where there's this major refugee crisis that flooded into Europe. And I remember one notable event is that there's this kid's dead body that washed up on the shore, and then it made headlines, and then everybody cared. And this is something that I actually learned from in the book Against Empathy, where it talks about how empathy can interfere with human judgment because it's more of making decisions based on emotion, where it's like, you know what, millions of people are already dying. You should already care that all these people are displaced. You shouldn't need to see one maimed body of a child to actually care. It's what Stalin said. When one person dies, that's a tragedy. When 1,000 people die, that's a statistic.
Who lived in besieged areas controlled by the rebels.
For Syrians, he will always be remembered as the president who exhibited very poor leadership. He's the one actually who destroyed his country, displaced his own people, and he's not only lost his rule, but he lost an entire homeland.
In elections in 2021, Assad won 7 more years in power. In 2023,
I think he won 7 years. I don't think
win.
Maybe he won through manipulation and Machiavellianism. I don't think he won through actual fair, genuine democracy.
After more than 12 years of conflict, Assad was welcomed back into the Arab League by the same Arab states that once shunned him. But the situation on the ground remained the same. Syrians, who were hoping for a new beginning, were still living in economic collapse and a humanitarian crisis. And in late 2024, the long stagnant war came roaring back, with the rapid advance of opposition fighters, who quickly took control of several major cities at a time when Assad's allies were busy with their own conflicts elsewhere. But Bashar al-Assad leaves the country in ruins, and millions of Syrians wondering, what's next for this ancient nation?
Well, Russell said
now, we did an episode on trench warfare. Maybe we should do an episode on urban warfare.
Is in Gaziantep, that's on the Turkish border with Syria. Russell, so as we were saying there earlier, we were talking to you, opposition fighters now in the capital. Reports that President Bashar al-Assad...
Days, again and again, he has... They believe that...
Okay, these are just interviews.
Well, I'm just glad... I'm just glad that they enunciated Assad, because the last time we covered this, it sounded like asshat. No joke. It did. It did.
You know, I heard it once at the end there. I wasn't going to mention it because,
See, this is what happens when I let everyone else talk.
No, it's not even a joke either. It sounded like asshat every time they said Assad.
I'm trying to look for, a time. Okay, here we go. Timeline of key events in the Syrian civil war. So 2011, March 15th, 2011, anti-government protests erupt in Dara, sparked by the arrests and torture of teenagers accused of anti-Assad graffiti. Yeah, I mentioned that. Violent crackdowns led to nationwide demonstrations. And then April 2011, the Day of Rage protests escalate, calling for President Bashar al-Assad's registration. Now, I thought it was part of the Arab Spring protests, but maybe that is one of the sub-protests within the Arab Spring protests, because that happened all across the Middle East. June 2011, refugees begin fleeing to neighboring countries as the conflict intensifies. Over 25,000 Syrians seek asylum by the year's end. July 2011, the Free Syrian Army, the FSA, forms, making the transition from peaceful protests to armed rebellion. 2012, escalation into civil war. February 2012, the regime launches a brutal siege of Homs, symbolizing its heavy-handed response to opposition strongholds. July 2012, the Battle of Aleppo begins, dividing the city. So I guess it was 2012 to 2016, because I know it ended in 2016. Dividing the city between rebel-held eastern districts and government-controlled western areas. 2012, refugee numbers swell to over 500,000, primarily in Lebanon, Turkey, and Jordan. 2013, chemical weapons and fragmentation. March 2013, rebels capture Raqqa, which later becomes ISIS's de facto capital. August 21st, 2013, the Ghouta chemical attack kills over 1,400 people. Western powers accuse Assad's regime, but Russia defends him. September 2013, a U.S.-Russia deal forces Syria to surrender its declared chemical weapons stockpile, averting a U.S. military strike. So that was the first major chemical weapon incident. 2013, refugees exceed 2 million as Aleppo and Damascus suburbs see intensified fighting. 2014, the rise of ISIS. June 2014, ISIS declares a caliphate across territories in Syria and Iraq, reshaping the war's dynamics. September 2014, the U.S.-led coalition begins airstrikes against ISIS in Syria. 2014, refugees surpass 3 million, with displacement accelerating in northern Syria due to ISIS advances. 2015, Russian intervention. September 30th, 2015, Russia begins a military intervention in Syria, supporting Assad with airstrikes that target opposition forces. February 2015, pro-regime forces tighten the siege on eastern Aleppo, cutting off rebel supply routes via the Castella Road. 2016, the fall of Aleppo. So, 2016 is the end of the battle. August 2016, rebels briefly break the siege of Aleppo, but are quickly surrounded again. December 2016, the Syrian regime, backed by Russian airstrikes and Iranian militias, recaptures Aleppo after a months-long siege. Civilians and rebels are evacuated to, Idlib? It's Idlib. 2016, refugee numbers grow to over 4.8 million, and internal displacement exceeds 6.5 million. 2017, ISIS loses ground. October 2017, the Kurdish-led Syrian Democratic Forces, SDF, backed by the U.S., capture Raqqa, ending its role as ISIS's capital. So I believe this is where they actually had to cooperate with the Assad regime momentarily to deal with. Kind of reminds me in the Chinese Civil War when the two sides actually declared a ceasefire temporarily when Japan invaded in World War II, and then they went back to fighting at the end of World War II. So then 2018, Assad consolidates power. April 2018, a suspected chemical attack in Douma prompts U.S., British, and French airstrikes on Syrian government facilities. May 2018, Assad's forces regain control of southern Syria, including Dara, the birthplace of the uprising. 2016, Turkish incursion and ISIS leadership decapitation. October 2019, Turkey launches Operation Peace Spring, targeting Kurdish forces in northern Syria and creating a safe zone along the border. Nearly 200,000 people are displaced. October 27, 2019, ISIS leader Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi, okay, I do remember that name, is killed in a U.S. Special Forces raid in whatever that location is. 2020, Battle of Idlib, or Idlib, look it up, Crow, however you pronounce it. February, March 2020, a regime offensive in whatever you call it, backed by Russian airstrikes, displaces over 1 million people, creating one of the war's most significant humanitarian crises. 2021 to president, stalemate and humanitarian crisis. 2021, economic collapse deepens as sanctions, corruption, and destruction exacerbate poverty and suffering in Syria. 2022 to 2023, conditions remain unsafe for refugees to return as arbitrary arrests, forced conscription, and lack of basic infrastructure persist. And key humanitarian milestones: Syrian refugee crisis, 2012, over 500,000 refugees flee Syria, primarily to Turkey, Lebanon, and Jordan. 2014, refugees surpassed 3 million as camps in neighboring countries reach capacity. 2015, over 1 million Syrians seek refuge in Europe, contributing to the European refugee crisis. 2023 total refugee numbers exceed 6.8 million, with 6.9 million internally displaced, making Syria the world's largest source of displacement. Yeah. Pretty fucked up scenario.
Yeah. Shitty place to spawn in this game.
Don't you think humans are just innately peaceful and there aren't any like natural facets of human psychology that kind of influence people towards war?
I'm peaceful.
Yeah.
I'm peaceful.
Jake suggested on Sunday that that the rebel offensive meant that maybe Syrian allies were distracted, which might obviously be a terrible thing for U.S. foreign policy. But it also seems like there might be a chance that things are really destabilized, and there might be a bigger chance for like a global conflict.
Watching this really closely, and it's too soon to know how this is all going to shake out. As Jake said, it clearly is demonstrates to us that.
Okay, next vid.
He's emerged as the man leading the charge of fighters in Syria. But little is known about Abu Muhammad al-Jawlani, who's no stranger to armed opposition. The leader of Hayat.
Here's one timeline of the battle for Aleppo. So, the Battle of Aleppo, 2012 to 2013. So, July 2012, rebel offensive. Opposition forces launched a major assault on Aleppo, capturing large parts of the city, particularly the eastern districts. Government forces retained control of western Aleppo. The city was effectively divided, with the Kassala Road becoming a critical supply route for rebel-held areas. Intensification of urban warfare. Fighting in Aleppo quickly devolved into a brutal urban conflict with close quarters combat in densely populated neighborhoods. Iconic sites like the Aleppo Citadel in historic, however you pronounce that, were damaged or destroyed, symbolizing the war's devastating impact on Syria's cultural heritage. Use of barrel bombs. The Syrian regime began using barrel bombs, crude explosive devices dropped from helicopters to devastate opposition-held areas, causing significant civilian casualties. Stalemate and escalation, 2014, ISIS and factionalization. The emergence of ISIS shifted the dynamics in northern Syria, while ISIS did not dominate Aleppo city. Its presence in surrounding areas disrupted opposition unity. Rebel groups in Aleppo became increasingly fragmented, with jihadist factions like al-Nusra, al-Qaeda affiliate gaining prominence. So al-Qaeda also got involved as well. Wagner, al-Qaeda, Hezbollah, Somali pirates, everyone. 2015 siege and counter siege. Pro-government forces attempting to encircle eastern Aleppo. Rebels responded, launching offensives to maintain supply lines, particularly along the Kassala Road, their lifeline to Turkey. Kurdish forces in the northern district of Sheikh, fought against both rebels and ISIS, adding another layer to the conflict. So, turning point. Russia enters war. Russian air power bolstered Assad's forces, shifting the balance of power. Russian strikes heavily targeted opposition. Aleppo, the city. This is going over a lot of the same shit that the general timeline went over.
Yeah, dog.
Yeah.
Career Asham
What is
became
Gene
prominent in
talking
2016 when he announced the rebranding.
What's that?
What is Gene talking about?
Well, I'm going over the timeline of the events.
The Battle of Aleppo, bro.
Okay.
Yeah.
Armed group Jabhat al-Nusra and its split from al-Qaeda. His goal, to create what he said was an anti-regime front in Syria. Born in Damascus in 1980.
One of the rules that you're not supposed to make the stupid, this word sounds like that word jokes.
But Dirt laughed, so that gave it credit.
Yeah.
No, Dirt's enabling.
Ahmad al-Ashra, Jawlani took a pseudonym.
One
he says references family history of expulsion.
When you break the rules too, John. So
you broke the rules earlier.
From the now occupied Golan Heights after the creation of his.
Well, actually,
restart the timeline. I missed it. Geez.
Okay, shut the fuck up, Chad. That was Copilot that gave me that timeline.
Israel. In 2003, after the US invasion of Iraq, Jolani left Syria, joining al-Qaeda in Iraq.
So, Brig, you're like, who cares about the Syria subject? Change, please. You are aware this is a podcast where we cover global news, and we're talking about the deadliest military conflict since the Second Congo War that is the cause of the largest amount of displaced refugees, and also had one of the deadliest stalemates in post-World War II history. So I think probably something that's fairly significant to pay attention to, like when it comes to the global stage. I think this Assad dude being in power for 10 years, the fact that his regime has been in power for 50 years being dismantled, pretty significant.
Which led to his subsequent arrest. And in 2011, he returned to Syria as a fan of
I like it, if we cover stories, when we were covering Prime Minister Modi and his election in India, people are like, God, why does this matter? You're aware India, 1/8 of people on the planet live there? He's the head of state of 1 in 8 people on the planet? Pretty significant.
Nusra to take part in a
John, do you
revolution
think
against President Biden.
the United States should get involved in this conflict? Because we kind of did contribute to it in the beginning.
Well, we all contributed, or everyone fucking contributed to it.
Oh, yeah, I guess if you go back far enough, yeah.
Not even far enough. Al-Qaeda, ISIS, Hezbollah, Israel, all the Gulf states, Saudi Arabia, Turkey. You had 5 different rebel groups, Russia, Iran.
Bashar al-Assad. And most recently, he's been trying to present a more moderate view of the revolution to take back Syria from decades of Assad's brutal rule.
The revolutionaries began entering the city of Hama to sanitize up the wound that has been left in Syria for 40 years. I ask God Almighty that it be a conquest in which there is no revenge.
The sudden offensive by opposition fighters in Syria.
Now, Ethan says, this is so tragic, guys. You're all so sad. I mean, if you're talking about this particular news story being tragic, I don't think it's that tragic, because things could potentially get better since the wars hopefully comes to an end. A lot of times, unfortunately, when one corrupt regime is toppled, it usually is unfortunately replaced by a regime that's usually just as corrupt.
Caught much of the world by surprise. And Jolani is now trying to send a message to allies of the Syrian government that this time things are different.
In the same way, Iran.
Yeah, because usually when you have a totalitarian system where there's no checks and balances, and that totalitarian system is toppled, usually the people that get rid of that particular player when it comes to the power vacuum, they fill that power vacuum, and then absolute power corrupts absolutely.
And Prime Minister Mohammed
John, we cover all these protests and whatnot, and sometimes the so-called terrorists are the good guys and the governments are the terrorists. Is it flip-flopped here? Because there's so many protests, there's so many regimes and shit like that. Are the good guys going after the government, or is the government the good guys?
The problem is there's several different rebel regimes. I don't know the ethics behind all of them. I mean, there's some that are definitely more, or that are less relatable, like ISIS. But some of them, I know that the ones backed by the Gulf states and the ones backed by the U.S. are, they say it's the something Arab Democratic Syrian Front or rebel groups. So I know there's 2 rebel groups that have democracy in their title, but I don't know. Are they true? Do they really care about democracy? Who knows? I gotta do more homework in that area.
This country lately from the war between Iran and the region, we urge him to distance Iraq from entering the new furnace of what's happening in Syria.
With Damascus now under the control of opposition fighters, and after more than a decade of conflict, the world will be looking to Abu Muhammad al-Jawlani to see what type of transition he brings to Syria. Barbara Endeper, Al Jazeera.
Be sure to subscribe to our channel.
Well, the United States has hailed the fall of President Bashar al-Assad's regime and called...
Accidentally clicked out of my playlist.
He's emerged as the man leading the charge of fighters in Syria. But little is known about Abu Muhammad al-Jawlani, who's no stranger to armed opposition. The leader of Hayat Tahrir al-Sham became prominent in 2016 when he announced the rebranding of his armed group Jabhat al-Nusra and its split from al-Qaeda. His goal? To create what he said was an anti-regime front in Syria. Born in Damascus in 1982, Ahmad al-Ashra, Jawlani took a pseudonym, one he says references family history of expulsion from the now-occupied Golan Heights after the creation of Israel. In 2003, after the US invasion of Iraq,
Bro, I want you to look into the reputation and controversies of this particular leader.
Who is it? Jawlani left Syria, joining al-Qaeda after the US.
It's
Born in Damascus in 1982, Ahmad al-Ashra, Jawlani.
Yes, whatever.
I can't even spell that.
But little is known about Abu Muhammad al-Jawlani, who's no stranger to armed opposition.
It's right here. I'm sorry, guys, people watching. We're not this dumb. We've been going for 5 hours, and anyway,
no, we're this dumb.
It's Abu Muhammad al-Jawlani. So ABU Muhammad AL-GULANI.
All I had to do was look up Abu M.A. and then it just figured it out for me.
So look into controversies and reputation.
Well, I got the Wikipedia up. Syrian militant leader who has served as the second emir of Tahrir al-Sham since 2017.
No, not Wikipedia. Just go to ChatGPT or Copilot and just ask them what the controversies are, and ask it to list the controversies, and then just ask it to list what its particular, what his reputation is, what are some of the positives and negatives this particular leader is known for.
The leader of Hayat Tahrir al-Sham became prominent in 2016 when he announced the rebranding of his armed group Jabhat al-Nusra and its split from al-Qaeda. His goal? To create what he said was an anti-regime front in Syria. Born in Damascus in 1982, Ahmad al-Ashra, Jawlani took a pseudonym, one he says references family history of expulsion from the now-occupied Golan Heights after the creation of Israel.
Now, the Golan Heights, I think was the Yom Kippur War, where Israel annexed that from Syria.
In 2003, after the US invasion of Iraq.
And it's because I know a decent amount of their freshwater supply came from like the runoff from the Golan Heights, so they ended up annexing it so they could just control that source of fresh water.
Jawlani left Syria, joining al-Qaeda in Iraq, which led to his subsequent arrest. And in 2011, he returned to Syria as the founder of al-Nusra to take part in the revolution against President Bashar al-Assad. And most recently, he's been trying to present a more moderate view of the revolution to take back Syria from decades of Assad's brutal rule.
The revolutionaries began entering the city of Hama to sanitize up the wound that has been left.
He seems chill. I'm getting good vibes so far.
In Syria for 40 years. I ask God Almighty that it be a conquest in which...
Next vid. Someone in the chat mentioned Israel airstrike. Yeah, we're going to get into that. I have stories surrounding that.
Did a bear get into there?
To be fair, yeah.
That is a fucking stupid joke.
Well, look, we're showing this without context.
Yeah,
you know, it's
Gene,
just a random.
You're stupid. You're stupid, Gene. You're so mean. We should mute Gene. Wow.
Oh, toppling statue. Now
that's a cool party.
I saw that happen with Saddam Hussein and
Saddam Hussein.
Saddam. Okay, whatever. Fuck you.
He said Saddam Hussein.
I'm slurring that fucking.
For more, we can speak to Scott Lucas, professor of U.S. and International Politics at University College Dublin. Hello to you, Scott. Your first reaction when you saw the news that Damascus has fallen?
My first reaction was a personal one, and that is...
Okay, this is an interview video. Next vid. So, are these prisons of the Assad regime? Jesus fucking Christ! This is like North Korea level levels of evil. Like with the 3 generations policy, locking kids up in prison camps.
خلي اهلك يجي ياخذوك مشان نشرك على التليفون يا اخي مشان يعرفوك انت من وين انت اخي؟ اقسم بالله الذي لا اله الا هو اعدامنا كان اليوم قبل نص ساعه انا وهزلنا اقسم بالله الذي لا اله الا هو 54 شخص اعدامنا كان اليوم صدق لا تبكي هذا دليل كاذب ان شاء الله شوف يا عم شوف
More than 100 different facilities. Do you think so? When you asked Copilot or ChatGPT or any of those other AI bots, what did they say?
Well, I'm looking at Al Jazeera, and
no, just ask the AI because it will just give you a.
I don't have fucking whatever the fuck it is.
Free.
Yeah, but I'm too fucking lazy.
You don't need to sign up. Just go to Bing and it's Bing Copilot. Just go there and ask.
Why would I bang my Copilot?
Oh God, you guys are. Talk to the
God,
chat.
yeah. How dare you do your own research as modern age drug girl?
Well, this is what I'm talking about. It's like, why can't people just fucking Google? Whatever. Talk to the chat. Entertained.
I did Google. I went to Al Jazeera. You fucking show Al Jazeera clips all the fucking time.
You don't trust Al Jazeera, John?
Well, it's the fact that the article is probably going to delve into a lot of different detail about a lot of different things. So we're looking for something much more particular, much more
past,
specific.
present, future about the fucking dude. Do you not want to know the history of this dude?
Are you talking to the chat, Dirt?
Oh, sorry. I was listening to the Syrians screaming and while they toppled a statue. Yeah, you need to.
Weren't you chatting with the chat while this screaming is going on the video, Dirt?
Yeah, sorry. I was.
What's wrong with you?
Yeah, I think we should let ChatGPT write the podcast. We'll have the podcast scripted from now on because yeah, they want to AI your podcast, John.
I like this idea. AI Bisky.
Read the truth, drunken bro.
Yeah, they tore it in half.
When you work too hard, that statue can't hurt you anymore. It's the same thing on lube, John. Allahu Akbar!
Well, can you actually talk to the pot or talk to the chat so I don't?
Yeah,
have to...
sure. They haven't said anything in 2 minutes, John.
You've been playing this loud video, Arthur.
Allahu Akbar! Why are you talking to the chat, dude? Allahu Akbar!
Yeah, just yell over the screaming on the video. You'll get through to the chat. Don't worry. You just have to.
Meanwhile, the chat's not even talking to me, John. Allahu Akbar.
They want to talk to me. Talk to me, guys. It'll be like we're on a date or something.
But yeah, Crow's doing real journalism, copying alternative journalism.
Yeah.
Gene, you're just gonna what? AI is gonna tie your shoes for you in the morning, John?
Well, I think if you want to just quickly reference something and just look up
It's fallible, John. Just skip this video. I'm not want to hit. It's the same thing on loop.
How it all began, almost 14 years ago, peaceful protests against Bashar al-Assad's rule in Syria's southern city Daraa. A violent government crackdown ensued, and protests spread across the country. The second phase saw a change in the anti-government movement. Weapons flowed in, and a more organized armed insurgency took shape. Countries took sides and funded various different groups. In 2012, the battle moved to Aleppo, dividing the...
So, what were the countries that took the different sides? They're...
In what?
Aleppo?
What? Aleppo.
Aleppo. That's one.
Russia... They...
The city in two, the government west... And...
Imagine how much you, like, the level of knowledge you would have with this stuff if you guys, I don't know.
God, John.
Paid a little bit of attention.
Held east.
Well, look, the chat had me distracted, okay? How do you know each other?
The same year, the group Jabhat al-Nusra, now the rebranded Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, and the one that has led the fight from Idlib all the way to Damascus, announced that it had become al-Qaeda's Syria franchise, while the Iranian-backed Hezbollah also entered the Syrian conflict on the side of the government. 2013, impossible to forget. The Syrian government's chemical weapons attack on eastern Ghouta, it shocked the world. And the rise of the Islamic State of Iraq and the Levant, racing across northeastern Syria and...
Whoa, what just happened? Are you guys there?
We got shut down.
Wait, the stream?
How it all began.
No.
Yeah.
I was just kidding.
No. The Syrian government is trying to...
So, yeah, they're trying to silence us.
I guess Brave just had a mini stroke.
Almost 14 years ago, peaceful protests against Bashar al-Assad's rule in Syria's southern city Daraa. It imposed its brutal rule on nearly 8 million people, racing across northeastern Syria and Iraq, leaving killings, kidnappings, and horror in its wake. The formal announcement of the creation of the Islamic State across Syria and Iraq came in 2014.
Okay, well, anyway, regarding the rebel, the regime leader who was able to topple the government and overthrow the Assad regime, controversial past. Al-Jilani has a history of involvement with extremist groups, including Al-Qaeda and ISIS. His groups, HTS, has been designated a terrorist organization by the United States since 2013. Human rights concerns. HTS has been accused of war crimes and human rights abuse. Well, to be fair, every single fucking combatant that out of the 20 of them have probably all engaged in human rights violations. So, I mean,
John, I just want to point out your hypocrisy. Earlier you were complaining about people they can't read 5 paragraphs or whatever. I went to a site. I read at least 5 paragraphs and wasn't lazy and didn't ask chat.
Okay,
GPT.
so what did they say about his history?
Well, you didn't want to hear it from me. You were just like, oh, it's probably random nonsense.
Yeah, what the fuck, Gene?
I didn't say it was nonsense. I'd say that it probably wouldn't be that specific or particularly towards the information I'm looking for.
Oh, and you were right.
It imposed its brutal rule on nearly 8 million people.
Allahu Akbar. You're pissing
With Damascus
us off,
hanging by a
Gene.
thread, Russia entered the fold,
Well,
unleashing
enough of your
intense and
shit.
devastating airstrikes, crucial in undoing rebel gains. The Americans, together with the Kurdish-led Syrian Democratic Force...
But anyway, rebranding efforts in recent years, Al-Jilani has attempted to rebrand himself and HTS as a more moderate and pragmatic force. He has publicly distanced himself from Al-Qaeda and ISIS and has engaged with international media to present a more acceptable image. Political agenda, overthrow of Assad. Al-Jilani's primary political goal has been the overthrow. See, poor co-pilot. it should say has been to overthrow, but it says has been the overthrow of Syrian President Bashar al-Assad. He has led numerous instead of offensives, it says offensive against Assad's force, culminating in the recent capture of Damascus. I don't know, co-pilots, that good writing. I don't know if I want to trust them.
That's what I'm saying, John. This is your source.
Islamic government.
You're trying to defend this.
Yeah, fuck you,
okay,
Jane.
whatever.
Forces, or SDF, took on ISIL in both Syria and Iraq. Turkey took on a more visible role in 2016, deploying along its border with Syria and launching attacks on ISIL, but also, what was and is Ankara's main concern, the Kurdish YPG, which now holds large swathes of territory along Turkey's border. Over the next years, positions became entrenched, and the guns somewhat fell mostly silent. Millions of Syrians displaced outside their country, and internally too. Then the region started to undergo momentous change following Hamas's attack on Israel on October the 7th and the start of the war on Gaza. The day after a ceasefire was declared in Lebanon, a whirlwind push by rebel groups from their stronghold in Idlib began. City after city fell, and in less than 2 weeks, the rule of Bashar al-Assad...
Well, see, you know what? The United States, we don't stand for terrorism. If we see somebody using chemical weapons against innocent people, you saw those images of all those wounded children suffering, that Assad, this evil, heinous dictator, put those fucking women and children, those innocent civilians through. I mean, we're America. We don't stand for that. That's why we stand for people like Netanyahu. Because clearly, there aren't a bunch of parallel images of the exact same thing happening to the same types of people in Gaza. Innocent civilians, women and children and elders. Yeah, you definitely don't see the same images.
And decades of the Assad dynasty was over. Stephanie Decker, Al Jazeera.
Make sure to subscribe to our channel.
Yeah, fuck Russia, fuck Turkey, fuck Syria, fuck the United States, fuck the UK and France, fuck Netanyahu and Erdogan and Assad and Trump, Obama. They all suck. Lock them all up. Fuck Netanyahu.
And to get the latest news from Al Jazeera.
Bunch of crooks.
Fuck Putin.
Kevin Bacon.
Where to start in trying to understand the magnitude of what's
I don't
happening
think
in Syria?
Participate in this at all.
Here in the center of Damascus, just hours ago, still Bashar al-Assad's nominal seat of power. In his dynastic heartland and putative holdout on the Mediterranean coast, where they ride a statue of his father through the streets. In Hama, seized in the Assad era, or Thursday, where a reporter sheds his protective vest to embody the emergence of a new Syria. But perhaps the most instructive place to look is here, in the former regime's darkest corner. The corridors of Saidnaya prison, north of Damascus, where they killed so many thousands, they built a crematorium outside.
Jesus.
A young child comes into view. Look at that boy, poor thing, they say. These women, at the heart of a brutal industrial oppression, being freed, being told to say God is great, not to worry about possessions, about ID cards, about where to go and how.
So, what do you think is worse? This or the prisons that we saw with Israel where they're tying them to beds and nothing but an adult diaper, and they were putting condoms on batons and shoving it up their what I don't know.
The Minecraft mine shaft.
Who's worse? Like, do you think Netanyahu and Assad are kind of?
They're both pretty bad. They're both bad fellas.
Another prison, the same story. He says, "There's no state anymore, sister. Damn the state. It's fallen. Come down. Come on." Russia's foreign ministry left to confirm that Assad was now out of the country, having left instructions to transfer power peacefully. Assad's prime minister saying he will stay in Syria to hand over government functions.
And I believe Putin's given him asylum. Putin's good buddies with him. They bonded during the Battle of Aleppo.
To a transitional administration. But for now, real power rests with this man, Abu Muhammad al-Jolani, leader of the Islamist HTS.
And Turkey is a big NATO Western ally. And of course, they got involved supporting rebels and fighting against Assad. But then, isn't there that Erdogan dude who was the head of state of Turkey? And I hear he's not a really good dude. I mean, I know Assad calls himself president, but I don't know. Erdogan also calls himself president. Do you think he's an actual president, or do you think he's one of those like dictator presidents like Putin or Assad?
I don't know.
And then like Saudi Arabia and the UAE, like those states were supporting the good old Western like world police, the US, France, UK world police trio. But in Saudi Arabia, don't they like, treat women like fucking slaves? And don't they, similar to Israel, how Israel holds Gaza under these medieval style sieges, reducing them to mass famine? Doesn't Saudi Arabia also do that in Yemen, where there's this mass famine and then this power vacuum is filled by, who are they, like the Houthis? And then Hamas takes power because, again, they're held under siege and turned into a giant prison state. So, is anybody a good guy? Who are the fucking good guys? Where are they?
Captain America.
Terrorists by many countries that spearheaded the regime's collapse. For days, he's been talking in terms of moderation, of safeguards for minorities. Inside Damascus's Umayyad Mosque, a message of victory for Sunni Islam.
This is a new victory, my brothers, for the entire Islamic nation. Victory, my brothers, marks a new chapter in the region's history. We have avoided the dangers of leaving Syria as a playground for Iranian.
Now, apparently he's tried to distance himself from his previous sort of political affiliation. So similar to how Hillary Clinton and Biden, so Biden was pro Jim Crow, Hillary is like anti-LGBT, but then once the popular opinion shifts, they want to drift to pander to the populace. So do you think, I don't know, his past political affiliations are Al-Qaeda? Do you think he's drifted significantly from his past political views? I don't know. How progressive do you think he's shifted?
He's gonna let women ride donkeys. That's it. That's what he's running on.
Shut the fuck up. That is a stupid joke.
It's accurate though.
Ambitions, spreading sectarianism and corruption.
Doesn't even
The
deserve
Assad family's home, the vast presidential palace, now a site for a sort of revolutionary tourism.
sorry.
An opportunity to reclaim some of the regime's ill-gotten gains.
No, I already got a one
Victory to
undeserved
Syria.
point. So.
Syria remains and Assad is in hell, in the dustbin of history.
But for millions of Syria's displaced, it's their own homes they're desperate to reclaim. So often these roads have been clogged with those fleeing to safety. Now the polarity has been reversed. Hope
So, how many people do you think when they get to Aleppo or Damascus, do you think their homes are still going to be intact?
Nah.
I'm guessing a lot of people are going to be disappointed.
embodied in a traffic jam. But still plenty of space for fear of what's to follow. Already there's been fighting between rival rebel groups in the north, the Turkish-backed Syrian National Army taking the town of Manbij from the US-backed and Kurdish-led Syrian...
It just never ends. It's like when we withdrew from Afghanistan and the Taliban took over, and now they're having this massive ground war with ISIS. It's, oh boy, now the 40 different regimes that were all being supported through all these different powers and micro-powers, yeah. Now they're all going to be fighting with each other.
Wait, so are the borders going to be the same, or is there actually a big enough militia or terrorist group to actually change the border lines?
Wait, say that again.
Because they're Turkish-backed terrorist groups. So is there going to be any borderline changes, or is it just going to be a regime change?
There's there's regimes backed by the Turks. There's regimes that are like, I know ISIS isn't completely out, like they still have notable activity in Afghanistan, so they've been dealt with to some extent, but they still have some level of presence. Hezbollah has had some level of involvement, and like I said, there are these two major democratic like sort of factions, like something like Arab Democratic Front or something, and they've been backed by the US and so forth. And then I know there's different militias that have been backed by the different Arab Gulf states. So it's one big clusterfuck.
Celebrate stunning gains over Assad and Iranian-backed forces. Fears here about the potential for ISIS to gain ground.
We will also continue to maintain our presence in eastern Syria, which is solely to ensure the enduring defeat of ISIS and has nothing to do with other aspects of this conflict.
And rebel forces have entered Tartus, home to one of Russia's 2 Syrian...
Well, hey, Brig, it's like we armed the Taliban so they could fight against ISIS, the greater threat. So I think Biden, his geriatric mind, he was playing some 4D chess.
In naval bases. What now for Moscow's foothold on the Mediterranean? What now for the many...
No, but in all seriousness, Biden did fuck up the evacuation. He did a terrible job there.
Loyalists here fearing reprisals. From the occupied Golan Heights, Israel's prime minister claiming credit for events in Syria. The result, he says, of blows dealt to Hezbollah and Iran. Israel sending forces into the UN buffer zone. Syrians know all too well the perils of this moment, but across the country, they're choosing to focus on its potential. Nowhere more so than here in Damascus, and a young couple experiencing the revolutionary version of a shotgun wedding.
It's the most beautiful moment of our lives, and because we won't experience this joy twice, I decided my wedding would be today, on 8/12/2024. A date we'll remember. It's an unforgettable day we'll teach our children about.
Just what will this day come to signify? A question perhaps for Syria's as yet unborn generation.
Harry Fawcett reporting. Well, ruling Syria was a family business for the Assads that began in 1971. Here, Edward Heath was prime minister at the time. First Hafez, the father, and then...
Okay, Biden did not fuck up the Middle East. They've been fucking up the Middle East since the like post-World War II, even before that. I don't know, you could say... Where has it ever not been fucked up? I'm sorry. Maybe during the Persian Empire. Ancient Egypt, the Mesopotamians. They were pretty well down. I think once the like different Islamic kingdoms were, I'd say the Crusades. Like once the Crusades happened, it was all downhill from there.
Bashar, the son, who became the heir apparent after his older brother died in a car accident in 1994. The Assad family survived the Cold War, multiple regional wars, and the Civil War, but in the end, they couldn't survive the distraction of Russia in Ukraine and Iran and Hezbollah facing off against Israel.
The president of Syria and Mrs. al-Assad.
So the Crusades, they ended in, wasn't it 1200? Like,
the 13th century.
Yeah, the 13th century, and then the Ottoman Empire came to be. Then you had the collapse of the Ottoman Empire in World War I, and then that's when Britain and France divided all the territories amongst themselves, and they divided Pakistan and India, and there was this mass migration of millions of people, like Islamic, like Indians, moving northeast to Pakistan, and then like Hindu, like Indians, moving I guess southeast to India, and then you had the Saxon Afghan wars during the colonial age because they weren't part of the Ottoman Empire. But so before the U.S. decided to engage in like a decade-long boondoggle in Afghanistan, the Soviets went in there, and you had that big proxy war that pretty much led to the Taliban taking power. And then before that, there were 3 different Saxon wars when Britain was the major military power on the planet. And Britain's to blame for like the clusterfuck with Israel and Palestine. So it's just it's post World War II. Been all downhill from there.
Quick correction. Anglo War.
What?
It's not Saxon, because there's Anglo-Saxons, and that was during like the...
No, it's the Saxon-Afghan War.
Then they were not from the British Islands, because that's...
Look up. No, a lot of wars have that Saxon prefix, because that usually refers to... It's like Japan, where there are a lot of wars that are like the Shinu, or China, it's like the Shinu, Japanese War, the Shinu, Korean War. So,
are you sure?
Look, Google the Saxon-Afghan War, and I'm certain there were 3 of them.
Once upon a time in 2002, Assad, the former eye doctor, and his wife, the doctor's daughter from Acton.
Oh, we're losing Gene. John,
he's dead.
Nope.
I'm here.
Nope, John, I'm right. First Anglo-Afghan War. It's not Saxon-Afghan, it's Anglo-Afghan.
Huh.
Because it's Anglo, because that's why it's called England, after the Angles.
God, Gene's so dumb. Even I knew that.
Family became pin-ups of bliss and
Dude,
normality.
I only know that because
Family
I
history
like
told a different
Vikings.
story. Bashir's father, Hafez, who came from the small Alawite minority, had ruled Syria with an iron fist for over a quarter of a century. He was respected in Moscow and Washington and feared at home. And a decade after the Sun took power, the Arab Spring came to Syria and the other side of Assad's character came to the fore. In Deraa in the southwest, the regime shot dozens as ordinary citizens echoed the cries of freedom from Tunisia, Egypt and Libya. The former eye surgeon became blind to the suffering of his own people, inflicted by him and his henchmen. In his prisons, torture, including of children, became the norm, and hundreds of thousands of civilians disappeared. The catalogue of brutality...
Oh, wait, but it also says here there's the Anglo-Saxon War.
Yeah, that's different. That was way before the Anglo-Afghan War. Because you have Saxons, that it's like the Saxons were part of Europe. The Saxons moved to the island of the British Islands, and they crossbred or whatever. So they were the Anglo-Saxons. But the England itself got its name from the Angles, the Anglo.
Okay. Yep, you're right. It's 5th to 11th century AD.
that he mounted, as did the bodies, almost 500,000. Barrel bombs dropped by planes onto residential neighborhoods and hospitals. And in 2018, a chemical attack in Douma that may have killed over 1,000. It was condemned by President Obama, who ended...
Okay, so...
by planes onto residential neighborhoods and hospitals.
What's another conflict going on where you see a lot of similar images?
Oh, yeah, where they're targeting schools and hospitals.
And in 2018, a chemical attack in Douma that may have killed over 1,000. It was condemned by President Obama, who ended up ignoring his own red lines and stayed on the sidelines. What kept Assad in power was military help from some powerful friends.
No, he didn't say on the sidelines. Obama, who claimed that he was going to withdraw the troops through all the proxy conflicts that we had in the Middle East, he ended up expanding our military much more. And then you had a bunch of people who play the political football game, and they'll play the, well, hey, Bush preceded him. It's like, okay, yeah, Bush was terrible. It's his fault that the boondoggle in Iraq and Afghanistan all started to begin with. But 2 wrongs don't make a right. And it doesn't mean that the Obama administration made it any better. And then Obama ended up getting us involved in Libya and everything after the not Assad, what's his name? Gaddafi? Yeah, after the Gaddafi regime was tackled. So Obama got us involved in multiple other, 3 or 4 other notable military disputes in the Middle East.
First, neighboring Iran. The Shia power helping Assad's Alawite Shiite minority. Here, Iran's pin-up commander Qasem Soleimani addressed the troops fighting the Syrian rebels before he was killed by an airstrike ordered by President Trump. And then there was Moscow, whose planes and helicopter gunships ruled from the Syrian air. Putin and Assad had both taken power in 2000. They believed themselves indispensable to the rule that keeps or kept their country together, and increasingly...
Wait, is my internet fucking up?
Some brutal means.
It was
the Civil War exported its consequences. 7 million ended up on the refugee trail in Turkey and Lebanon, and in 2015 on the long trek to Europe. Many of them heading to Germany, huddled masses triggering unintended consequences inside the EU. The rise of the anti-immigrant far right, breathing life into Germany's AfD. New life into France's Marine Le Pen. More life and power into Hungary's Viktor Orban.
A little bit. All your fault.
Or maybe if I exit and return, might get better.
Did you guys hear that?
Yeah, I heard the purr.
That's my little Maple cat. This Maple, she loves me.
You don't know that.
Is it better now? Yes?
Yeah, it's better.
Syrians around the world celebrating. So, Dirt, would you be able to do a Tuesday stream this week?
Yeah.
I'm thinking that I'm going to look into the dude, whatever his name is, who tackled the Assad regime. And after doing my homework, doing a little background check on him, I'm going to make my future predictions on how I think things will turn out. Okay. I don't know. Do you think those
joining us now is NBC
were the prisoners that had it easier?
National Security and Global Affairs reporter Dan DeLuce. Dan, it's so nice to see you. I'm wondering if you can explain to those of us who...
Next vid.
Good evening, I'm John Yang. For more than a half century, Syria had been ruled with an iron fist by the Assad regime. First Hafez al-Assad, then his son Bashar. It all came to an end this weekend.
Okay. I already went through the timeline and everything.
President Biden delivered his first public remarks Sunday on the collapse of Syria's longtime ruling regime under President Bashar al-Assad.
At long last, the Assad regime is...
At long last, Osama bin Laden has been removed from power. Assad.
Fallen. This regime brutalized and tortured and killed literally hundreds of thousands of innocent Syrians. The fall of the regime is a fundamental act of justice. It's a moment of historic opportunity for the long-suffering people of Syria.
CBS News cannot yet confirm the whereabouts of al-Assad, who fled Damascus as rebel fighters swept across the country and into the capital. State-run media outlets in Russia say al-Assad has landed in Moscow. The dramatic turn of events follows 59-year-old al-Assad's 14-year battle with the help of patrons, Iran, and Russia to keep control of Syria while it was engulfed in a brutal civil war. In cities, towns, and villages all around the Middle Eastern country, crowds celebrated the end of the Assad family's close to half-century in power.
For years, the main backers of Assad have been Iran, Hezbollah, and Russia. But over the last week, their support collapsed, all three of them.
U.S. Central Command says the Air Force has conducted dozens of precision airstrikes targeting known ISIS camps and operatives in central Syria.
Did the Cold War ever end?
Nah.
Did it ever begin?
It became proxy war, but wasn't it already that?
Well, the Cold War was fought through proxy wars.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah, and they claim it ended when the Soviet Union collapsed, but then the problem is that, like we've seen, the U.S. and Russia have just still continued to indulge in proxy wars across the planet. In East Africa, the ECOWAS countries, Russia, France, the U.S., Wagner, they're all involved there. Burma, Russia selling jets to the junta as the U.S. is giving training to the civilians. And even before the U.S. and the Soviets, it's just Britain and France and Spain and Portugal. They had their proxy wars all over the globe. The Opium Wars, the War of Austrian Succession, the 7 Years' War. So I think that since we got to the point of maritime trade, so once the global economy was established, in like the 13th century. That's when proxy wars came into existence, and they've never ended.
As part of its ongoing mission to disrupt, degrade, and defeat ISIS. And in response to the turmoil, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu ordered the Israel Defense Forces to seize a Syrian
Not proxy war, Cold Wars.
buffer zone between the two nations. Wendy Gillette, CBS News.
Well, the Assad family controlled Syria with an iron fist for 53 years. Bashar al-Assad took power in 2000 after his father Hafez had been in control since the 1970s. Jeremy Bowen has more on the family dynasty that was once all-powerful and ruthless against its enemies.
Okay.
Tonight, scenes of triumph across Syria as rebel forces celebrate their stunning victory over the Assad regime. More than 50 years of dictatorship by one family ended in a 2-week lightning advance by rebel fighters. Tonight, those fighters shooting open the doors of regime prisons.
Well, here, U.S. forces carried out 75 plus airstrikes against ISIS inside Syria. So, are they talking about overall throughout the last 10 years, or?
Freeing political prisoners, including women and children, while the marble halls of a tyrant's palace echo with the cries of ordinary people. But Syria's ousted President Bashar al-Assad evading capture, fleeing to Moscow with his family, according to Russian state media. The uprising against him began peacefully in 2011 with calls for democracy, dignity, and reform, but mutated into a pitiless civil war after Assad turned his...
Where have we seen similar images?
guns on his own people. For years, that bloody strategy seemed to work. But with his Russian backers bogged down in Ukraine and allies Iran and Hezbollah weakened fighting Israel, the rebel attack revealed a brutal regime that quickly collapsed. The rebels' main leader speaking tonight from a historic mosque in the capital, promising a government for all Syrians, regardless of sect. Some minority groups, though, frightened at how the Islamist fighters will govern. They were...
Wait, so he said an equal
minority
Syria
groups,
for all,
frightened at how the Islamist
regardless
fighters will
of
govern.
what
They were
sect.
once part of Al-Qaeda and still considered fighting
Oh,
Israel.
I guess they're going to address, delve into my curiosity.
The rebel attack revealed a brutal regime that quickly collapsed. The rebels' main leader speaking tonight from a historic mosque in the capital, promising a government for all Syrians, regardless of sect.
Sex or sex? Like S-E-X or
Sect.
S-E-C?
Sect, yeah.
Okay.
So he claims that he's going to be secular, I guess. So Sunni, Shiites, regardless of what affiliation. So hopefully he follows through. And when he says sex, like, does he also mean religious affiliation that is non-Islamic?
No, from what I read, it's just sext of like Islam. So
Some minority
Sunni,
groups,
Shiite,
though,
yeah.
frightened at how the Islamist fighters will govern. They were once part of Al-Qaeda and still considered a terrorist group by the U.S. But for much of Syria, hope.
Now I can understand that my children will not be raised under oppression.
So the United States does not negotiate with terrorists. So once they become government, is the United States going to cooperate at all with them?
Abdul Kafi al-Hamdo and his family survived years of regime bombardment. This was the moment he saw his father for the first time in 2 decades, reunited after the front lines collapsed.
We're free, Syria. We're free people.
Calling them a terrorist group, but again, we've discussed that terrorism is some kind of like act of violence or destruction that's supposed to fulfill some kind of political agenda, incite fear. So if they're just a rebel group, wouldn't any rebel group be a terrorist group because they're fighting over like political motives? I mean, are they inciting fear if they're just engaged in a military dispute?
All rebels are terrorists to the government they're rebelling against.
But why is the U.S. classifying them? I mean, if they're not pro-Assad, then why are they going to class? And I mean, if they separate it from Al-Qaeda, I understand Al-Qaeda's a terrorist group, but if they separate it and just became a militia fighting against the government, and if that splinter faction, that particular faction hasn't committed any acts of terror and they've exclusively engaged in just military operations, then is it fair to call them a terrorist group?
So much emotion there tonight. Raf joins us now, and Raf,
Well,
what happens
aren't
in
all
Syria has
the
a hugely significant impact.
registered militias in the United States potential terrorist groups? They just haven't done anything.
You're saying you like to throw that T word around a lot. What are you talking about? I'm criticizing the U.S. for overusing the term.
On the rest of the region, including where you are in Israel.
Maybe the reason why I'm discussing the semantics of what is and isn't terrorism is because, if you haven't noticed, they keep bringing up the term terrorism when we cover these stories.
That's right, Hali. Israel now saying it has deployed troops inside of Syria in a bid to prevent the conflict there spilling over into Israeli-controlled territory.
Gene,
Nearly 1,000 U.S. troops are based in Syria, with the country a haven for Russian groups that
Let's just get through.
I can see it in his eye.
Yeah,
Let's just get through the Syrian videos. I'm getting tired too, but persevere.
Yeah, shut up, drunken crow.
It struck 75
Let us get through these
targets.
videos.
We've only gone 6 hours.
That's the latest from the White House.
At long last, the Assad regime has fallen.
Tonight, President Biden reacting to the fall of the Assad regime and quick military action in Syria.
Just today, U.S. forces conducted a dozen of precision strikes.
Those strikes hitting more than 75 ISIS targets, including camps, leaders, and operatives. The White House hoping to prevent a resurgence by the terror group in the region.
We're clear-eyed about the fact that ISIS will try to take advantage of any vacuum. We will not let that happen.
The president committing to protecting the roughly 900 U.S. troops he says will remain in the country, while offering a blueprint of future U.S. support.
I'll send
Thank God the Americans are there.
senior officials from my administration to the region as well to establish a transition away from the Assad regime.
Despite this, the president expressing cautious optimism after the rebel takeover of Syria.
It's a moment of historic.
Eight hours. Oh, fuck. Already, the different rebel factions are fighting.
Yep. Oh, man.
Well, it's just U.S. NATO allies supporting these regimes, the Gulf states supporting these other regimes, ISIS coming in, Russia, the Assad, they're supporting different militias, Turkey supporting militias. So, hey, Assad's been has been abolished. All the foreign states are withdrawing. Now let's leave all these regimes. It's like this always fucking happens. It's like the like Russian, like Afghan war, where we were supporting Al-Qaeda. We were supporting the Iraqis against we were supporting the Afghanis against Russia's invasion. And then that resulted in the Taliban. It's just in all these wars that take place where you got all this, we're going to give weapons and trading to these regimes and that regime. It's just then you have the regimes that are just fighting each other once the big boys leave.
Regimes.
Pretty much stir up the beehive and then fuck off.
Mm-hmm. I think the SDF was the Syrian Democratic Front. I think that's the one I'm thinking of. I think they were the major militant group that was supported by the U.S. So we love democracy. It's a great show, guys. It's not often you see podcasts sitting the fence.
Yeah, we.
It's supposed to be a compliment. I don't know.
I think it is.
Fence into the ground.
At long last, the Assad regime has fallen. This regime brutalized and tortured and killed literally hundreds of thousands of innocent Syrians.
Fuck you, Biden. You're retarded.
I want to get to the latest out of the Middle East. Take a look at your screen right there as the New York Times now reporting that Iranian troops are fleeing from Syria following a rebel offensive. The Israel War Room calling those troops, quote, terrorists and adding, quote, good riddance. Iran's terrorist army was only in Syria to facilitate attacks on Israeli and Arab civilians.
Then again, Iran also had notable participation
by Hezbollah. As of this, all of this rather happening as insurgents pursue a shock offensive against Syrian President Bashar al-Assad that quickly captured Aleppo, another key city, and a string of towns across the country's northwest area. Now, unlike 10 years ago when Russia, Iran, and Hezbollah helped Assad's forces retake Aleppo, this time the president does appear to be mostly on his own. Russia is, of course, preoccupied with its war with Ukraine, and Hezbollah has been significantly weakened by its year-long fight with Israel. I do want to talk about this and other developments in the Middle East, so let's bring in Joe Truzman, a senior research analyst at the Foundation for Defensive Democracy.
Next vid. Okay, so we're starting to fade out of Syrian conflict, and we're starting to transition into Israel and Gaza. And then we'll be done. Oh, God. I wanted to look up a list of belligerents. So usually if you go to Wikipedia or Encyclopedia Britannica and it shows the belligerents, usually in the little like sidebar, like the box and columns, it will just list the belligerents there. Here, or maybe I should just show you. This shows how much of a clusterfuck it is. So here, usually if you're like reading about certain military conflicts, it will just list all the belligerents here on the side. Here, you got to click on to a different page. Woo-wee.
That's a lot of belligerents.
Jesus fucking Christ. When does it fucking end?
Oh, look at the scroll bar, John.
I gotta start using the arrow keys.
That's a tiny little scroll bar.
Oh, look, we're seeing all the British. Qatar, Turkey, British Armed Forces, Royal Air Force, Russia. Oh, even China decided to get involved. Oh, fuck. Unprecedented.
God.
This is a
B-roll of the landscape.
Yeah, they're not even covering anything. Here we go. Israel's entering the Golan Heights. To be fair, I know that's currently a territory that they hold, but okay, so thank God Israel's here to give support.
So Israel doesn't just want the Palestinian territories, they want to expand to Syria as well?
Well, the Golan Heights, they've had control of that for decades now. They annexed the Golan Heights in like the Yom Kippur or Kippur War. I think that was like in the 80s that they annexed it.
يا لطيف يا لطيف يا رب استرنا يا رب استرنا يا رب استرنا.
So still, you got all the regimes now fighting each other. Biden decides that, hey, we gotta conduct some airstrikes to deal with the small amount of presence that ISIS has, and now Israel needs to participate as well. Israel bombs Damascus as 50-year-old peace ends with Assad overthrown.
Like the whole world's come together to save Syria.
President-elect Trump says there'd be, quote, all
Yeah. Why can't we all be friends?
hell to pay if the Israeli hostages are not released by the time he takes office in January. Now, it's not clear what he means by that threat. On Saturday, Hamas released a propaganda video of an American-Israeli soldier, Eden Alexander's his name. He's been held there since the October 7th massacre. Deborah Patta shows us a new strategy by the hostages' families in Israel.
They have tried shouting, pleading, anger. Nothing has worked.
So Israel annexed the Golan Heights in 1981.
They have lost their words, so now they have gone quiet.
The protesters here hope that their silence will speak more powerfully than any words, but the message remains the same: bring them home now.
Dressed in white, young and old, united in anguish. This is where their loved ones are, held captive in Gaza. Everyone is worried that time is running out to save them, as it did for Nofar Bushtap's brother Yogev.
He should be alive and here with us today.
Many protesters here believe Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is deliberately prolonging the war to avoid his upcoming corruption trial.
We are all slaves of his private interest.
I think the Israeli government doesn't want to, have this deal.
Do you think Netanyahu is the kind of dude that would, participate in corruption?
Oh, no.
Do you think he should be, put on some human rights, war crimes trial? Do you think he should be charged for that, as well as a lot of the other higher-ups in
Jokes
Israel's
aside,
government?
yes. Yeah. I do.
I'm not Jewish, this is not Israeli.
And it's not right, says Herut Nimrodi, who feels
But Hamas attacked them and they're using their people as shield, so that makes it okay.
Well, the one you just
that's
said
simple.
it's not Islamic, it's not Israeli, it's not even human rights. It's not.
son
Just be
Tamir has
fucking
been
civil.
abandoned.
This is very hard for me to remember his voice, his laughter.
Well, I mean, all those 7-year-olds with their limbs blown off. I mean, they all voted Hamas into power.
Things are.
You can't vote if they don't have two arms.
You're fired, bro.
And so she seeks solace in the power of the sisterhood. Together, they weep.
Shep's just falling asleep.
Softly sing. They are daughters, sisters.
Damn.
Shep, we gotta give them an 8-hour stream since I've been gone.
8? I can't do 8. I gotta work today.
I gotta work today too. I can do 8.
Suggests that it may be preparing to exert long-term control over that area.
Fuck my job.
Suggests
Crow
Israeli
does
forces have
drugs.
occupied a 4-mile road known as the Netzarim corridor. Control of the corridor, which cuts
Crow
across
does drugs,
Gaza
I
from
meant
the
to
Israeli
say.
border to the Mediterranean Sea, has given Israel the ability to regulate travel across
Dude,
the
I'm
desert,
always
keeping
half an
hundreds
hour
of
late.
thousands of displaced
It's a shit
Palestinians
job.
in the south. Reports indicate this has slowly grown.
So Lucid says rights, freedom, accountability. What y'all talking about? We're saying that we think it's unethical to indiscriminately bomb a incredibly densely populated region and to murder tens of thousands of innocent people because of atrocities conducted by one particular group, Hamas. And that an entire group of people shouldn't be punished for the crimes of some corrupt terrorist regime that took power in the region. That saying that they were elected into power is like saying that, Hadan is saying that he was elected into power. It's like saying that Putin and Assad were elected into power. So it's like, let's treat people like they're a Borg.
Grown into an 18-square-mile block of territory controlled by Israeli forces. Over the past 3 months, soldiers have demolished more than 600 buildings around the road in an apparent...
And I know I said his name correctly again. Saddam Hussein.
A buffer zone. They have also rapidly expanded a network of
Chad, wake up. Slap yourself in the face.
and defensive fortifications. The build-up suggests a shift.
Wait, what's his
which has
name?
largely avoided holding Gazan territory, creating a
that woke him up.
Hamas to reassert control in some parts of Gaza.
Go fuck
The
yourself,
IDF
Chad.
maintains that the expansion
Now I think he said
Reports
Saddam.
indicate the Israeli military has built at least
No.
19 large bases throughout
Yeah,
Gaza
you can't
and
say
Gaza's
it
small
right.
lands over the last 3 months. The expansion has also
James
raised
is
speculation about
idiot.
Israel's plans for Gaza's future. Analysts say the extent of the fortifications suggests Israel is at the very least preparing for a protracted battle in Gaza. Netanyahu toured the Netzarim corridor in a relatively rare visit to the Gaza Strip last month. Remember, the Biden administration has opposed long-term Israeli...
Saddam Hussein.
No, Saddam.
While a
I
ceasefire
keep
might have
saying
brought
it with an
temporary
H for some reason.
halt to the
Saddam.
fighting in Lebanon, there's no such respite for Gaza.
Saddam.
Here, the
No, but I
Israel
keep
Defense
saying
Forces and
Hadan.
Hamas continue their brutal
For
struggle
some reason,
in
it
the
just
ruins of
comes
Rafah,
out that
Khan
way.
Yunis, and
Hassan.
These clips, posted over the last month on social media by both sides, are hard to verify, but give a sense of the changing nature of the conflict on the ground. Despite months of occupation by the IDF, it's clear that few places in the Gaza Strip have truly been secured. Israeli soldiers must move quickly between buildings, occasionally using smoke screens, such as the risk of being targeted by militant snipers.
There's still buildings.
Videos posted by Hamas glorify sharpshooters
two
who
left.
lie in wait for Israeli patrols. Even Israeli soldiers inside armoured vehicles aren't safe. Hamas propaganda videos celebrate attacks on IDF tanks and bulldozers, often using rocket-propelled grenades at close range.
This is what happens when you don't allow them to use ballistic missiles and airstrikes. I mean, come on. Now they got to go in and use RPGs in close quarters. Should we break the 4-person rule since we're...
Dude, I'll tap out. I'm
Might
so
as well.
tired. I gotta work.
Okay.
I'll tap out for Taylor.
Tap out, Dirt.
All
Good
right.
night, team.
Yeah,
Get
See
the
you
fuck
next
out of
time.
here.
Too.
No, you're not tapping out, Chad.
Taylor.
Good night, team. Good night,
Occasionally,
Taylor. I'm
militants
tapping
eat-
you in. You're
Love
conscripted.
you.
Goodbye.
Okay, good night, Dirt.
Chad, just splash some cold water on your face.
Taylor
plant
told us we
explosives
need
on
to go
tanks
to
by
bed. Said
Said that
that.
soon. We only have like 90 minutes left.
What? No.
Yeah.
We gotta go 8 hours. Come
No,
on.
Gene.
Yeah. We can go 8
Meanwhile,
hours.
focus on identifying and eliminating targets from above.
I don't have work until 9, Chad.
In this video, an IDF drone
Nice.
tracks Hamas operatives as they reveal the entrance to a tunnel.
Well, it's 6:25 my time, so till 9.
Oh, you're not gonna get any fucking sleep, are you, John?
No. Gonna roast some coffee.
He doesn't sleep.
The IDF's priority continues to be the dismantling of the militant group's underground infrastructure, much of which still remains hidden. And operations in another theatre also appear to be ratcheting up in intensity.
So, Taylor,
Yes.
where's Syria on a map?
No, don't ask me this. Don't embarrass me.
John, you
Where's-
can't ask that. You're not serious.
Yes, he
are
can. Gene schooled me earlier, okay?
Hey, how long do you watch our streams? Shouldn't you? I'm surprised. I've been streaming like once a week with Shab for a couple of years now. And there are all these political figures that we go over like at least once a month. And he's like, oh, who's that?
You know what? Why don't you question Shab right now? That'll
Shab,
wake him up.
where's Syria on a map? Tell me which countries border it.
China and Mexico.
Serious answer.
I don't know. Egypt.
So,
no.
How much have we covered disputes in this specific region of the globe for the last couple of years? and you still can't just tell me
Chili over there?
You told me this earlier, so I actually do know.
Gotcha.
It's Turkey and Iraq. It's by Turkey and Iraq.
Yes. And
that's a lie.
Who else?
Lebanon
France.
and Israel.
Yeah, see?
Yeah, see, I knew.
While nighttime raids against supposed terrorist hideouts are common in the West Bank,
Great attention.
videos...
I mean, okay, and people in the chat who aren't used to, like, Gene and everything, I usually don't like being the actually person, like, you don't know this, but with Shab, some of my peers, does frustrate me because, I don't know, makes me seem like I'm failing as, like, a mentor or whatever, because...
Mentor?
Well, why don't you...
You think you are? Gonna tell me I had to scrub in circles or whatever next? What the fuck do you think this is?
Ryan, I'm only showing off because Gene taught me a lot earlier.
I could teach him a thing or two.
What is NATO?
That's the thing that we all like are a team on or whatever, you know?
I know the first two.
No, go
I
with
know
the...
first
Okay, I know
two
you know
and the
Shab. And the reason
bunch
why
of the-
Shab should know this... Okay, so
Bunch
what's
of
NATO?
countries that like got together and
Which
they,
countries?
we have laws. Like America and
Not all the countries.
And Australia and
Really?
No, not even close.
Australia?
No. North. I'll go with North for N. You gotta finish.
Atlantic
Oh, North
Treaty.
Korea. North Korea is part of NATO.
of much larger scale daytime
Shab, no.
emerged in the past month.
Yeah.
This one
North
resulted
Atlantic
in the death.
Treaty Organization.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then the
So
North
it's
Korea
most
is
of
part
Europe
of that.
can't... No. Chad.
Of 3 Hamas militants.
Russia's part of it for sure.
Are you serious?
What?
Are you fucking serious? Did you
Yeah.
just say Russia is part of NATO? I hope you were joking.
Yeah, and North Korea.
Europe
This
and
is a
North
known
America.
fact. How do you not
Europe
know
and
this,
North
Gene?
America, Shab.
How does Gene not know this? Yeah, you didn't
How do
see
you
that?
not know this?
Girl, twerker,
Chad.
shut up.
Who's the president of China? And again, the average Joe I interact with, I'm not going to look down at them for not knowing this, but considering that we go over this shit on the regular since the last 2 years, who is president of China?
I don't remember.
I'll give you a hint. Winnie the Pooh.
Xi Jinping.
Yeah, okay. Well, his name isn't very easy to remember. Okay, Xi Jinping. It's not
Gene-
very
But you
good.
should know this.
Xi Jinping.
Gene the Ping.
If you paid attention, Shab.
Pay attention in class, Shab.
Shut up! You didn't know that.
Oh, are we gonna go over China? Are we gonna go over China? Because I do have some, comments on that.
I don't know, maybe.
Groups including
Shab, what's the capital of South Korea? Yes, we just went over it earlier.
I know, it's not some name that's easy to remember.
Yes, it is.
Quebec.
Oh, it's
No,
Quebec?
Pro. No.
Seoul.
Oh, yeah, Saul.
Palestinian Islamic Jihad are now also posting highly edited clips showing insurgents launching hit-and-run raids against Israeli troops. Overall, prospects for a de-escalation here seem remote in the near future.
You should probably actually know that more than...
Why would I know that?
Because we've covered North Korea quite a bit. So we're constantly discussing its capital.
Shab, here's a trick question.
Trick question.
What's the capital of Africa?
Mexico.
No.
Chicago.
Dude, Greg, you're saying I've lost all confidence in this show to properly inform me of world events. You don't think we've been giving you any sort of adequate or substantive information when it comes to the foreign affairs that have been going on the last you didn't learn anything when I went over the Syrian civil war? I think you're lying to me.
Bryant makes a good point.
Shab's not the teacher here.
And it remains to be seen how an incoming US administration will impact the spiraling violence.
Shab.
Yeah, babe?
Who are the two different branches of our legislative branch of Congress?
I don't know, Gene. How about you've asked me 20 questions. Why can't I ask you one?
Well, these are things that the reason why I expect you to know them.
So?
Go over it extensively.
Gene, what's the only... What's the only venomous...
Shab, you should know this.
Gene, what's the only venomous lizard in the whole United States?
You didn't answer Gene's question.
Wasn't it the glial monster?
How can you not remember the name, Gene? We went over this multiple times.
Is it the Gila monster?
There, now you pronounce it right. There we go. Good job, Gene, I guess. Fuck you. You're supposed to get it wrong.
I remember us going over that once.
I went over it dozens of times with you, James.
These are the faces of hunger in Gaza, a crisis affecting hundreds of thousands of people in the besieged enclave. Like this.
Ray, I'm not singling you out. You're one of the more active people in the chat.
Group of children at a soup kitchen in Khan Yunis, crushed by the crowd, pots clanging, begging for handouts. I can't breathe, says this girl as she's pushed against a metal barrier. Others cry in pain. Their bodies squeezed by the sea of human misery all around. Arms lifted in the air.
Kids.
Well, here's the thing. What is a golden coin? When you say, ask Gene about wax, Shabisky. The problem is, it would be like if every week I did a stream with Shab that's just like a stream about weed and everything. Or a stream about like getting high and so forth. And every single week he discusses various different elements of that. And then after being on a stream like that for him for hours a week, once a week, for 2 years, I wouldn't know any basic facts about wax. That's what's going on here, and that's the point I'm trying to make. Not knowing something doesn't make you stupid. The problem is, I think that Shab needs to take his role here a bit more seriously.
Shut up, Gene. I'm the one that was educating you on fucking South Korea earlier.
Oh, really?
No.
Yeah.
No.
Kick her off.
A girl is pulled out.
Okay. She's being a bad Shabisky sycophant.
Rick,
no,
I'm not the one that said that North Korea is part of NATO. I
you
know
just
what the
agreed
different
with
NATO
it.
states are. Shab's the one that said that, and I hope he was fucking joking.
Gene agreed
No,
with
he
it.
said Russia, didn't he?
He said, I hope he's joking about Russia, because the whole point of NATO
You agreed with both of
is
them.
supposed to be a deterrent of Russia.
You agreed.
I think you're misremembering.
Included that 1.8 million people in Gaza are experiencing, quote, extremely critical levels of
Drunken
hunger.
Crow song.
Our team follows Samad back to her tent.
I don't
She
remember
empties
it,
the little
but I saw
rice she
it.
managed to secure onto a plate. They tell us this will be all the family has to eat today. Her husband Issam, displaced from Rafah, says he feels helpless. I can't feed them. I can't get them water, he says. I prefer death to this. I can't do it. I can't do it, he repeats again and again.
Okay, so I don't think the casualties have reached the 1 million mark yet. But more than 1.8 million people in Gaza experiencing extremely critical levels of hunger. What happens once we have a Holodomor sort of catastrophe where even half of that number of people die of malnutrition?
Oh no, they can't. They're not going to do that. What they should do is raise
Okay, don't say
tariffs.
something fucking stupid that's going to make me cringe.
No, what they should do is raise tariffs because that's going to, increase the economy. That's not.
In central Gaza, a compact crowd outside a bakery, hundreds trying to buy bread. Little by little, the horde swells, and the swarm of people sways back and forth and from...
Now, what is it? The Syrian civil war, like overall 600,000 deaths. So for 1.8, that would be, was it like 500,000, 40 like deaths.
Side to side, body against body. Shortly after these images were filmed, 3 women were crushed to death. 17-year-old Rafah was one of them. Her father, Osama, falls to his knees. It's enough, God. We are tired, God, he screams. For those left behind, the hunt for food will begin anew the next day.
The human rights group Amnesty International yesterday released a report accusing Israel of genocide in Gaza, saying it uses starvations, among other methods, as weapons of war.
Do you think they're doing that? So one thing people will try to say, oh God, it's not indiscriminate bombings. Like look at battles in World War II when they were carpet bombing cities. And you just had tens of thousands of people dying instantly, even hundreds of thousands. And the problem there is it's like, no shit. They can't just, in one blow, airstrike and like just carpet bomb the entire region. So what they're doing is this sort of red tape sort of approach of, technically, if we believe one Hamas militant is in this building and we airstrike that region and 3 other buildings end up being demolished in the process, and you end up killing and maiming thousands of people in that particular radius, it's not indiscriminate. And then it's things like this, obstructing supply from going through and just constantly displacing the people to tell them to go south. And then these are supposed to be designated safe zones, but hey, we believe there's a Hamas militant there, and then the safe zones get bombed. And it's like, but no, it's not indiscriminate at all, because Hamas is using their people as shields. So if there's one Hamas militant hiding out in a building with 2,000 people, well, yeah, guess it's okay to bomb that building.
Israel, for its part, denies
nothing unethical there. No mental gymnastics.
Is, quote, entirely baseless. Back to you.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about breaking news and
An Israeli airstrike killed at least 21 people in a designated humanitarian encampment in southern Gaza Wednesday night. The Israeli military says it was targeting senior Hamas officials in the area. The IDF claims it took precautions to protect civilians. CBS News foreign correspondent Deborah Pata has the latest from East Jerusalem. Deborah.
Hunger has spread everywhere in Gaza. In the north, Israel has allowed virtually no aid in for 2 months, turning down 82 of the 91 delivery requests made by the UN. And in the south, there is a trickle getting in, but it...
So, what was it? Didn't Netanyahu, when he did this public address, didn't he claim that they've been allowing just close to 100% of supply caravans getting through? Didn't he say that it was only 1 or 2 that weren't able to get through because of some complications?
it is nowhere near enough.
Do you think he's telling the truth, or do you think the UN and the Red Cross, Doctors Without Borders, do you think these international aid organizations are just lying to people? Yeah. What do you think these international aid organizations, what do you think their agenda is?
Oh, well, if there's corruptions within CEO companies, don't you think there's corruption in governments?
Clear, like, what's the motive? Who benefits? It's what you're supposed to ask yourself. So clearly, I mean, the Red Cross and Doctors Without Borders, these organizations, clearly they benefit significantly from fabricating these numbers.
Mothers like Jamalat Wadi head out in search of food. She and her family of 13 fled from the north of Gaza. Every day she braves angry crowds fighting just to get a piece of bread. It's like gold and almost as expensive at $10 a bag, up from just $1 before the war. But in this case, she is not successful, returning to her makeshift tent empty-handed. On this night, all they
there's
have is a
lines
single bowl
for
of lentils
just
to share.
bread?
The youngest always eating first.
Isn't that
It would be 3 weeks
historically
by the time she eventually does receive a bag of
have
flour.
been a thing
A sea of kids jostle outside
in
a
the
soup
United
kitchen.
States during the 1930s?
But the thing is, you would think that the U.S., it's just, they have a presence in that area. And if they wanted to, it's like, you don't think they could have their military transport, like, food and, like, just aid into the region? You don't think that the United States has the resources? Like, if we want to be involved, seems like the United States, it wouldn't be that much of a hurdle to actually follow through with an operation like that.
Starving. 11-year-old Zaina Juha's task was to wake up at dawn and come to this bakery to try and get bread.
So, I mean, that's the thing. You don't think the United States could escort their Navy a bunch of supply ships carrying aid from these international or aid organizations, and then they could have their military personnel, once they dock on the shores, distribute the aid to the civilians? I mean, is Israel going to stop U.S. ships from docking at the coast? Are they going to go after U.S. troops that are handing out the aid that's provided by the UN and these different international aid organizations? I mean, I don't know. It seems like the United States wants to get involved in shit like this. Seems like they have the resources. They at least easily fall through on that end.
For her family, one day she did not come home. Little Zaina had been crushed and trampled to death in the crowd. Her heartbroken father cannot forgive himself for not being able to protect his little girl.
I mean, seriously, why do you think the U.S. does that? The U.S., the UK, France, don't you think they easily could follow through with an operation like that?
Well, no. All of these governments give a shit to a point. And then we get to, this kind of situation, and then we're just like, oh, yeah, we'll give you the, resources, but we're just gonna let you guys just do your own thing, and then you get fucking people just trampled on and fucking whatnot.
Well, it's just they are not able to get the supplies through because Israel is obstructing these supply vehicles from getting into the country via land. However, the United States and the different NATO powers, they have military bases all throughout that Mediterranean, Red Sea, Suez, region. So it seems like it wouldn't be that difficult for them to escort supply ships to the coast and distribute it. So it makes no fucking sense. It seems like it wouldn't be that. Maybe I'm misinformed, but it seems like the logistics are all in place here, so it shouldn't be that much of an issue when it comes to the logistics. So I just think I don't know, it's kind of fucked up. Biden's a piece of shit for not following through with that.
As Amnesty International released a damning report on the war in Gaza.
It doesn't matter what party you're from. I mean, they're gonna try to fucking make money, no matter what. They're gonna have ties to corporations, no matter what, and they're gonna use their power to skim off the top. And if it helps somebody, yeah, it helps somebody. If it's going to help them, yeah, no, go fuck yourself.
Okay, so here's another international aid organization, World Food Program. So do you think the World Food Program is just you can't trust it at all? We're a bunch of dumb fucks that just believe what a source says. So yeah, do you think the World Food Program they're just making these claims out of I don't know, some ulterior motive?
No, in a perfect world, in a perfect government, perfect society, everyone's going to line up. They're going to get their scoop and they're going to take it. They're going to eat it. They're going to be fine. But in these kind of war-torn or just messed up government or society or whatever, that's what they want. This is what they want, and because they're going to make money. They don't give a shit if people get trampled on for just a scoop of fucking rice. They don't give a shit. They're just like, oh, I gave you guys rice. Isn't that enough?
Right, you're saying these non-profit international aid organizations, they're just doing it for money?
Fucking healthcare people do. Are you saying millionaires don't fucking make money off of fucking over people? So do you think at UNICEF and the WWF don't fuck over the environment, people and whatnot like that?
I don't. I think when it comes to these international humanitarian aid organizations, there's not really a lot of for-profit involved. If there was, I think it would be pretty noteworthy, and it would be that difficult to prove because the money that's going in, if it's a non-profit organization, and it's not even it's there's no profit, non-profit, and then for-profit. So they're not even non-profit, they're no-profit organizations. So the problem is the money that goes in, if they were spending that money on other things, laundering it and so forth, I think it would be very easy to prove that. So unless it's this huge conspiracy, that's where what's more plausible. It gets to the point where it's okay, I understand I'm pretty misanthropic and stuff, but are just 100% of all organizations out there corrupt?
No, I don't think that, but if I was a billionaire or whatever,
I don't think it's necessarily run by billionaires.
It's not. It's run by the lower down, the lower people. But you don't think they're gonna be oh, this is a multi-million-dollar,
so you're saying that they benefit from food. So when these international aid organizations are trying to,
if there's an opportunity for corruption, there's going to be someone there that is going to exploit that. And in every company, I think I don't think every single company does it, but there's at least one person that thinks that they can get away with it and they pocket the extra change.
Okay. So do you think when these international aid organizations are accusing Israel of not allowing enough aid to get through, that's just for ulterior motives? There's no accuracy to their claims. They're just doing that because they're...
Well, okay, so that as an example, they can be like, okay, we get all this inventory. It comes to us. We got to get it to this other area. And then this other area is like, oh, we can't, have, what was it, chocolate and like nail clippers. But chocolate
That's Israel. Israel
yeah,
obstructed that. They made that. They claim that chocolates are luxury food, so therefore.
But then you got the industry or the corporation that it again is not 100%. It's never going to be 100%. Being like, okay, we're just gonna like fucking just all of this goes to this place. They can make a business off of the chocolate, all the fucking fingernail clippers. They can make a profit off of that because it's not allowed into this area.
I believe the way these humanitarian aid organizations work when it comes to their funding and the finances is that it's donations. So you have certain philanthropic like the Bill Gates Foundation and shit, where they'll donate money to these organizations where they're able to purchase the supplies and aid necessary. And the ulterior motive behind a lot of these philanthropic sort of corporations is that they donate the money. People look at it like, oh, it's so altruistic. They're such a great company. So there are ulterior motives there. McDonald's will give to charity, and then people overlook some of the other stuff from McDonald's. But as far as the Red Cross or Doctors Without Borders, these different aid organizations go, it's just, how are they going to benefit from having large amounts of cargo and stuff donated to them, like destroyed or tampered with or whatever? How are they going to benefit from that kind of collateral? You could argue that the company, like the food companies and stuff, that they're using the money through the donations from those like philanthropic like corporations, that they're like getting involved to, like, the Monsanto Food Corporation is sending personnel into Israel to like ransack the trucks and stuff, so that way like they need more aid and that way they have to continue to buy from them. But it's like, that's where it gets to the point where it gets into a realm of conspiracy where it's kind of just cartoonishly absurd.
No, it's easier to believe that corporations will bend you over a barrel and give it to you than they are so philanthropic.
But the Red Cross and these different international aid organizations, they're separate organizations from those major sort of philanthropic multi-billion-dollar corporations. So those multi-billion-dollar corporations are doing it for clout and reputation of their business, and then like people are more likely to invest in their stocks and stuff, and there is a financial gain there. But again, what do these international aid organizations get out of it? How do they benefit at all?
Yeah, but what's the percentage of international aid organizations compared to corporate organizations? How many corporate organizations are there compared to,
Okay, so the term organization is pretty broad. So you're saying like all organizations, so it's like if you have a local animal shelter.
Yeah,
organizations are.
Let's use that. PETA. PETA is an animal organization. They put down more fucking animals.
We're not talking about okay, PETA is not an international aid organization. PETA is
an organization. So PETA is an organization. They put down more animals than any fucking
is an organization.
PETA is not an organization.
It is, but you're claiming that like all organizations are corrupt when it's a broad term, and it's like you're acting like all organizations. It seems like it's just gross oversimplification.
Okay, well, you're smarter than me. So what do you think I mean then?
Well, are you trying to claim that these international aid organizations like the World Food Program, Doctors Without Borders, are you trying to claim that they themselves are not being honest when it comes to their accusations of Israel? And
No,
them...
I'm saying any fucking company, you got millionaires, billionaires in charge, they will fuck the poor people for every fucking dollar, for every fucking thing they have.
But I don't think it's
Even
billionaires in charge of these organizations.
Oh yeah, okay. So the CEO of the other guy, yeah, he was just a guy that made $20 an hour.
Shut up, Taylor. Don't worry, I shut her up, guys.
We have reached a new level when it comes to the breakdown of civil and public order, and we are being looted across the southern strip. In the north, of course, the problem is the ongoing military operation, which is hampering our access. And so, this month in November, we were able to only reach 1/3 of the people that we usually reach. We tried to assist some 1 million Palestinians on a monthly basis, and we were only able to reach some 300,000 to 400,000 in November. This is not enough because we stand before a winter and the level of desperation is going up. Our bakeries are running out of wheat flour. In the north, the bakeries don't have enough fuel and we don't have enough food to hand out to the people living under desperate conditions in these shelters.
I'm trying to look up the net worth of the CEO of Doctors Without Borders.
We need to have Kerem Shalom.
I want to look up Gene's
when the Rafah border crossing closed and the
No, my thing is CEOs will fuck over poor people before they even support, or they'll fuck over poor people before they even
There's a
cover.
difference. There's a difference in being a CEO of a multi-billion-dollar industry like Amazon and being a CEO of some small local humanitarian animal shelter sort of
Rich fuck the poor. That's what I'm trying to say. Rich fuck the poor.
I think Gene's offended by that because
that was the worst it could possibly be and could possibly get. And now we're in November. I can't believe how much.
So all rich people fuck the poor.
Pieces of bread. 3 women were
Gene's never fucked anybody.
Waiting for pieces of bread.
He's a virgin.
Yeah,
this is inhumane. People don't have access to any kind of nutritious food. I've been in Gaza City. People queuing all day for a bag of flour. And here in the south, people are being trampled to death for a bag of flour and for a piece of bread. We're in an UNRWA warehouse. This is what's left. This is what we have. UNRWA is not permitted by Israeli authorities to use multiple crossings in the Gaza Strip. So the community might see that as, why is UNRWA not going to the crossing? Why is UNRWA not getting the flour? We're denied. We're denied. Water, food, shelter, warm clothes for their children, sanitary products for women, hygiene.
Okay. It says the head officials of Doctors Without Borders. So their executive director, I don't know how to pronounce her name, makes $240,583 a year. That is the highest earned salary in the organization. And you might think that's a lot, but compare it to the average salary of your average doctor. So I don't think that's somebody who's uber rich fucking the poor.
I want some of that money.
Kids. So basic.
No, but Jeff Bezos paying someone $12.50 an hour, that's not the rich fucking the poor.
That's Amazon. We're talking about international aid organizations.
Yeah, I brought up CEOs.
No matter where
I didn't bring up fucking, whatever the fuck you said.
Yeah,
Doctors Without Borders. I did not. You were the one that brought that up.
I'm talking about, so when people like to claim that when people present, I guess, disheartening information about Israel, the IDF, and their activities obstructing aid, that you look at different sources, and one particular group or one particular group of sources are these humanitarian aid organizations. So you got like academic sources, government sources, you have journalistic sources. Here it's like, do you think these international aid organizations like the World Food Foundation, Doctors Without Borders, do you think they're fabricating the crimes of Israel? Do you think they're fabricating the level of disease and famine and everything that's taking place within Gaza?
No.
Okay.
But still, you got...
They want is the war to end.
No, go ahead. Whatever the fuck. I'm wrong. Whatever.
Hostages to go home to their families, and we need respite.
I think you're just
respite.
drunk and sleep
Children, you
deprived.
cannot tell anymore if they are shivering from the cold or if they're shivering from the fear of drones and bombs around.
Taylor, get on camera. We need to see your reactions.
Do you have alcohol in you?
More scene of devastation.
I do have alcohol in me, but I do think I have those killed include 3 words. I do think I have a point to a certain reason.
Because crows intoxicated, chefs falling asleep. So I think we would benefit, and the audience would benefit from seeing a more sober and alert person reacting to the footage we're about to go. We're about to browse.
Workers from the
John wants to
World
see your
Central
tits.
Kitchen. You are stopping people from getting to people to help them, says Tara Shaheen, a friend of one of the victims.
You got to put money in the stupid joke jar.
Israel's military says it was targeting an individual involved in October 7th. World Central Kitchen issued a statement saying it had no knowledge that any individual in the vehicle had alleged ties to the October 7th Hamas attack. The group has been hit before. In April, 7 of its members were killed, including dual U.S.-Canadian citizen Jacob Flickinger. The Israeli military eventually acknowledged that attack was a mistake, but there have been others. Save the Children says one of its employees was killed Saturday in Khan Yunis. The UN says more than 330 aid workers have been killed in Gaza since the war began. Meanwhile, UNRWA, the lead agency providing assistance in the territory, announced it was pausing aid shipments through the main crossing with Israel over fears of armed gangs stealing food from convoys inside Gaza, blaming Israel as the occupying power for a breakdown in law and order. In Israel, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu faces pressure to stop the war and bring home Israel's hostages after Hamas released a propaganda video of 20-year-old captive Idan Alexander.
Benjamin Netanyahu called us and told us that he embraced us and is with us, with the family on this toughest time. And he told us that he's going to do whatever he can to bring the deal and to release all the hostages.
Idan Alexander's mother says the Israeli Prime Minister.
As the humanitarian crisis in Gaza continues, the list of allegations leveled against Israel grows.
The state of Israel has committed and is continuing to commit genocide against Palestinians in the occupied Gaza Strip.
A new report from Amnesty International investigated Israel's military...
So, Amnesty International, do you think they don't know what they're talking about? They're just trying to make Israel look bad?
...acts against Gaza in the 9 months since Hamas's October 7 attack. It claims Israel has committed 3 of the 5 acts of the Genocide Convention, including an intent to destroy the Palestinian people, killing and causing serious bodily harm, and inflicting conditions which intend to lead to their destruction over time.
Military objective of destruction of Hamas does not justify, excuse in any way, or make permissible the genocide of the Palestinians of Gaza.
Israel's Ministry of Foreign Affairs has responded to the report, labelling Amnesty International as a deplorable and fanatical organisation, and described the allegations as entirely false and based on lies. Israel also said that Hamas's attack on October 7 was a genocidal massacre, and that the IDF does all it can to mitigate civilian casualties, earlier releasing the findings of an Israeli military investigation into the deaths of 6 Israeli hostages whose bodies were recovered from Gaza in August.
Due to the strike, the terrorists murdered the hostages, and the terrorists themselves were killed as a result of the IDF strike.
The International Criminal Court last month issued arrest warrants for Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, his former Defence Minister Yoav Gallant, and one of the last remaining Hamas leaders, Mohammed Dlive, whose whereabouts are unknown. They're accused of war crimes and crimes against humanity. But it means little for Palestinians on the ground.
We're tired. I swear we're tired. We lost brothers, relatives and loved ones.
They're on the move again as Israeli forces struck Beit Lahal.
I mean, their fault for voting Hamas into power.
Here in North Gaza for a 5th straight day. Catherine Dix, ABC News.
That Amnesty International believes Israel is committing genocide in Gaza is probably little consolation to the Palestinians who are living under Israel's assault. Genocide is defined as the intent to destroy, in whole or in part, a national, ethnic, racial or religious group. Amnesty says it's accumulated plenty of evidence to show that Israel's leadership knows exactly what it's doing in Gaza.
We looked at the statement made by officials at the higher...
Next vid.
אנחנו מטילים מצור מוחלט על העיר עזה. אין חשמל, אין מזון, אין מים, אין דלק. הכל סגור. אנחנו נלחמים בחיות אדם ואנחנו נוהגים בהתאם.
For over a year, we've witnessed...
So, do you know what the Holodomor is, Shab?
The what? Holodomor?
Holodomor.
I don't know.
So, it was one of the most deadly, or it might be the most deadly forced famine by Stalin, and it was in the Ukraine. So the problem is that with the communist regime and their corruption, that if you lived outside of Moscow and St. Petersburg, the quality of living wasn't really that great. So one thing that they typically did is that they would exploit their outer territories, so the different Soviet territories that weren't Russia. And because Ukraine had a lot of fertile land and stuff and crops that they could use to just import to other regions in Russia to make it look like, hey, look, our governance is working. Look, we have food. And they didn't want the people in Ukraine to migrate elsewhere or whatever, because if they start migrating to those other regions, then it will add to the demand in those regions, and they don't want people to know about the fact that much of this food and stuff is being pretty much, they're taking advantage of one of their kind of, let's just say it's pretty much a colony. So all the citizens in the Ukraine after being, or of Ukraine after being deprived of food, were forced to be there, and millions of people died of starvation. So do you think maybe there's a similar thing going on here? And I know that I believe with the Holodomor, it kind of happened somewhat abruptly, where people were subjected to malnourishment and starvation for weeks and weeks and weeks. It takes time to actually die of starvation. But then once you got to that 2-3 month mark, abruptly there were just mass casualties of hundreds of thousands of people just dropping dead. So it seems like we're starting to get to this tipping point when it comes to famine. And like they said, there's 1.8 million people dying of starvation. Do you think there's going to be that point where abruptly hundreds of thousands of people are just dropping dead in bulk due to starvation?
Sounds like it.
Utter carnage unfolding right before our eyes in the occupied Gaza Strip with no end in sight. Many have described this carnage as the first live stream genocide, day after day. What has your government done to prevent this genocide? What have your political leaders done? What are they doing now?
Dear baby.
Why did her glasses change mid-documentary? Oh, what are we looking at? Look up sexy girl big butt. Look up big titties. What is this?
Well, it's the Holodomor in Ukraine.
What's that statue about? That there, I guess.
Well, yeah, so you could blame Stalin of this, but this is just what happened, is that they were not allowed to relocate or whatever. Food was just being just seized from the territory, and then it takes like roughly like a few weeks, like 4 or 5, 6 weeks, where people start actually developing diseases associated with malnourishment, and within that like 5-6 week mark, just a large amount of people just started dropping dead within a very narrow time frame. And this is 3.5 to 5 million in Ukraine. So
Israel has been waging an ongoing and devastating offensive on the occupied Gaza Strip. More than 43,000 Palestinians have been killed and tens of thousands injured, nearly 2 million displaced, neighborhoods flattened, aid and life-saving supplies restricted, all sparking an unprecedented humanitarian catastrophe. The term genocide has increasingly been used to describe Israel's conduct in Gaza, but how can we assess whether what is happening is actually genocide? The first treaty to explicitly define and criminalize genocide in international law was adopted by the United Nations in 1948 in response to the atrocities of World War II. To prove genocide has taken place, you need to show that one or more acts prohibited by the Genocide Convention was carried out, and that it was committed with the intent to destroy in whole or in part a national, ethnical, racial, or religious group, in this case, Palestinians.
As part of Amnesty International's research, we have documented Israel's perpetration.
and I believe this is from Amnesty International's own YouTube channel.
Of 3 out of the 5 prohibited acts under the Genocide Convention since the 7th of October. These include killing members of the group, causing them serious mental or bodily harm, and inflicting conditions of life calculated to bring about their physical destruction. For example, this would include the destruction of essential infrastructure, including homes, agricultural land, water and sanitation infrastructure, and infrastructure indispensable.
So if that actually does happen, like that scenario, that it's something I just like thought about. Do you think at that point Netanyahu needs to be thrown in prison for the rest of his life, and some of the generals and stuff of the IDF, a lot of the higher ups in the executive branch of their government?
He needs to go to, he needs to go to
well, I mean, even
prison.
now it's pretty, like, even now I think he deserves some prison time, but I do think they're getting to that threshold.
Population. They also include the mass repeated displacement under inhumane and unsanitary conditions, and they also include the deliberate obstruction of entry of life-saving supplies and aid.
It is clear the Israel authorities have deliberately inflicted these conditions and knew they would inevitably result in a deadly mix of hunger and disease, which brings us to the other important component of the crime, the intent to destroy.
It's an entire nation out there that is responsible. It's not true. This rhetoric about civilians not aware, not involved, it's absolutely not true.
These racist, dehumanizing, and genocidal statements call for the annihilation of Palestinians in Gaza and making Gaza unlivable. They provide evidence for Israel's intent to physically destroy Palestinians. As part of Amnesty International's research, we reviewed over 100 statements made by Israeli officials, and these statements clearly were echoed by Israeli soldiers on the ground.
Returns here. If they return hereafter, we find scorched earth, no houses, no agriculture, nothing. They have no future. Do you think what he's saying is being taken out of context by Amnesty International?
Specific genocidal intent should be assessed.
So they fucking bomb the shit out of Palestinian land, and they want to take it over. If they want to take it over, they can't do anything with it for like another 5-10 fucking years.
Well,
so
I don't think they care if it takes 5-10 years. It's like a blink in the eye when it comes to like human history.
Most recent conflict, while taking into account a system of apartheid, a brutal occupation, and the 17-year unlawful blockade of Gaza, a history of systematic human rights violations built on the continuous dehumanization of Palestinians.
We have documented an unprecedented scale, speed, and seriousness of inhumane acts in Gaza. Palestinians are facing overwhelming trauma and pain. We have interviewed parents digging up the remains of their children with their own hands. And we have documented the mixture of hunger and disease that has ravaged Gaza, all while the healthcare sector has collapsed completely.
This must stop. And for genocide to end, governments around the world must come together and they must take action, resolute action. You must ask that they stop transferring weapons that are murdering children in their thousands and decimating entire Palestinian families. You must demand that justice be delivered, that all those responsible for the genocide be held to account. Perpetrators benefit from the inaction and the complicity of too many of our political leaders. No war criminals should ever be allowed to walk free, undisturbed, fearless. Let's put all our instruments into action. National tribunals, universal jurisdiction, international criminal court. Governments must do everything in their power to end Israel's genocide.
You agree with what she's saying here?
Okay.
Yeah, it's
Tonight, Israel.
There's been a whole bunch of people saying it's fucking genocide. It's genocide. It's genocide. And Israel's just like, nuh-uh. But they're still fucking...
The thing is, people will sit there and try to make the argument that journalistic sources. So we've been covering, or we've been seeing, we've been reviewing journalistic sources from all across the globe. From news networks from the Far East, from South America, African news networks like global international news networks, Russia Today, China Post, all the different U.S. American networks, and it's like, okay, they're all showing that, you know what, there's some decent violations here, but people will claim, oh, that's just journalism. It's all left-wing bullshit, and like journalists, they just drama. Tragedy gets the views, and then it's like, well, then what about all of these different governments and their intelligence agencies, where the United States and the UK, France, like, these are countries that are big shills for Israel. Yet the data that these governments are presenting show that there is significant casualties and a disregard for like human life or human lives. Then you get the realm of like the academics and military experts, retired military experts from various different Western countries, American countries, that come forward and say that, yeah, the way they're going about these operations, they're not really exercising proper due diligence. It's pretty unethical how they're abusing sort of artillery strikes, airstrikes, when there's more efficient ways of going in and dealing with Hamas. But I guess they're all lying. Then it's like you have academic scholars and so forth that are trying to look into it and so forth, and then they find that, again, very significant casualties, but I guess they're all lying. Then you get to the international aid organizations, and it's like, are they lying? It's like, is everyone fucking lying? It's just, outside of Fox News and Israel, who... It's like, but I guess, like, yeah. If political sources, academic sources, government sources, humanitarian sources, they're all just, it's all one big conspiracy.
And the U.S. are pushing back on new accusations of
But
genocide.
John,
Amnesty.
from what I've heard since Trump got elected, I do believe it's France and the UK, they're willing to throw soldiers into the fight against Russia, because since North Korea put their troops into the Ukrainian conflict, and we kind of like want to like our government wants to cut ties with the Ukraine conflict. What do you think about that?
Well, we already went over that, so currently we're discussing Gaza.
Well, but it's the same thing. Like with Gaza, with Syria, like Trump is just like, oh, just let it play out. But we're supposed to be the superpower. The United States is supposed to be the superpower.
My thing is, if we're gonna get involved, it should have been like the kind of involvement I want. If I was president, maybe I'm just have no fucking clue what I'm talking about. But I think if we spend more money on our military than the next 7 countries combined, and you look at just how large our Navy is and all the personnel we have, I would say if the United States is going to get involved here, send troops into the refugee sites and just have them standing there guarding the refugees. Don't have them involved in any of the ground operations. And it's like, okay, like the IDF, Israel, Netanyahu, you're going to deal with Hamas and fight in these operations. But just know, if you misfire or conduct an airstrike, there's U.S. troops here that are going to be caught on the crossfire. And maybe as well, I think the U.S., like their military, has more than enough resources to escort like maritime vessels that are carrying the the foreign aid, and they should be able to give them the proper security to disembark on the coast. And I think there's plenty of U.S. personnel that should be able to assist in distributing the supplies. So I think if the U.S. is going to get involved at all, that's what it should be doing.
In a scathing report, the world's largest human rights group claims Israel is
And I don't think that is going to happen at all.
weaponizing humanitarian aid by preventing deliveries of supplies. CBS's Deborah Patel reports on one woman's struggle to find food in a war zone.
Each morning, Jamalat Wadi heads out in search of food for her family of 13. This is what her life is like every day now. Angry crowds fighting for a precious lifeline. Bread, it's like gold and almost as expensive, at $10 a bag, up from just $1 before the war. We need to eat. We're exhausted, pleaded Wadi. Stop this war and let the aid in. Once again, she returns to her makeshift tent empty-handed. On this night, all they have is a single bowl of lentils to share. The youngest eat first. In the north...
Now, the big thing, I'm wondering, like, scurvy, because it's just, it's usually 4 or 5 weeks without vitamin C, and you get scurvy. And vitamin C, you pretty much, it's fruits and vegetables, where it doesn't really seem like they have the arable land to really produce the sort of food products that are needed to prevent that. So I'm wondering what's going on in that, on that end.
Israel has allowed virtually no aid in for 2 months.
Olives?
82 of the 91 delivery requests made by the UN.
What do olives give you?
There's a trickle getting.
I don't know. They probably have vitamin C.
In, but it's nowhere near enough. Hunger has spread everywhere. Here, a sea.
And I know potatoes have most of the nutrients you need, at least that you typically get from plants. So they don't have like B vitamins. But I know, I think it's like vitamin C or I forget which nutrient it is.
A soup kitchen, all starving. Everyone has to pitch in. 11-year-old Zaina Juha's task was to wake up at dawn and come to this bakery to try and get bread for her family. One day, she did not come home. Young Zaina had been crushed and trampled to death in a crowd like this one.
Fuck.
That's sad.
Potatoes are interesting because keep a potato too long in your cupboard, it starts fucking growing.
Yeah, they keep long.
Yeah, they don't spoil easily. They're easy to grow in like most environments, so they're a pretty useful crop. Okay, vitamins and minerals, potassium, vitamin C, folate, B6. Here, whatever. I'll play the video.
Why did she have to die in such an ugly way, her mother Karima said. She was covered in bruises, red and blue, all over. The world looks at us, at Palestinians, and all they see are terrorists, her father Ahmed said. We're not terrorists. We just want to survive.
he will never forgive himself for not being able to protect his daughter. Deborah Patter, CBS News, East Jerusalem.
In Gaza, Israel has carried out more airstrikes, and CBS News cameras were rolling when a tent city full of civilians was hit yesterday. Local officials say at least 21 people were killed. Israel says Hamas leaders were hiding in the camp. Deborah Patta has more, and we have to warn you, the video.
Oh, yeah. One Hamas person was fucking
On camera by CBS
in the
News.
tent city.
Oh, and okay, so potatoes, they have like for a 2,000 calorie diet, 15% of potassium. Now I do know potassium, like what is it? Or no, when it comes to osteoporosis, it's isn't it calcium osteoporosis?
Yes, calcium.
And then rickets, isn't that potassium?
No, that's I want to say
Vitamin D.
Yeah, it's vitamin D. And like I said, this is me being fucking retarded, but the Vikings they countered that with what was it?
Sauerkraut?
No, it was codfish. Codfish
Sauerkraut
liver.
is how they dealt with scurvy, like on naval travel.
That and limes.
Yeah, well, that was later.
Yeah, that was later.
This massive Israeli strike.
It was, what is that? I think John Lind, he was the doctor, and that was like in the, I think it was the 17th century, or no, the 18th century, where he discovered lime juice as a
designated humanitarian
good
zone
treatment for scurvy.
Terrified screams.
Yeah, and they put the lime juice in rum.
Palestinians who've been sheltering here brought bucket after bucket of sand as they battled to extinguish the flames. Israel says it was targeting Hamas militants hiding here and that they took numerous steps to avoid harming civilians. But among the bodies rushed to a nearby morgue, children. Nearly every one of Gaza's 2.3 million Palestinians has been displaced multiple times, particularly in the north. Even as they fled the violence and starvation there, you can hear the sound of bullets whizzing past them. This, as Amnesty International released a damning report on the war in Gaza, which has been rejected by Israel as false. The organization says its findings show this is genocide and it must stop now. For CBS Mornings, I'm Deborah Patter in the occupied West Bank.
The Israeli military says the body of a hostage has been recovered from Gaza in a joint...
That's another thing. So, when people say that, oh, the Western media is just, like, it shills for Israel... We've been covering this for a while, and outside of Fox News, it's like every single mainstream media outlet seems to be going all out to call out Israel and to showcase that it's a genocide and focus a lot on the victims in Gaza. So, like, I don't know where people are getting that from. I think it's people who just don't pay attention to the news at all, and they just kind of casually tune in and out periodically, and I think that's just some kind of virtue signaling that people say.
I mean, the IDF says...
Can you not watch this and just like any news report and be like, oh, yeah, this is fine. This is not genocide. Like, are you fucking stupid?
I mean, they voted Hamas in office, all those like newborns and stuff, and they're using their people as shields.
Well, they bomb hospital after tent city after tent city.
Well, they're using their people as shields, so that's why they need to obstruct, like what the UN said, 90 or 80 something % of all the foreign aid from getting through. Yeah, because Hamas is using their people as shields. That's why.
Itai Svorsky was kidnapped by Hamas on October 7th and killed in captivity. This comes as Israel launched a series of airstrikes Wednesday targeting the Palestinian territory. CBS News foreign correspondent Deborah Patta reports. Deborah.
And another one I love is, hey, they're trying to get the war over quickly. So that way, the quicker they get it over with, the fewer people who are going to die overall in the long run. So, yeah.
Oh, yeah. They're trying to get this war over quickly, and then you got so many other fucking wars that they say they want to get over quickly, which are pretty much delving, I should say, to the same fucking thing. They're just like, striking hospitals, fucking civilian residents, and they're trying to get it over quickly.
Gene, Dirt's really tired.
A massive strike at a tented displacement camp near there killed at least 21 people.
We only have 90 minutes
Israeli
left.
evacuation orders and with shells crashing near residential areas, families had fled to the nearby
7:30, and I told you I work at
designated
9.
area of al-Mawasi, which is a sprawling coastal camp housing hundreds of thousands of Palestinians displaced.
Okay, we need to call
but
it
then
quits
a massive strike caught on camera by CBS
You just
News
keep adding
ripped through the
time
very
on.
camp Palestinians were sheltering in.
How am I adding time on? It's 7:32 a.m. where I am. 9 is when I start work.
You said 90 minutes ago, like an hour ago.
Oh, I think I maybe said that by mistake.
Was set ablaze as residents battled to
What?
put out raging fires.
No,
There
okay,
are no
Jim,
real
no.
safe zones
What?
in Gaza.
That was a flub.
2.3 million people have
Yeah.
already been
I
displaced.
think I wasn't looking at my time. I was like looking at the video hours, and I mistook that as my
No, you said we're gonna go 8 hours.
Came after
and
Israeli
now
forces
you're
struck
like,
targets across Gaza
what the
today,
fuck?
with the death toll
No, it's
climbing
9
well over
hours.
47, and many of those killed, hospital officials say, are children. Back to you.
8 hours. So we got 30 minutes.
In East Jerusalem.
Not 9 minutes.
I am right now standing inside al-Zaytun school in al-Zaytun neighborhood to the south of Gaza City. These Israeli fighter jets have targeted this UN shelter school. At least 4 Palestinians have been killed and dozens were injured and transferred to Al-Ahli hospital. As you can see, the scale of the destruction inflicted on this classroom. Worth mentioning is that this school was not targeted for the first time. It has been targeted many times by the Israeli military.
Our team rushed to this UNRWA school after it was pounded by Israeli warplanes. Dozens of civilians were killed, injured, and many are still buried under the debris. The wounded were taken to hospital. As we speak, search and rescue operations are still underway. With no equipment at all, we're doing our best to save who we can. UN buildings like this should be under protection, especially since it's housing hundreds of displaced civilians, but it was still targeted.
We've been displaced for a long time
We almost have 10,000 viewers.
and took shelter in this UN school. I was making some food for my children. All of a sudden, the doors and windows started flying over our heads. I ran for my children to find one of them injured on his head. He was bleeding heavily. His blood is all over me. My husband rushed him to the hospital. I came out to see this massive destruction. They continue to bomb innocent civilians, women and children. What wrong did we do? Our homes were destroyed and we took shelter in schools and tents. Only God is our shield. He is our rock.
So what she's describing here, do you think she's going to have a hard time, removing that image from her mind? Do you think that image is probably going to, encroach into her consciousness quite a bit?
Probably stuck with that forever.
As you can see, the mass devastation inflicted on this classroom. We can see here bed covers and blankets. These civilians have been sheltering here for more than 400 days of the long Israeli brutal war taking place inside the Gaza Strip. In the light of the ongoing Israeli scale of attacks, many casualties and killed Palestinians are being affected by these brutal attacks. Ibrahim Khalili, Al Jazeera.
We're going to begin in Gaza, where Israeli strikes have killed at least 20 people.
John, I want to point out something. Since it's the Israelis versus the Palestinians, is one side going to see it as God's retribution, and the other side is going to see it as God's judgment? Are they going to be like, "Oh no, it's fine, it's fine"?
People usually always use that sort of that sort of religious sort of rhetoric and military disputes between different sides. You're always going to have religious fanatics that do that.
Attacks targeted a so-called safe
No,
zone
I'm
in
talking
al-Mawasi.
about people that are actually in this area, not people that have their opinion.
I think it deviates person to person.
Palestinians were living in makeshift shelters. The strike started large fires, which civil defense crews have struggled to contain. The Israeli army claims it's been targeting senior members of Hamas. The victims have been taken to hospital. Hundreds of thousands of Palestinian families are sheltering in al-Mawasi. It's bitterly cold there. There's little food and widespread damage. Israel says it's a so-called safe zone. Despite that, Israeli forces have attacked the area repeatedly.
First, they fired 2 missiles from a helicopter without warning. We were on al-Assad Street, and then someone was running and screaming and saying, "Evacuate, evacuate," and everyone ran. No one knew what was happening. The missiles destroyed everything. This boy here in the ambulance is from a family in al-Assad. We are displaced and we are staying with them. The horror of the situation was like a tsunami targeting the place. Missiles everywhere.
Al Jazeera's Rami Abu Tilma reports from Khan Yunis.
We are at the site where the Israeli airstrikes took place. This site was targeted by Israeli warplanes. We are in al-Mawasi in Khan Yunis. The Israeli occupation targeted.
Yay.
Let's speak now to Tarek Abu Zoom, who's in Deir al-Balah in central Gaza. And Tarek, once again, a hospital is the focus of attacks. Let's speak now to Tarek Abu Zoom, who's in Deir al-Balah in central Gaza. Let's speak now to Tarek Abu Zoom.
All right, folks, let's turn to the Middle East now, where the director of one of northern Gaza's last functioning hospitals says Israeli forces stormed the medical facility overnight. The raid came after a series of...
I'm surprised they still have hospitals.
Reporting from Jerusalem.
The director of Kamal...
Was it math is his weak side? I feel... No, it's the fact that we're crashing and we're all deprived of sleep. Usually that's what happens is you start flubbing and confusing information in general.
Adwan Hospital in northern Gaza says at least 4 of the medical staff working there have been killed overnight. The hospital is one of few medical facilities still partially operating in the northernmost part of Gaza. Israeli forces have laid siege to the north, almost completely sealing it off from humanitarian aid for 2 months now. The Indonesian medical staff working in that hospital have been forced to evacuate to another one in central Gaza. Also killed in an Israeli drone attack in the hospital grounds last night was a 16-year-old boy in a wheelchair. He'd been injured in a previous Israeli strike in Jabalia 2 months ago and was being taken to the hospital for further treatment. This all comes as the human rights group Amnesty International has accused Israel of committing genocide during its war in Gaza, saying it has sought to deliberately destroy Palestinians by mounting deadly attacks, demolishing vital infrastructure, and preventing the delivery of food, medicine, and other critical aid. Israel says the accusations are false and that it goes to great lengths to avoid harming civilians. But in more than a year of war, over 44,000 Palestinians have been killed, and Gaza's health ministry says more than half of them are women and children.
Let's speak now to Tarek Abu Zoom, who's in Deir al-Balah in central Gaza. And Tarek, once again...
Now, how many of those women and children do you think are Hamas militants?
Out of the 44,000, 44.5 thousand.
It's the focus of attacks.
Yeah, it has been a very repeated scenario targeting medical centers across the Strip since the war began back in October 2023. We have been observing such attacks and atrocities being committed in areas that are supposed to be places for relief and treatment. But right
okay,
now,
can we not use the P word in the chat?
To be a graveyard for people who have been taking refuge in these areas, and even for wounded people who are no longer can feel safe inside these walls of battered hospitals. Kamal Adwan Hospital this morning has come under very heavy attacks. Until now, also Israeli helicopters continue to open its fires against the courtyard of that medical facility. Earlier, the Israeli military troops have surrounded the hospital and have called Dr. Issam al-Safiya to start evacuating wounded people and injured and also internally displaced families. And Dr. Issam al-Safiya has reiterated that the only medical team that was responsible for providing and performing surgeries in the hospital was the Indonesian medical delegation, and this delegation was the first to be evacuated from.
So, Kingdom Mongoose, what do you losers plan on doing about it?
Everything.
Presenting it to people who watch our stream to spread awareness so more people speak out against it. So
what do you
there
plan?
you go.
What do you plan on doing about us doing this about it?
He has described the situation to be overwhelmingly very catastrophic in the hospital. People are getting treatment on the floor, and he said that medical supplies are about to run out.
Good frame that you paused on, because hey, why do you think they blurred out his face, King whatever Mongoose? Because it's a kid. It's a kid in a war zone
or
during a genocide.
Or it could be that his face is just maimed or mangled to the point where it's too graphic to show on camera.
Hospital. Also, he added that 2 oxygen generators were targeted at night, and right now the hospital has been left with 2 inexperienced surgeons who were forced to start carrying out surgeries due to the despite the lack of experience and due to the high numbers of wounded people who are in a very desperate need for an urgent medical care. And this could be a very starkly indicating reality for Palestinians and for also the medical sector in the north of the Strip, who are right now coping under the combined pressure of the lack of medical supplies and the high rates of casualties, in light also of the very horrific security conditions unfolding them. Till now, Dr. Issam al-Safiya has been calling the international community and medical organization to act and stop what's happening in the north of the Strip, but Israeli military is still upscaling attacks and looking forward to entering the other part of Gaza from all sorts of medical care that could be possibly given for civilians who are still trapped there in that very battered and petrified part of the territory.
Right, and all this is going on as airstrikes targeting other areas across the Strip.
It's like they have so few resources that it's just whatever. There's going to be gallons of blood that are just spread throughout the surface.
Yes, that's right. Airstrikes continue to pummel residential buildings in the north of the Strip, in particular in Beit Lahia. But in the past hour, we have recorded.
They need to focus on all their energy on like giving the like mandatory immediate care to all the victims. So when there are a bunch of body fluids that are just splattered everywhere, yeah, what are you gonna do?
A series of airstrikes took place in Gaza City. One has targeted a residential building in a Sabra neighborhood, which is located in the southern part of Gaza City. A number of casualties have been transported to Al-Ahli Baptist Hospital to be treated, and another residential building also in Beit Lahia town was targeted. The idea is that, or the context here is that the civilians who have been fleeing from Jabalia and Beit Lahia and heading to Gaza City also came on.
Yes, this is the age of information. Gito or Jet, how do you pronounce his name?
Guido.
I don't know.
Guido?
Guido.
The relentless attacks, and we can also safe to say that the situation for those families in light of these ongoing strikes is escalating rapidly. They are feeling that no place in Gaza is safe, and even for those who are in the central area, they continue to be overwhelmed with strikes and artillery bombardment that we continue to be hearing since the early hours of this morning in the eastern areas of Deir al-Balah. This city is housing hundreds of thousands of Palestinian families who are being targeted in evacuation centers and road homes, and even in hospitals. But we can say,
I don't know. I think that when it comes to empathy, I think that it depends on the person. I believe that a very, very large percentage of people, if they actually pay attention and do their homework and they expose themselves to these kind of atrocities directly, then people will recognize just how fucked up it is, and then empathy kicks in. I think when people live in pampered suburbanite land and they don't really pay attention to what's going on globally, and they just kind of focus on their sort of like Karen first world problems, they will just play the stupid, hey, I'm gonna defend Israel because I come from a conservative family, and after just having a cursory glance or whatever at the news, like every once in a while, yeah, I clearly know enough to know that it's just exaggerated. So I think that's the issue, is people not being informed enough and having enough insight, and then it's people who just don't recognize their own ignorance. So I think there's that. People don't recognize that they don't know enough to come to the conclusion that human rights violations aren't taking place.
That the situation in the south is absolutely catastrophic. Nobody of us can reach Rafah city due to the untenable security conditions, but medical teams and civil defense workers in coordination with the Palestinian Red Crescent managed to reach that area and started to recover today for Palestinian bodies for people who were killed earlier in different occasions in that city. The vast majority of those who are trying to return back to Rafah, they are looking for flour or any sort of food that they can use to feed the families due to the very soaring humanitarian crisis.
Well, Vlad, you say most people are too dumb to have empathy. I think a lot of it depends on upbringing. I think when people experience adversity themselves, I think people who've lived through fucked up situations tend to have more empathy overall. I think some people are a bit too pampered and sheltered. And I think that's one of the things that can lead to having an appropriate level of empathy. And I think that some people, it is just piss poor critical thinking. Unfortunately, like in America, like there's that, I'd say there's that 20-something% of the population that is pretty fucking stupid, where a fifth of Americans are functionally illiterate, like a fifth of Americans believe in haunted houses, or that they've lived in haunted houses. They believe that they've literally seen ghosts. A fifth of Americans take the QAnon conspiracy theory seriously. So I definitely think there is that 1/5 of Americans that their Socratic knowledge is just non-existent. And it's like our stupid minds are full of pride, our intelligent minds are full of doubt. And I think there is that 20% of at least the American population that I do think they're just too stupid to like, and there are people that are like that, where it's just they're not really able to have any sort of empathy or pity for a particular group of people unless they experience it themselves. So it doesn't matter how extreme it is, they're just not able to apply that critical thinking of the golden rule, treat others the way you want to be treated. How would I feel if I was subjected to this? How would I feel if this happened to my kid? There's so many people out there where, and it's like ableism, where people make that argument. It's usually really stupid, dumb fucks on the far right, where it's like, hey, having a disability, a mental illness is no excuse for having any setbacks or symptoms of a neuropsychiatric disorder. And the way their brain works is it's like, well, hey, if I had schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, autism, I'd be exactly the same. And a lot of people that think that way, I do find that it's just, if somebody complains about getting their package stolen by porch pirates, or they're like getting the wrong order delivered to them by Uber Eats, that's something that they've experienced. So it's like, if other people complain about it, it's like, God, I know, right? But then if people complain about something like, I don't know, dealing with some kind of abuse or mistreatment, then those people just need to shut up about it. Why are they complaining? So it's okay to bitch about petty first world problems that they can relate to, but if people bitch about more, or complain about more significant things, then like, why don't they shut up about it? Who cares about their problems?
This is in Gaza.
All right, Tarek, thanks for that. Tarek, I resume there in Deir al-Balah in Gaza. Thank you.
Make sure to subscribe to our channel to get the latest news from Al Jazeera.
كيف حالك؟ ليش هيك حامل اخوك؟
انت عذاب من السنة.
طيب وين مودياها؟
بدي اروح اعالجتني.
وانت مش تعبانه وانت حاملها هيك؟
تعبان وين ساعة بحملها؟ مش قادرة.
وين رايحه انت هالليل؟
انا رايحة منتزه البريج.
في المنتزه البريج؟ وتعالي اخذك معايا. بتحبي اختك عشان حملاكي كانت؟
Like, I thought that the kid she was carrying was like was dead.
I did too. Oh my god.
يلا مع السلامة.
Yeah, I think that
Israel's genocidal war for all.
Going back to this video.
كيف حالك؟
Yeah. I think this image right here, I think people that go through something like this as kids, they probably have a lot more empathy compared to people who live in pampered suburbanite land.
سلامة.
Israel's genocidal war for over a year continues to inflict pain and suffering on more than 2 million Palestinians in the Gaza Strip, with a particularly harrowing effect on the young. According to the Ministry of Health, more than 44,000 people have been killed and over 100,000 wounded. The war has created a generation of orphans. The Jadduas, a displaced family from Gaza City, lost their father in an Israeli airstrike on Rafah. They currently live in a makeshift camp in Khan Yunis.
I cry myself to sleep every night since my father was killed. I miss my dad and miss playing with him, and I still can't believe that I will never see him again. The last time I saw him, he told me that he was going to give me some money to buy sweets when he returns, but he didn't come back.
We fled Gaza City when the war started, and we have been displaced many times. As we were fleeing Rafah back in May, my husband was killed in an Israeli attack. My husband was not a member of any resistance group, and he never harmed anyone. Right now, we live in this makeshift tent in Khan Yunis.
Mahmoud Chad is a 14-year-old boy who lost both parents during an Israeli attack. He currently lives at a camp for...
You know, fucking Trump is not gonna back up the Palestinians or give any support to the Palestinians.
Hmm. Oh, yeah. Well,
he said he's gonna leave Ukraine and Russia alone. He said he's gonna leave the Syrian government alone.
Here's the thing. It's like, as much as I hate Trump, and I think a lot of it, like, he's xenophobic. I don't agree with his policies on immigration. I don't agree with his like all his cabinet picks. I think he is really trying to. I don't agree with all the Project 2025 policies, but I do think that just simply cutting aid and not supporting Israel at all, that's more ethical than actually doing what Biden does, which is giving a shit ton of like supplies and like financial support for their fucking genocide that they're committing.
I was in the bathroom when the Israeli rocket hit the house and killed my parents after my
Now,
parents were killed.
just because you happen to be doing the right thing doesn't mean you're doing the right thing for the right reasons. So I don't think Trump, in a situation like this, is necessarily cutting the support for Israel for the right, like, I don't think his motives are right, but he happens, like the meta fallacy. Just because you come to the right conclusion doesn't mean you use the right logic to come to that conclusion.
They were buried and I didn't even get to bid them farewell. I still can't believe that my father and mother were killed and that I will never see them again.
With nearly 50% of Gaza's population under 18, children continue to bear the brunt of Israel's devastating onslaught.
Wait. So when was Hamas elected into office? So they said, what percent of the population's under 18? What did they say?
Israel's devastating onslaught. According to % of Gaza's population under 18.
So over 50% are under 18. And weren't they like elected into power? Wasn't that like in the 90s? I don't think 50% of their population was alive when they were voted into power. But they voted them into power, so it's their own fault for being bombarded by Israel.
Children continue to bear the brunt of Israel's devastating.
According to Israel.
According to the government media office, more than 19,000 children have been orphaned during Israel's war on Gaza, creating another generation traumatized by war. Ashraf Shannon, TRT World, Gaza.
The health system has collapsed, and Gaza now has the highest number of children amputees per capita anywhere in the world, many losing limbs and undergoing surgeries without even anesthesia.
World's most child amputees. Quite the fucking record.
What we are seeing may well amount to the gravest international crimes.
So Syria has the largest amount of displaced people. Gaza has the largest amount of children who are amputees.
Give them nanobots and shit like that. They'll be,
Okay, I don't... This is where we don't make jokes.
It's not a joke!
Damn it, Taylor.
More than 44,000 Palestinians, mostly women and children.
You let me say something stupid.
Yes, keep Crow in check, Taylor.
Virtually the entire population of Gaza has been displaced, often multiple times. Malnutrition is rampant. In the past 4 months alone, nearly 19,000 children were hospitalized due to acute malnutrition, nearly double the cases in the first half of the year. Famine is imminent.
He says, I'm starting to crash too.
Israel's war on Gaza is creating a generation of traumatized amputees. Thousands of children across the strip have lost one or more limbs since the onslaught began. Sham is one of them.
Sham was standing near the door and a piece of shrapnel hit her hand. I ran outside and found her hand hanging by a thread.
It took her hours to be seen by a doctor, as not a single hospital in Gaza is fully functioning. Despite the horror of her experience, Sham was one of the luckier ones. Her amputation was performed with anesthetic. Many other children must endure having limbs amputated without pain relief.
The situation.
In order to have empathy, you have to have imaginations, but to have that, you have to have intelligence.
Way beyond the medical staff's control, given the substantial number of injuries and the lack of medical equipment and resources that are required to deal.
Well, according to Tim Pool, because I have aphantasia and I'm not able to generate mental imagery, according to him, I can't have an imagination. So.
With these cases.
So John doesn't
access
have
to proper empathy. medical treatment, child amputees are unable to heal, physically or mentally. Amani's son used to be a quiet, calm child, but his mother says he's now angry and stubborn, as he struggles to accept his new reality.
He always asks me, will my hand grow back or not? And I do not know what to tell him. He thinks his hand will grow back. He does not know, and I do not know what to tell him. He keeps asking me, how am I supposed to play football? How am I supposed to hold the ball?
He's right there. I don't know. It's kind of weird that way she's saying this right in front of him. I don't know.
He keeps asking me, how am I supposed to play football?
I know he's right there. I mean, I don't think it really
How am I supposed to
matters.
hold the ball?
This little boy may never take his first step. Isam Aqil's father says he needs a bone graft and needs to urgently travel abroad for treatment. But medical evacuations have stopped since Israel took control of the Rafah crossing early in May.
He has not seen anything yet. He is constantly suffering and screaming in pain. What has he seen of this world? His condition is terrible. I ask that my son be allowed to travel abroad and receive treatment, or he will lose his foot.
Doctors Without Borders has warned that amputees in Gaza are at a risk of fatal complications because of lack of proper medical treatment.
Child amputees need specialized care because their bones are still growing. Care. Palestinian children are being denied. Hind al-Khudari, Al Jazeera, Deir al-Balah, Gaza, Palestine.
Make sure to subscribe to our channel to get the latest news from Al Jazeera.
Now, what's fucked up is we do currently have like prosthetic cybernetic limbs that can function almost to the same level of efficiency as your natural limbs. But how many of those kids do you think are going to be granted access or be provided with the prosthetic limbs in question?
Depends on how much oil they have.
Now,
not a joke.
We're in serious. Okay.
An 8-year-old Hytham was pulled from the rubble of a bombed house in Gaza. His arm had been severed.
انا هاي صلى اللي كنت العب كوره مع اصحابي دفعت الدار جنبينا والباقي معي كوره كلهم ماتوا في انا تعال نكسر اركب ايد صناعيه.
His mother says her son has lost not only his arm, but joy for life.
ونفسيته تعبت وابني كان هادي قبل الحرب بس بعد الحرب اصبح عصبي وعنيف.
Throughout Gaza, Israel's airstrike attacks have left a generation of children with new disabilities. While there are no precise figures for the number of Gazans who've lost limbs in the war, the UN estimated at least 1,000 children had legs amputated in the first 2 months of fighting. That's about 10 children losing their legs every single day. Doctors say their medical resources are so desperately short, some surgeries are performed without anaesthetic.
Why mankind needs a living God? That's just because the average man cannot be trusted with the fate of the planet. That what was it? Was that Man's Search for Meaning? Or no, Man, what is it? Man is Superman or whatever. I forget what book that is.
إنه هذا الطفل حيعاني أو سنعاقب بعد هيك في المستقبل.
10-year-old Sumaya
I think I know
in hospital without her
whatever the
arm
quote
after nearly
it
dying
is
when an
that they're
Israeli bomb
referring
hit her
to.
house.
وكان عندي نزيف على الرئة فكانت يعني حالتي صعبة جدا قعدت في العناية 6 أيام ورا بعض على الأجهزة والتنفس والأكسجين.
She was a top student at school and wants to become an engineer, but she's now relearning everyday tasks.
قبل كنت أنا بمشط لحالي.
Isn't it Bernard or whatever? Okay, I know there's Man's Search for Meaning and then Man is Superman. Those 2 different books. I forget which one it's from.
ما حدا يسوي لي شيء. حمام بسوي كل شيء لحالي بلبس كل شيء لحالي والحين بعرف ألبس لحالي وبسوي بس يعني صعب شوي علي.
Children like Sumaya live in a state of uncertainty, unsure if they'll get a prosthetic, follow-up care, or rehabilitation, suffering both physical and psychological wounds.
عنده خوف لذلك كل يوم بطيح عنه بسوي وطيران جننت هنا سطح عالي لأنه بمر المنطقة هنا خوف.
Children bearing the scars of daily life in Gaza. Alison Horn, ABC News, Jerusalem.
This is Democracy Now!
Yeah. What a way to end the stream. So,
what happened to the fucking kittens?
We've reached the, well, usually we've kind of cut that because usually we go on for so long we just don't have the time.
We can't end on that though.
I think it's a good way to let it sink in, but
oh god, no!
Let it take its effect. But
war's bad. Yeah, everyone, if you're new to the channel, hit the subscribe button. You can see right here what 1,759 subs.
Dude, I also noticed that whenever we discuss ending the stream, that's also when you start to see the views go up. So I'm starting to learn how the algorithms work. Sure you don't want to go for another hour, Shad?
Go for 10 more. You should just call out of work. Tell them, no, I got to stream.
I'm willing to allow you to end it now, because I did say until 8 hour mark.
I'm willing to allow you to suck me off, Gene. Okay.
Do an animal video for the next 10 minutes.
Shab.
Yeah, babe.
You want to go for another hour, or do you just want to call it quits?
I want to call it quits. I'm tired. I was tired hours ago. But we did hit 1,760 subs. That's cool. Almost at 1,800.
20 subs?
Yeah, we gained like 20, 25 subs or something.
Got to keep it going. And then Dirt says he wants to do another stream on Tuesday. So we're going to do a Dirt and a Gene stream on Tuesday.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Hit the subscribe button. Hit the like button. And
join all our social media. Join the Discord. Become a patron. Support us. We're awesome.